Chapter 598. The four great powers. Hanli had anticipated that the medicine pills would eventually lose their effect on him. While medicine pills are able to rapidly progress one's cultivation, it possessed its own flaws. When one's magic power reached a certain level, the original medicine pills would lack the medicinal power to be effective. Additionally, with his meridians being purified from the lingering effects of the rainbow beads and his continuously increases in magic power, Hanli became capable of absorbing more spiritual power in one instance. He had reached a stage where his speed at absorbing heaven-earth spiritual chi was nearly the same as absorbing spiritual power from medicine pills. Of course, this resulted in medicine pills gradually losing their original efficacy. Consequently, even if Hanli took a large amount of foundation establishment level pills, they would have no effect on him. However, his current predicament with the ineffective pills was caused from him crossing through entirely different worlds. This was something he couldn't have possibly anticipated. Both the Jade Slips and the Nascent Soul Cultivator's experiences both mentioned that while Grade 6 Demon Cores might have no longer been useful, Grade 7 Demon Core medicine pills should be effective before a Nascent Soul is formed. However, they now had hardly any effect on him. After some careful thought, he could only accept that the medicine pills had lost their effectiveness earlier than anticipated and he had finally become resistant to medicine again. Of course, Hanli guessed that this also may have something to do with either Feng Shi's Jade Fire Wine or Mei Ning's Transient Spirit Qi. One was an item that humans should have never been able to drink, while the other was one known to be one of the 7 purest spiritual qi in the world. It would be quite ordinary for their use to have repercussions. Since these circumstances have already occurred, there was no point in investigating the true cause of the loss of medicinal effectiveness since it could no longer be changed. He was unwilling to spend a large amount of effort on something that would be fruitless. Instead, he began to think of plans for the future. He still had the demon core of the Great 8 Flood Dragon in his hand. But since it was such a precious material that could hardly be found, he was completely unwilling to refine it into a medicine pill since there was such a high chance of failure. Additionally, this would result in only 1 or 2 pills. It wouldn't be enough to bring him to false nascent stage. As a result, his only choice was to strenuously cultivate to increase his magic power a bit at a time, just like everyone else. It was just that he hadn't experienced such slow progress for quite a long time. With that thought, Hanli couldn't help but bitterly smile. Fortunately, he was only a short distance away from reaching the peak core formation stage. He figured that if he was provided with an abundant amount of spiritual qi, it would only take him about 10 years' worth of effort. As such, he had to find a place with acceptable spirit veins. If he were to cultivate in an area with weak spiritual qi, it would take him several times longer, an unacceptable result. But when speaking of spirit veins, the Heavenly South region and the Scattered Star Seas were quite different. The Scattered Star Seas had an abundance of islands and few people with free land as far as the eye could see. There were countless islands with as many unclaimed spirit veins. Contrarily, the land in the Heavenly South was fixed, but there were also many people. Although the area can be considered large, all of the notable spirit veins had already been occupied by sects and cultivator clans of all sizes. Even the areas with meager spiritual qi that had escaped their notice were already taken up by vagrant cultivators. There was nothing valuable left. With sole regards to natural cultivation resources, the Heavenly South region was far too lacking in comparison with the Scattered Star Seas. Under these circumstances, Hanli could only sneak into a cultivator clan or sect if he wished to continue his cultivation. While Hanli's current abilities would allow him to forcefully seize any spirit veins belonging to a cultivation clan or smaller sects and take them over, he feared this would immediately cause him to come under the notice of nascent soul cultivators once again. Hanli was done with being pursued by nascent soul eccentrics and only wished to condense his nascent soul in peace. But when cultivator clans came to mind, Hanli immediately rejected the idea. What cultivator clan would have the power to occupy an exceptional spirit veins? None of them would be to his satisfaction. Moreover, outsiders would never be able to mingle inside a cultivator clan. Cultivation sects were quite different, especially the larger sections. Not only did they occupy the best spirit veins, but they also had many high-grade cultivators. Whenever something happened, he wouldn't need to display his true cultivation and there would be little interference with his cultivation. It was truly leisurely to take cover underneath a larger power. After he condensed a nascent soul, he would no longer have anything to fear. He reckoned that when that time came, the upper echelon of any sect would try to entice him through any means possible if he were to reveal himself. After all, who would be so foolish as to make enemies with a nascent soul cultivator? With this in mind, Hanli began to recall the sacred spirit veins of Dreamcloud Mountain, which were renowned in the entirety of the Heavenly South region. In the end, the three great cultivator sects that occupied the spirit veins became priority targets for Han Li. Since he wished to enter one of the sects, Han Li naturally needed to compare the three sects' characteristics and drawbacks. But before all of this occurred, Han Li had already paid a visit to a small market city and acquired information on the past 100 years in the Heavenly South region. Before Han Li had parted ways with the two sworn sisters, he had shared a bit of information with them. As the two women were foreigners to this land, they particularly desired to become familiar with the circumstances and great powers of this land. The Heavenly South region's power structure had greatly changed since Han Li had last been there. First of all, the 9 countries of the Heavenly South had been divided between the Devil Dao, the Righteous Dao, the Heavenly Dao Alliance, and the 9 Nations Union. There were no longer individual powers controlling each of the states. Previously, Han Li was only aware of the Righteous Dao, Devilish Dao, and the 9 Nations Alliance. After Han Li had left for the Scattered Star Seas, the superpower known as the Heavenly Dao Alliance was formed. Of the 3 sects controlling the sacred spirit veins, the most optimal choice for Han Li wasn't the Drifting Cloud sect but the 100 Possibilities sect that was well known for its tool refinement. In addition to his original goals of finding a cultivation area, the 100 Possibilities sect disciples were particularly adept at refining all sorts of magic tools. Rumor has it that the sect even possessed refinement methods for peak-grade magic treasures. These treasures caused Han Li's heart to stir. However, it was a pity that the sect recruited disciples in the same manner as the state of U7 sects used to. They prioritized recruitment from cultivation clans and only rarely accepted outsiders as disciples. Furthermore, a union of the 5 most powerful cultivator clans within the sect had monopolized the sect's allocated section of the Dreamcloud Mountain spirit veins in the west. Both of these factors had caused Han Li to relinquish any thoughts of joining this sect with slight regret. As for the Ancient Sword sect, as its name implies, it is extremely adept at sword-controlling techniques. All of their magic tools and magic treasures were various types of differently sized swords. As for the sect protecting arts, the true absolute sword arts, it was incredibly incisive and was widely known throughout the country. The Ancient Sword sect didn't exclusively take in disciples from cultivator clans, it also took in young vagrant cultivators. However, the sect required one to be extremely suited to their sword arts. If one's aptitude didn't match the sect's cultivation techniques, they weren't taken in. This was why they had the fewest disciples of the 3 sects despite how often they were recruiting. On the other hand, by relying on their domineering attacks, the disciples of the Ancient Sword sect prevailed over opponents of similar cultivation, leading the sect to be the most powerful of the 3. As a matter of course, they held the main spirit vein of Dreamcloud Mountain. The final sect was the Drifting Cloud sect. Instead of being renowned for its weapon refinement like the 100 Possibilities sect, the Drifting Cloud sect was famed for its pill concoction. The legendary spirit tempering pill was something that only a few of the sect's elders were capable of concocting. So despite the sect's inferior strength in comparison to the other 2, it managed to acquire the east portion of the mountain spirit vein. Additionally, the Drifting Cloud sect recruited the most disciples and possessed the least demanding requirements. On a whole, the sect only had 2 conditions for accepting disciples. Primarily, it required that one possessed decent spiritual roots and a capacity to be nurtured. Lacking that, they were also more than willing to accept any disciples that had poor aptitudes so long as their cultivation had already reached a high enough layer. After all, the Drifting Cloud sect pursued a disorganized assortment of various disciplines outside of its renowned pill concoction technique. These fledgling disciplines required large quantities of low-level cultivators in order to progress. As for vagrant chi condensation cultivators with poor aptitudes, they clearly understood that they had no future prospects after joining the sect and would eternally be low-grade disciples. Regardless, they joined with thoughts similar to Han Li's. It was quite convenient to take shelter in the great power of the Drifting Cloud sect. It was for this reason that vagrant cultivators flocked to the sect in large numbers. With the lax acceptance policies and the enticement of the legendary spirit tempering pill, the sect seemed to be the optimal choice for Han Li to infiltrate. With some lingering uncertainty, Han Li made a few additional inquiries and learned that the sect would soon be taking in more disciples, immediately dispelling any of his reservations. Without revealing any of his plans, he immediately took off and parted with the 2 women after making a few preparations. As recruitment day drew near, many chi condensation cultivators began to gather on the road. When Han Li saw this from the top of his mountain, he calmly joined them. On his walk along the path, he unhurriedly walked for about 2 hours without reaching the end. This wasn't because the mountain was large but because the stone roads were being affected by a few shallow illusion techniques. They probably wished to use this to grind down the number of cultivators that wished to enter the sect. Given the lax entrance conditions of the Drifting Cloud sect, they may as well cull the cultivators that were too impatient to walk along the path. The several cultivators that walked in front of Han Li had discovered something amiss, and immediately gathered together and started whispering to each other. They seemed to have guessed what was going on and continued to walk forward without hesitation. The group of cultivators seemed to be acquaintances. Despite having been ignored, Han Li continued on his way without paying them any heed. After yet another hour walking along the stone path, they eventually reached some blue stairs. The group of cultivators happily quickened their pace as they climbed up the stairs. Still indifferent, Han Li calmly climbed the steps and examined the scene at the top. There was a huge, pure white platform that was over 400 meters wide, and the only other structure present was a small, unremarkable pavilion on the other side. There were several tens of different groups of variously clothed cultivators around it, but no one dared to step inside the pavilion. As for Han Li and the group in front of him, they wordlessly joined groups already there and sat down among them. Han Li inwardly sneered at the scene in front of him. While Qi condensation vagrant cultivators were unable to see anything, Han Li was able to see through the illusion formation with his spiritual sense. The small stone pavilion before them was actually a huge white jade tower. A sign hung from the tower had 3 large golden words, Illusory Cloud Hall. 3 people stood underneath the huge sign and were looking down at the unknowing Qi condensation cultivators below, talking amongst themselves as they gestured. They relied solely on the spell formation for concealment and made no other effort to hide themselves. Of the 3, 2 were early Foundation Establishment cultivators while 1 was a mid-Foundation Establishment cultivator. It seemed the 3 of them were in charge of receiving the newcomers. Han Li wordlessly walked amongst the nearby crowd and sat down at the edge with his head down. Although he closed his eyes, his spiritual sense completely enveloped the 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators and he easily eavesdropped on their conversation. Upon seeing the sudden changes of their surroundings and hearing Senior Marshal Brother Chio's words, the cultivators on the platform were momentarily shocked and then hurriedly stood up, wearing respectful and attentive expressions. All of the cultivators there knew that if they were to enter the Great Drifting Cloud sect, they absolutely couldn't afford to leave a bad impression with the 3 men standing on the tower. Senior Marshal Brother Chio revealed a satisfied expression upon seeing the vagrant cultivators being so tactful. Senior Marshal Brother Chio slowly said with a solemn expression, "You fellow Taoists should all know the criteria by which we accept disciples. That being the case, I won't go into detail. Let's have our fellow Taoists who possess tri-attribute, dual attribute, or special spiritual roots walk forward." The crowd stirred at this and after a short moment, only 4 people walked forward, 3 men and a woman. Senior Marshal Brother Chio swept his gaze over those 4 and calmly said, "You 4 will follow Junior Marshal Brother Lu who will be in charge of evaluating your cultivation aptitudes." At that moment, the pale-faced youth stepped forward and wordlessly waved his arm. A white streak of light then flew out from his sleeve and circled in the air before turning into a huge embroidered scarf that gently floated about a meter off the ground. The pale-faced youth appeared atop the scarf magic tool in a blur and expressionlessly said, "Climb on. I'll bring you 4 to another place and examine your aptitudes there. Those that are unsuitable will naturally be sent back." When the 4 heard this, they glanced at each other with slight hesitation before climbing onto the scarf. The pale-faced youth then clutched his hands in an incantation gesture and caused the scarf to glow with white light before it set off through the sky in a streak of white light. After sending off the pale-faced youth, Senior Marshal Brother Chio glanced down at those who remained and continued, "Those with cultivations at the 10th layer and higher, step forward and follow Junior Marshal Brother Yu. So long as anyone doesn't have too much a problem with their identities, they will be able to enter the sect. As for you remaining fellow Taoists, if you wish to enter the sect, then you are required to pass a test before you will be taken in. If you fail, I can only ask you all to diligently cultivate for several more years and come back once you've improved." Once that was said, an uproar occurred amongst the crowd. Apart from a few peculiar individuals, a majority of them revealed a disappointed expression. It seemed the standards of this selection would be far more strict and caused a few cultivators hoping for a fluke to grow greatly dispirited. Although he did say they could participate in a test to still join the sect, everyone knew that they were words spoken out of politeness. After all, with the number of people present there would be no way for the Drifting Cloud sect to give all of them a chance. Needless to say, these tests would be extremely difficult to pass if one's cultivation was beneath the 10th layer. Only cultivators at the 9th layer of Qi condensation would have even the slightest chance of success. In the past, only a sparse few cultivators at the 9th layer were able to pass these tests. Although those people all had poor aptitudes, they were able to succeed through a show of exceptional perseverance. As a result, despite their lacking future prospects, the Drifting Cloud sect would be willing to accept them as they would be able to contribute towards their various fledgling disciplines. Underneath the envious gazes of the rest of the crowd, Han Li and 6 other cultivators walked forward. Senior Marshal Brother Chiu swept his gaze across them and nodded his head. When the valiant youth surnamed Yu saw this, he released a flying magic tool without any delay. A huge bronze alms bowl appeared before them. Without needing any words from the youth, Han Li and the group of cultivators obediently climbed onto the magic tool. The copper alms bowl then flew off deep into the Dream Cloud Mountains in a streak of light. As for the remaining vagrant cultivators that didn't qualify, Han Li was completely ignorant as to whether any of them would enter the sect, nor did he care enough to find out. At that moment, he was absorbed in examining the 6 others that were enveloped in the alms bowl's yellow light alongside him. There were 4 men and 2 women. Apart from a refined yellow-clothed woman that appeared about 20 years old, the others all appeared to be in their 30s. There was even a 50-year-old cultivator. Although he possessed the deepest cultivation of the group at the 12th layer of the Qi condensation, Han Li could only shake his head and inwardly sigh. If they didn't have much luck, cultivators with poor aptitudes had to spend an immense amount of time cultivating if they wished to reach the 10th layer or higher, resulting in Han Li and the yellow-clothed woman to have the youngest appearances in the group. If it weren't for the mysterious bottle that Han Li had encountered, he feared he would have spent most of his life cultivating like the 12th layer cultivator only to reach the 6th layer. Entering a large cultivation sect would have been out of the question. When Han Li began to ponder about the past, he entered a rare state of absent-mindedness. Soon after, he regained clarity of mind and looked at the others. While they didn't appear to be particularly notable, they had faces full of excitement. But when Han Li's gaze fell onto a large fully bearded man, he narrowed his eyes for a moment, but soon his expression returned to normal. This wasn't because of anything unusual about the man's appearance, but because there was a trace of indescribable cold Yin Qi in him. This Yin Qi was very well hidden, and if it weren't for Han Li's extraordinary spiritual sense, he would have completely missed it. This definitely wasn't a cultivation art that belonged to the 5 elements. From the fluctuations of his spiritual Qi, he clearly possessed some unusual magic techniques. However, the large man's 10th layer cultivation wasn't even the slightest bit false, causing Han Li to ponder over it with great curiosity. As Han Li was lost in thought, a huge expanse of endless fog appeared before the huge alms bowl. This white fog was extremely dense and roiled as sounds of thunder faintly echoed out. Han Li's heart stirred and he sent out his spiritual sense. However, something blocked it when he attempted to reach about 30 meters into the mist. Han Li inwardly trembled, knowing that the white mist was an uncommon restriction. It was likely one of the Drifting Cloud sect's formidable sect protecting restrictions. He didn't dare to further rashly test it and hastily recalled his spiritual sense. The group of vagrant cultivators all revealed an expression of awe when they saw the endless mist. Although they'd never come across a spell formation before, the astonishing restriction before them had greatly broadened their perspectives. At that moment, the youth surnamed Yu formed a hand incantation and had his flying magic tool slowly come a stop. Then he grasped his storage pouch and took out an azure formation flag. After muttering something, the flag in his hand began to glow with a piercing radiance that gradually grew. Open. After the youth finished his incantation, he glared at the fog and pointed the formation flag at it. A bowl-thick azure beam of light shot out from the tip of the flag straight into the mist, leading to an astonishing scene. The other areas of the fog roiled as before, but the portion of the fog in front of them became extremely calm. Then, following a series of clear chimes, the white Qi parted before them, revealing a 10-meter wide passage. After this occurred, the youth surnamed Yu carried the group through the passage without delay. In the blink of an eye they disappeared from sight. Not long after, the passage closed and waves of thunder sounded out once more. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the group eventually passed through the mist and emerged within a hidden land. Before they could even clearly see past the fog, they felt dense spiritual Qi rush against them. Han Li couldn't help but take in a deep breath and feel a trace of joy well up inside him as he looked forward. There was a huge expanse of earth with verdant greenery, fragrant aromas, birdsong, and several mountains that spanned over 3 kilometers tall reaching out as far as the eye could see. Surrounding these mountains were buildings of various sizes including palace halls and pavilions of countless number along with many variously clothed cultivators rushing about in a hurry. After seeing their surprise and excitement, the youth surnamed Yu silently smiled. He then pointed to the nearest mountain peak and said, "Take a good look. These are the 6 marvelous peaks of the Drifting Cloud Sect's monastery. If you truly enter our sect, this will be your home. But first, we will head to Dayspring Mountain's initiation residence. You'll explain a bit about your past and then we will test your cultivation." Han Li and the other qi condensation cultivators weren't surprised by the information regarding the tests, and were brought to Dayspring Mountain by the valiant youth surnamed Yu. They met many cultivators along the way with most of them being at qi condensation. When they saw their guide they respectfully saluted him. It appeared the youth had quite the reputation in the Drifting Cloud sect. They only came across one other Foundation establishment cultivator, a yellow-robed man with a thin face and sharp ears. He flew up from Dayspring Mountain, but when he caught sight of the youth surnamed Yu, he smiled and called out to him, "Junior Marshal Brother Yu, are these 6 newly arrived disciples? It seems there weren't that many this time around." While he acted quite familiar with the youth, the others were able to see that he held hidden motives. The handsome youth unconsciously frowned upon seeing the yellow-robed cultivator. Regardless, he calmly replied, "So it turned out to be Senior Marshal Brother Yen. These people still need to be examined with truth techniques and be introduced to the sect master before they become official disciples. They are still only candidates." The yellow-robed cultivator chuckled and said, "So it's like that. However, Junior Marshal Brother should know that my Talisman Refinement Division still needs disciples. Do you think you could send 2 of these cultivators to me?" At that moment, his eyes focused on the group behind the young man. Han Li's expression was calm, but he felt quite disgusted from the gaze. From the way he looked at them and the tone he used, he certainly wanted to work them to the bone. When the other cultivators heard him, their expressions slightly changed. It seemed they also didn't have a favorable impression of him. "Senior Marshal Brother Yen, that is not something I can decide. You should know that the allocation of disciples is decided by the sect master. If Senior Marshal Brother feels that he doesn't have enough disciples for his Talisman Refinement Division, you may bring it up with the sect master. Since Senior Marshal Brother Miao is still waiting for me at the acceptance residence, I can't keep you company any longer." The youth surnamed Yu seemed to understand the yellow-robed cultivator's deceitful nature and immediately refused his request. After uttering an excuse, he stomped on his magic tool and brought the group of cultivators down to the pavilion below. The yellow-robed cultivator thought to further hold him back, but after hearing the youth mention Senior Marshal Brother Miao, he revealed slight hesitation and allowed him to go. After watching the youth and company enter the pavilion from a distance away, his expression fluctuated. After lowering his head in thought for a moment, he coldly snorted and flew off to a different mountain in a streak of yellow light. At that moment, the group had already arrived on the first floor of the pavilion and were meeting with an unfamiliar man. He was a shriveled youth glancing through a bamboo scroll with keen interest as he sat in a sandalwood armchair. The man only appeared to be 30 years of age, but his cultivation had already reached the late Foundation establishment stage. Although he had only reached late Foundation establishment and hadn't yet consolidated his cultivation, he truly was a rarely seen talent. Having reached so far at his current age, he had great hopes of rising to the core formation stage. Could it be because of this man's name that the annoying yellow-robed cultivator didn't dare to trouble Junior Marshal Brother Yu any further? When the other cultivators witnessed the shriveled youth's cultivation, they glanced at each other with expressions of shock. At that moment, this person had already folded up the bamboo scroll and glanced at the youth. He said with a soft voice, "Junior Marshal Brother Yu, I've put you through a bit of trouble. Did Junior Marshal Brother Yen block you just now? Since Senior Marshal Brother already knows of it, there should be no need to ask. However, did that person come again to bother Senior Marshal Sister Peeling?" The valiant-looking youth asked with disgust. "That person? Even if Junior Marshal Brother Yen is somewhat excessive, he is still a fellow disciple of our Drifting Cloud sect. Your words are inappropriate. Please take note of it in the future, else if the master notices, punishment is unavoidable." The sickly youth's words may have been meant to rebuke him, but his tone was completely flat, lacking even the slightest anger. But all the same, the Junior Marshal Brother Yu's heart trembled and he hastily said, "Senior Marshal Brother is correct. This younger disciple will certainly pay attention to it in the future." Seeing that the youth admitted his error, Senior Marshal Brother Miao nodded his head and smiled. He then turned his gaze to Han Li and the others as he began to examine each of them. He seemed to be looking at them quite thoroughly, slowly examining them from head to toe. This had aroused quite a bit of anxiousness among those present. Possibly due to a misconception, Han felt that his gaze momentarily paused on the large fully bearded man before quickly turning to another person. Although it was impossible for Han's true cultivation to be seen through by him, Han felt slightly uneasy. After a short moment, Senior Marshal Brother Miao withdrew his gaze and calmly patted at his waist and took out a talisman that sparkled with silver light. It's good that only about 7 have come as I had expected. Otherwise I wouldn't have enough true heart talismans for all of you. Junior Marshal Brother Yu, take these talismans and place them on their body. After they take effect, bring them to my study. Senior Marshal Brother Miao spoke with a serene tone and handed the talismans to the youth. He then stood up from his chair and walked to the second floor without paying them any further attention. However, when the shriveled youth slowly turned the corner, he suddenly bent down and began to rapidly cough. It sounded quite painful, but soon after, he managed to stand up and head towards the stairway underneath the bewildered gazes of everyone there. A trace of astonishment flickered in Han's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Junior Marshal Brother Yu revealed a trace of anxiousness and sighed before turning towards Han and the others. These are true heart talismans. I'm sure you know what they do, so I'll save my breath. If you harbor any sinister designs or conspiracies, it would be best for you to take the initiative to leave. Otherwise, if you're discovered, don't blame our drifting cloud sect for being ruthless. With that said, a cold glint flickered from the youth's eyes as he glanced at the 7 before him. Although his tone was quite fearsome, nobody took the initiative to leave. As a result, the youth nodded with a relaxed expression and tossed the silver talismans towards the 7 with a wave of his arm. They all placed beneath each of their right shoulders. The youth then casually sat down without any regard for the other 7 and closed his eyes. The others glanced at each other in dismay. Although they all had their own thoughts in mind, none of them dared to tear off the truth talisman. They could only wait. At that moment, Han tilted his head and glanced at the silver talisman near his shoulder. For a very brief moment he smirked. Not long after, the talisman began to shine with silver light before it soon faded away. When the youth felt something happen, he opened his eyes and glanced at Han before emotionlessly saying, "Go to the second floor. Senior Marshal Brother Miao is waiting for you." When Han heard that, he glanced at the talisman and wordlessly climbed up the stairs. The second floor was quite empty with nothing apart from 2 prayer mats. The shriveled youth was sitting cross-legged on top one of them. When he saw that Han had arrived, he pointed to the other prayer mat and smiled, "Please sit down. There is no need to be nervous. It will be over quickly. The interrogation technique isn't anything like a soul bewitchment technique. It only determines whether or not your answers are truthful. Although it doesn't hold completely certainty, it will be correct most of the time. As such, I will ask you 10 questions. If 3 or more are judged to be false, you will not be accepted into the sect. Do you understand?" Han nodded his head and sincerely said, "Junior understands." He then sat down on the prayer mat in front of the youth. Regardless, Han inwardly sneered. As if the true heart technique could ever reveal his true intentions. "Alright, let's start. Where were you born?" Seeing that the talisman on Han's shoulder was flashing with silver light, he began to ask questions. Han and the others flew off from the pavilion and headed straight towards the largest mountain. All of the cultivators had passed the shriveled youth's cultivation without problem. As such, once the drifting cloud sect master recognized them and had recorded their names, they would become official disciples of the sect. Chapter 602, Gold-Forged Constitution. The main peak of the 6 marvelous peaks was also the largest, standing at a height of over 10 kilometers. Many other mountains surrounded it like stars to the moon, with Dayspring Mountain being among them. The top half of this mountain was also enveloped in a faint purple fog, concealing everything in a mysterious haze. Conversely, the bottom half of the bottom mountain was bustling with lively activity. There were countless buildings of all sizes that covered the mountain, spanning from crude stone rooms and expansive 100-meter-tall palace halls, and there were a mess of countless scattered limestone roads paved throughout. Among these roads were stalls of all sorts with people selling and buying the goods on display. Many drifting cloud sect disciples were included among them as they haggled over the various items with the vendor stall owners. When Han and the other cultivators saw this, they were left dumbstruck. The youth surnamed Yu was already accustomed to the sight and paid it no attention as he moved his flying magic tool forward. They shot about a kilometer into the air and flew alone into a stone hall. The stone hall was made of huge slabs of limestone that reached about 100 meters tall. and each side of the hall was connected to smaller side rooms that were only about 20 meters wide. There were sparsely few cultivators that entered and left the halls. Cultivator Yu then landed the alms bowl in front of the hall and had all of them get off. Afterwards, he formed an incantation gesture and had the alms bowl quickly shrink before he put it away into his storage pouch. Wait here for a moment. I have to first report to the sect master. I'll call for you afterwards. The youth then walked into the hall in a large stride. The many chi condensation doorkeepers clearly recognized Cultivator Yu and merely saluted him with respect as they watched him walk into the hall. After the youth disappeared from sight, the guards curiously glanced at Han Li and the others. They seemed to have already guessed who they were. A while later, a streak of white light towards the palace hall before fading away. The light was revealed to be a huge embroidered scarf carrying the pale-faced youth surnamed Lu along with the 4 other young cultivators that had left before them. The pale-faced youth gazed at Han Li's group of 7 and revealed a trace of surprise. But soon after he landed his flying magic tool nearby and proudly entered the stone hall, leaving the 4 young cultivators behind. In the next moment Han Li's group and the group of 4 young gifted cultivators glanced at one another. For some unknown reason, the atmosphere appeared somewhat amiss despite the fact that both groups were going to enter the sect at the same time. There seemed to be a trace of hostility between them. But as they were about to enter the Drifting Cloud sect, the 2 sides could only keep silent and behave themselves. After the time it took to finish a meal, Cultivator Yu had finally walked out from the outside. When he appeared, he immediately beckoned to Han Li's group and then turned towards the group of 4 gifted youths. You 4 will be coming in with us. The sect master wishes to accept you all as disciples at the same time. With that said, the youth turned around and re-entered the hall. The 2 groups didn't dare to delay and hastily followed after him. Following the youth, they passed through a short corridor before entering a 100-meter wide hall. There were 8 cultivators sitting down in chairs, whispering about something as they each wore their own expressions. After the disciple were brought inside, the seated cultivators immediately ceased talking and began to examine Han Li's group. At that moment Han Li appeared sincere as he displayed deference to them. But at the same time, he had released his spiritual sense and read the appearances and cultivations of the seated cultivators. There was a late Foundation Establishment cultivator, 2 mid-Foundation Establishment cultivators, and the rest were only at early Foundation Establishment. Senior Martial Brother Chiu and the pale-faced cultivator were sitting amongst them. The blue-robed late Foundation Establishment cultivator waved his hand at the youth and smiled. We've troubled Junior Martial Brother Yu. Please take a seat. This person was the Drifting Cloud sect master Wei Yiming. He had an ordinary appearance with 2 small eyes. However, each of his movements gave off an exceptionally imposing presence. It appeared he wasn't a simple character. Many thanks, Senior Martial Brother. The youth cupped his hands and directly sat down at the chair at the side. At that moment, the seated cultivators' gazes had finished examining Han Li's group and had finally moved on to the 4 talented youths. Each of the youths' gaze revealed a trace of fervent excitement and their bodies straightened upon being examined. As Han Li took all of this in with a trace of surprise, he heard the sect master speak. After examining the new disciples, the sect master glanced at the other seated cultivators and slowly said, Yes. These disciples are suitable enough to enter the sect. They are suitable. After all, we haven't taken in a batch of disciples since several years ago. Junior Martial Brothers, how do you wish for the disciples will be allocated? Naturally, we wholeheartedly agree that the final decision will lie with Senior Marital Brother Wei. An old man with gray hair twirled his short beard and spoke with an exceptionally respectful tone. His voice then changed as he smoothly said, My Hidden Sword Mountain have no need for any external affair disciples. However, for inner sect disciples, my own Hidden Sword Mountain only recruited 2 disciples the last time around and is lacking in manpower. My mountain should have a disciple this time around. I have no need for the other disciples, except for the disciple with the gold-forged constitution. After the old man said this, he pointed to the tall and sturdy youth. When the youth heard him, he couldn't help but reveal surprise. A deathly pale middle-aged man, unable to stay sitting upon hearing the old man, bluntly retorted, Humph! You might have received fewer disciples the last time around, but you also received a disciple with dual attribute spiritual roots. Needless to say, our Fire Cloud Mountain must be the ones to claim the disciple with the abnormal constitution. When the gray-haired old man heard this, he chuckled and shook his head. Your Fire Cloud Mountain mainly relies on fire attribute cultivation arts, but cultivators possessing the gold-forged constitution possess metal attribute spiritual roots. Junior Martial Brother Yang, your position is lacking. Even if your hidden sword mountain possess metal attribute cultivation techniques, our Fire Cloud sect's senior martial Uncle Lee's metal tempering arts are renowned throughout the entire state of Shi. Why can't this disciple cultivate his techniques? The middle-aged man didn't reveal the slightest intention of backing down. You. The sect master frowned and interrupted, enough, I've already heard your thoughts. There is no need to further speak of them. Senior Martial Brother Lu smiled and mediated, that's right. Senior Martial Brother's dispute will have no end. It's better to have sect master decide. After all, regardless of which mountain receives him, he will still be a disciple of our Drifting Cloud sect in the end. There is no good reason to fight. The old man and the deathly pale middle-aged man glanced at each other, but the old man rushed to say, Junior Martial Brother Chio's words holds reason. Our hidden sword mountain will hold no complaint if the sect master makes the decision. When the middle-aged man heard this, he hesitated for a moment before agreeing. The sect master's expression relaxed, and after a moment of thought, he turned to Han Li's group and calmly said, These disciples are particularly special, so we should handle them last. Let's distribute these other disciples. After all, our 6 mountains of the Drifting Cloud sect have never turned away from good help. Let's first distribute these 7 external affair disciples. 2 hours later, Han Li and the fully bearded man stood on a huge alms bowl and were being brought back to Dayspring Mountain by Cultivator Yu. They've already changed to the attire of blue robes for low-grade disciples and had been distributed to Dayspring Mountain. Cultivator Yu brought the 2 out of the stone hall once the distribution was finished without the slightest complaint. As for the tall and sturdy youth that was in high demand, he was unexpectedly assigned to Illusion Stone Mountain. Although the gray-haired old man and the middle-aged man were both dispirited, they could only concede the matter. But fortunately, they were each given an inner sect disciple and had ended up with something for their troubles. Although you've only entered the sect as external affair disciples, it is quite fortunate for you to be distributed to our Dayspring Mountain. Because our martial ancestor gentle and kind-hearted, we won't treat you too harshly. You only have to finish your assignments within the given time. The rest of your time will be free to do as you wish. If you have the opportunity to acquire great merits, perhaps the martial ancestor will even bestow a foundation establishment pill to you. After all, external affair and inner sect disciples receive the same treatment in name. However, the inner sect disciples' main assignments are to cultivate. Because of your poor aptitudes, you are assigned to other various tasks such as medicine and talisman refinement. The attainments of the many martial uncles in these fields are quite profound. Because Han Li and the fully bearded man were already disciples of Dayspring Mountain, Cultivator Yun spoke to the 2 with a much more gentle tone as he gave them an explanation of sect matters. I still have matters to discuss with your seniors. Han Li and the large man glanced at each other before sincerely acknowledging him. They then headed out the room and stood about 10 meters away from the room as they obediently waited. Soon after, the large man glanced to the cloudless faraway sky as he remained still. It was unknown what he was thinking about. As for Han Li, he wore a lazy expression as he eavesdropped on the conversation inside. With his immense spiritual sense, Han Li was able to listen without a problem. Although his expression was unchanged, several odd movements escaped from his eyes. After the time it took to finish a meal, the door to the side room finally opened, and the 3 disciples left the room one after the other. The old man wordlessly raised his hand and released a slender magic tool. After he said his farewells to the woman and Yu Jun, he took the skies with the large man in tow. At that moment, the woman walked over to Han Li and coldly swept his gaze past him. She emotionlessly said, Let's go. You'll be coming back with me to my cave residence. A faint smirk momentarily appeared on Han Li's face before he nodded with an indifferent expression. With a pulse of red light, an expanse of red mist enveloped the both of them. 4 hours later, Han Li had appeared at a strange medicine garden that was over 300 meters wide. The verdant medicine garden had many types of single medicinal herbs and a thatched cottage with 3 rooms. When Han Li saw the nameless small mountain nearby, Han Li stroked his chin and revealed a faint smile. Previously, the cold and elegant mid-foundation establishment woman had used a red ribbon to bring the 2 to her cave residence. This martial aunt, Mu Peeling, had asked him if he was willing to look after the medicinal garden or if he was willing to learn the art of pill refinement. This had stunned Han Li. After all, so long as a cultivator was right of mind, they would agree to learn without a doubt. But before the woman waited for Han Li's reply, she coldly explained that looking after the medicine garden was rather simple. So long as he handed over a fixed amount of medicinal ingredients, he could spend a majority of his time in cultivation. Although external affair disciples also had an opportunity to touch upon the profound path of medicinal pills, the cost of pursuing that path was to refine a certain amount of pills every month, greatly reducing their cultivation time. As a result, each of them had their own advantages. Without even the slightest deliberation, Hanli instantly chose his old task of looking after the medicine garden. This was a task that may as well have been created for him. It would allow him to cultivate without fear or obstruction. He had originally thought that he would have to escape from various menial jobs in order to cultivate. But as it turned out, this extremely suitable medicine garden task was brought before him by fortunate chance. The cold, elegant woman didn't reveal the slightest surprise at Hanli's choice. Since he was brought here, Mu Peeling brought away the original keeper of the medicinal garden and left behind a jade slip that recorded the water attribute cultivation art, the profound ice arts. This medicine garden had now become Hanli's domain. After taking a look at it, Hanli discovered that the technique was specialized for bird-type demonic beasts. It contained a series of spell arts, body techniques, and 2 secret techniques. The spell arts and body techniques were out of the question. Unless a powerful demon were to cultivate it, one would find their body bursting halfway as they cultivated it. As for the 2 secret techniques, one of them was the nameless concealment technique that he had been using this entire time, the hidden wind technique. However, the nameless concealment technique was slightly altered from the original in order to become more suitable for human cultivators. It currently held no value to Hanli apart for reference. However, the other secret technique that was described was of much interest to Hanli, the blood shadow evasion technique. As the name implies, blood shadow evasion was a strange movement technique that draws support of one's blood essence that allowed one to flee over 50 kilometers in an instant. Secret techniques that drew support of one's blood essence in order to display great abilities were something that most Devil Dao cultivators were capable of. However, this blood shadow evasion was quite different from the secret techniques of humans. First of all, one is incapable of controlling the distance traveled with this technique. When this technique is activated, one would instantly turn into a crimson blur as they shot over 50 kilometers away. Secondly, this secret technique required a large, fixed amount of blood essence. Once the technique was activated, the blood essence for this technique would immediately ignite. However, if one lacked enough blood essence to use the technique would cause one's body to rupture halfway through and turn into a cloud of gore. It was a truly dangerous technique. Lastly, activating this technique required a pair of wings. Because blood shadow evasion was too fast, without any wings to maintain balance and a particular body lightning technique, the technique could cause one to crash into the earth after traveling only a short distance, or return back to where one started. In brief, a clean escape would be an impossibility without them. Hanli carefully read through the secret technique several times. No matter how he saw it, he felt that it was very suitable for him to cultivate. While other humans might not have wings, Hanli had the thunderstorm wings. This treasure spirit wings was no different from true wings. If the blood shadow evasion was truly as amazing as described, then it was an optimal technique for escaping. After all, the thunderstorm wings could only use lightning evasion to travel over small area. It would only be able to flicker incessantly and would be incapable of making a clean escape. After committing the cultivation method of blood shadow evasion to his memory, he started to look through the copper plate. The copper plate didn't have a name for its techniques and its description made little sense. Hanli also found the strange cultivation postures unfathomable. After glancing at the techniques it recorded, Hanli was left particularly confused. After all of this, Hanli faintly recalled what the flood dragon had said. This divine providence plate seemed to be damaged beyond use. It was no wonder why he couldn't make sense of the plate. After realizing this, Hanli grew greatly dispirited and could only put the plate away. From that day on, Hanli added the blood shadow evasion to his cultivation routine in addition to the great development technique and the azure essence sword arts. Although he later felt that he had grasped this technique, he didn't dare to rashly test the magic technique. A great decrease in blood essence wasn't something that could be joked about. As this continued, half a year had unknowingly passed. One day Hanli sat inside a quiet room as he cultivated the great development technique when he suddenly opened his eyes. A strange expression flickered from his face as his body immediately glowed with azure light before immediately shooting out from his cave residence to the medicinal garden. A short moment later, Hanli was standing in front of the medicine garden's cottage with all of his puppets placed away. He glanced to the southeast and pensively thought for a moment before taking a seat inside the cottage. He then steeped a cup of tea and assumed a relaxed position. A short moment later, An extremely polite voice came from outside the medicine garden's restrictions. "Excuse me, could you tell me if Senior Marshal Sister Yuan is here? I am the Hidden Sword Sect's Kue Huan." The young man's voice seemed to contain a trace of urgency. Senior Marshal Sister Yuan? Was that the name of the original caretaker of the medicine garden? Han Li's face remained calm as the new arrival shouted several more times. Han Li then downed his cup and slowly replied, "Senior Marshal brother, there is no need to shout. Senior Marshal Yuan left this place half a year ago. This medicine garden is now being cared for by me. If you wish to find her, then you should pay a visit to Marshal Aunt Mu's cave residence." What? The medicine garden changed caretakers? The young man was astonished. From his tone, it seemed it wasn't trying to find someone, but he had come to the medicine garden for something else. The man chuckled and amiably said, "Since Senior Marshal Sister Yuan isn't here, then Junior Marshal brother will do. Would Junior Marshal brother release the restrictions so that I may have a chat with you?" Han Li rubbed his chin. From how elegantly spoken his words were, Han Li had no grounds to refuse him. After some thought, Han Li walked out from the cottage and took out a yellow command talisman. With a flash of radiance, the mist surrounding the medicine garden began to slowly dissipate. This revealed a yellow-robed young man that stood in the southeast of the restriction. The man had thin eyes, thick eyebrows and a large, straight nose. His head was also slightly smaller than normal. Although his appearance couldn't be said to be ugly, his appearance was somewhat comical. His cultivation was only at the 9th layer of qi condensation, somewhat inferior to Han Li's displayed cultivation. It was unknown how this person was able to enter the Drifting Cloud sect. Chapter 606. Snowcloud Fox. As Han Li was examining the young man's appearance, he chuckled and walked into the medicine garden. He enthusiastically said, "So Junior Marshal brother is a disciple of Dayspring Mountain. Your face is quite unfamiliar. Could you be a new disciple? In that case I could genuinely be considered your Senior Marshal brother. My surname is Han. I entered the sect earlier this year. Senior Marshal brother must be a brilliant disciple of Hidden Sword Mountain." Han Li withdrew his gaze and smiled. "So it's Junior Marshal brother Han. I am Hidden Sword Mountain's Kue Huan. I take care of a nearby spirit beast field along with several other Senior Marshal brothers. Junior Marshal brother should pay a visit if he finds an opportunity. Although my cultivation isn't very high, I've been at the sect for 8 years and know many of the matters in the Drifting Cloud sect along with the various disciples of the 6 mountains. If there is anything you feel unsure of, please don't hesitate to ask me." The man had spoken elegantly the entire way through. Han Li faintly smiled. The eloquent man reminded him of little Abacus from all those years ago at the 7 Mysteries sect. He was also eloquent, smooth at establishing relations and proclaimed himself to be greatly knowledgeable. They were clearly the same kind of person. While Han Li did find this humorous, he didn't mean any ill will towards him. He crossed his arms and blinked, asking, "Many thanks for your kindness. However, may I ask if Brother Kue has any urgent matters for coming here?" Kue Huan revealed slight embarrassment and hesitated for a moment. He then rubbed the back of his head and said, "It can't be said to be an important matter. I merely came to ask Senior Marshal Sister Yuan for some help. I just didn't think that the caretaker of the garden for 6 years would suddenly leave. This has left me in a bit of a difficult situation." "You want help?" Han Li frowned and revealed a trace of doubt. "It isn't anything much. Surely Junior Marshal brother knows that since us external affair disciples have inferior aptitudes, we aren't particularly valued. The sect's magic tools and medicine pills naturally won't fall into our hands. A year's worth of hard-earned spirit stones isn't even enough to buy a few cultivation progression medicine pills. As such, I along with many other martial brothers go to the nearby Green Track Marsh and capture a few small rare animals to sell at the market. These snowcloud foxes aren't demon beasts, but their petite physique, adorable appearance and human-like intelligence makes them in high demand with female disciples of the sect. That is why my martial brothers and I struggled to capture a lot of them. Not long ago, we discovered a strange snowcloud fox that had a faint trace of spiritual qi on it as if it had transformed into a low-grade demon beast. This was naturally cause for joy. If we could capture it alive, it would net over 100 spirit stones, a rarely seen sum. Unfortunately, we were far too impatient and didn't think things through, allowing the fox to escape. Now, the demon beast had already fled deep into the marsh and is difficult to spot. Although we've searched through a majority of the marsh and occasionally spotted it, it wouldn't allow us to come any closer. It would simply flee deeper inside. With that said, Qiu Huan revealed a trace of regret. When he saw that Han Li wore a pensive expression, he paused for a moment before continuing. We later left a few people to watch over it for a time and discovered that this strange snow-cloud fox is fond of eating huangjing, especially huangjing that is over 10 years old. We reckon that if we wished to lure the beast, we would need huangjing that is at least 50 years old before it would fall into our trap. Hee, so it turned out that Junior Marshal Brother Han is an expert in conducting business. Please don't worry about it, Junior Marshal Brother. With the huangjing, that snow-cloud fox will be practically ours. Kuei Huan couldn't help but grin upon finding that Han Li had spoken truthfully. Han Li smiled and grabbed his storage pouch. He then handed over 30 various colored spirit stones to the young man without any reservations. Kuei Huan received the spirit stones with delight and pledged that they would succeed without problem. With only a bit of idle conversation afterwards, he took his leave with his mind occupied. As Han Li glanced at the departing young man, Han Li's smile faded away and he shook his head. He naturally didn't value the pledge to bring back the spirit stones in any regard. He merely didn't wish to offend anyone having just arrived at the Drifting Cloud sect. Han Li planned on staying at the Drifting Cloud sect for quite a while. Being acquainted with a well-connected individual such as Kuei Huan could prove to be very useful. With that thought, Han Li reactivated the medicine garden's restrictions and returned back to the small stone mountain to continue his cultivation. 3 days later, Han Li was silently standing in front of an embarrassed Kuei Huan. He wasn't there to return the spirit stones, but rather to request Han Li's help to capture the snow-cloud fox. Han Li pursed his lips and doubtfully asked, "You don't have enough people to capture a low-grade demon beast?" Kuei Huan chuckled and said, "Junior Marshal Brother doesn't know how sly this snow-cloud fox is, nor does he know how fast it is. Even common flying magic tools are unable to chase it down. We were originally going to have an inner-sect Senior Marshal Brother lend us a set of obscure track formation tools to deal with the fox. But this Senior Marshal Brother was unexpectedly assigned to task yesterday and is no longer present in the sect. As such, we are lacking a member to use the formation. It would cost us quite a few more spirit stones in order to replace him, as there aren't others that would be willing. That's why I came to request Junior Marshal Brother to assist us. Naturally, we will give Junior Marshal Brother a larger share of spirit stones when we succeed." When Han Li heard this, he stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. Had Kuei Huan come to request his assistance any other time, he would have bluntly refused. There would have been no way he would have wasted his time over such a trivial affair. But a few days before, he had broken through to the 4th layer of the Great Development Technique, and his nerves felt on edge. He had no luck regaining his tranquil temperament ever since. It seemed this was a sign that he had reached a bottleneck for the Great Development Technique. As such, this may prove to be a good opportunity, as bottleneck breakthroughs happen by chance encounters. Perhaps going out would do something for it. Having thought that, Han Li nodded and said, "Since Senior Marshal Brother Kuei had spoken as such, I will assist you. I am quite curious where this green track marsh is." Han Li then lazily smiled. 1. In English, this herb is known as Polygonatum sibiricum or as Solomon's seal. Chapter 607. The Green Track Marsh. Kuei Huan was delighted upon hearing Han Li agree to help him. After deciding on the time and place for Han Li to meet his group, he happily departed. On the dawn of the following day, Han Li activated the restrictions on his cave residence and departed from the medicine garden. He then aloofly flew towards the agreed meeting spot on a flying sword magic tool. It was quite hilarious. He hadn't used flying magic tools ever since he had reached core formation stage. It had been too many years since he had last used one. It had been quite difficult for Han Li to rummage his storage pouches to find an unremarkable high-grade magic tool. He was unable to find any magic tools that were inferior to this one. After flying for a quarter hour, Han Li arrived at the spot where he would meet Kuei Huan, the top of a relatively tall hill. Han Li wasn't particularly surprised to see that no one else was here. He had arrived earlier than was arranged. Han Li casually found a large, clean rock and sat cross-legged on it before meditating and basking in the nearby heaven-earth spiritual chi. 2 hours later, when the blazing sun began to appear off the horizon, several black dots slowly flew across the sky towards the hill. Han Li rubbed his nose at their pitifully slow speed of flight and bitterly laughed. After more time had passed, the group of people had finally arrived on the hill at what Han Li considered to be a snail's pace. "Junior Marshal Brother Han, it is quite considerate of you to have arrived earlier than us," Kuei Huan shouted out to Han Li with a beaming smile. His group was currently flying on low-grade disc magic tools that the sect distributed to all the disciples in the sect. It was no wonder why they were so slow. Kuei Huan then landed on the hill followed by 3 other chi condensation cultivators. Han Li stood up from the rock and turned his gaze to the other 3. It was nothing, I only just arrived. Are these 3 senior martial brothers the rest of the party? Hee, with 5 people we can assume the 5 elements obscure track formation. There are many people but a lack of spirit stones. These 3 are senior martial brothers Ma, Shi and Wang. Kuei Wam widely smiled as he pointed to the 3 behind him and gave them a quick introduction. These 3 weren't particularly old. The oldest amongst them was senior martial brother Wang at the age of 35. This man had a confident and scholarly appearance and possessed the highest cultivation among the 4, at the 11th layer of chi condensation. As for the other 2 youths, one was short and stout while the other had a yellowish face. They appeared to be in their late 20s and both possessed a cultivation at the 10th layer of chi condensation. Senior martial brother Wang seemed to possess an unordinary bearing. As soon he was introduced, he widely smiled at Han Li and said, "We've already heard about junior martial brother Han. We owe much thanks for your help. If not for you we would have had no means to capturing the demon fox." His eloquent words left quite an impression. The other 2 also glanced at Han Li with kind expressions. It seemed they'd gained a rather favorable impression towards Han Li for lending them the spirit stones. Han Li naturally denied this out of politeness. "Senior martial brother is too kind. I merely wish to make more spirit stones." The white-robed cultivator surnamed Wang shook his head and sincerely said, "While these spirit stones can't be considered much to a foundation establishment cultivator, to us chi condensation disciples, they aren't such a paltry sum that can be easily lent to a stranger. Junior martial brother Han is truly someone that I'd like to be friends with." When Han Li heard this, he inwardly nodded and couldn't help but re-examine this man. Senior martial brother Wang's presence, conduct and cultivation was exceptional. He was obviously the leader of this group. Han Li was the last to descend into the valley. Seeing that everyone around him had started to take the miasma treatment pills, he couldn't help but smile. With his body's essence having been purified, any miasma entering his body was cleansed with a single breath. At that moment, the group was flying straight towards the center of the valley. That demon fox is extremely clever and we will only get one chance to capture it. As such, we must find a wide area so that it cannot escape from the formation. There is a flat field free of mud not far ahead of us. We won't have to fear it running away by digging into the mud. From senior martial brother Wang's plans, it seemed he had deliberated much about this matter. Having followed senior martial brother Wang this long, the others in the group naturally raised no objections. As for Han Li, he merely smiled and remained silent. A short moment later, the 5 arrived in a lush, flat field with short shrubbery sparsely scattered about. Without waiting for senior martial brother Wang's instruction, Kuei Huan and the others landed on the field and examined their nearby surroundings. Following a quick discussion, Kuei Huan walked to the center of the field and dug open a small hole. He then carefully took out the huangjing that he bought from the market and shallowly buried it in the hole so that it slightly emerged from the ground. Afterwards he sprinkled a bit more dirt on top to make it look a bit more natural. A faint medicinal aroma immediately began to spread out. Good, that will do. The snow-cloud fox has a very keen sense of smell. Even if the huangjing is 3 feet buried, the snow-cloud fox will surely smell its aged medicinal scent. Kuei Huang stood up and dusted off his hands with satisfaction. He then recalled something and took out a white formation flag. "All right, junior martial brother, take this. It's an obscure track formation flag." Han Li nodded his head and calmly received the small flag. At that moment, senior martial brother Wang began to brief the party. He solemnly said, "In a moment, everyone will take up a position on higher ground. When the demon fox appears, we'll all use the formation flags at the same time and envelope the field in an illusion formation. I am confident that since the snow-cloud fox only recently turned into a demon beast, it will not be able to flee from the formation." All the others nodded their heads in agreement before taking off on their flying magic tools. They all motionlessly floated about 150 meters in the air with formation flags in their hands. They each used shallow invisibility magic techniques to conceal themselves as they waited. Since this involved such a large amount of spirit stones, Kuei Huan and the others each appeared rather nervous as they unblinkingly stared down below. Even senior martial brother Wang wore a grave expression as he deeply stared. In contrast, Han Li was the most calm amongst them. He was holding the white formation flag in a single hand as he swept his gaze around. In fact, Han Li had already enveloped the area of a kilometer around them with his spiritual sense. He would be the first to know if any winds blew or any bush shook. The area became deathly silent as 2 hours passed by. Kuei Huan's neck began to ache as he stood on his magic tool from continuously watching down below. His face revealed faint impatience. He glanced at Senior Marshal Brother Wang and thought to say something to him, but after some hesitation, he shut his mouth upon further thought. There was nothing to complain about even if they had to wait a while longer. This was all in order to capture the demon fox. After yet another hour passed by, most of the group began to feel anxious. As for Han Li, his expression began to stir as he stared at a patch of nearby shrubbery. At that moment, Kuei Huan couldn't help but stir. Chapter 609. The chase. Before Senior Marshal Wang and the other two descended, the youth surnamed Ma had already placed his finger on the white fox's nose and angrily cursed, "Damn! This thing isn't breathing. Don't tell me that it died for nothing." With that said, he raised his head to the three and was about to say something more with an angry face. The three that were descending suddenly had their expressions greatly changed as they shouted, "Careful! The demon fox is alive. It was only playing dead." The three all shouted different words, but their meanings were all the same. The short and stout youth was rather quick-witted, and his expression abruptly changed upon hearing them. His hand instantly blurred and a white talisman appeared between his fingers. He fiercely slapped the talisman onto the fox's tail. However, his actions were clearly too slow. As soon as he extended his hand holding the talisman, he felt a sharp pain coming out from the hand that held onto the fox. He loudly shouted as he unconsciously released his grip. The fox slipped away and rolled onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, the fox's tail had become erect and its fur became the same as needles. The youth's hand was now filled with holes and dripping with blood. When the other three saw this, they flew towards the small beast in furious alarm. The white fox wasn't about to easily be captured. It scuttled away and turned into a white streak as it shot 40 meters away. With several hops, it fled back into the shrubbery. In a moment of desperation, Senior Marshal Brother Wang and the other two surrounded the bush and released their magic tools as they slowly combed through it. But after a short moment, the three revealed astonishment. Apart from a pile of stones, there was nothing else in the bushes. The white fox had clearly disappeared without a trace. The three then despondently stood in place. Kuei Huan unconsciously turned his gaze to the sky and shouted in alarm, Where is Junior Marshal Brother Han going?" At that moment, the others also discovered that Han Li was quickly flying off into the distance. Han Li's voice transmission soon arrived at their ear. "There is no need for Senior Marshal Brothers to be so flustered. That fox slipped away using a vision-obscuring technique and dug into the earth. Right now, I'm using a magic tool to track it down. Once it comes back up, I'll capture it alive." With that said, Han Li flew off towards the edge of the marsh. When Senior Marshal Brother Wang heard him, he grew delighted and called out to the others before impatiently chasing after Han Li. The other three were close behind him. As they hurried along their way, Senior Marshal Brother Wang turned his head around and asked, "Junior Marshal Brother Ma, how is your hand?" The short, stout youth was at the very rear. He muttered with a shameful expression, "It's still good. Fortunately, the fox's tail didn't have any poison. It's merely a superficial wound." After all, it was his carelessness that had resulted in the fox's escape. Additionally, the issue had been called to attention by someone, causing him to feel quite embarrassed. Senior Marshal Brother Wang forced a smile and said, "That's good. Let's quicken our pace. Although I don't know what kind of magic tool Junior Marshal Brother Han is using to track the underground movements of the demon fox, we should hurry after him." Kuei Huan turned around and repeatedly nodded his head in agreement. With an odd tone he said, "Nevertheless, the intelligence of this evolved snowcloud fox is truly too much." Even Senior Marshal Brother Ma couldn't tell that the beast was playing dead. It was quite a shock. Grabbing onto his wounded hand, the cultivator surnamed Ma deeply blushed. Fortunately at that moment, Senior Marshal Brother Wang spoke up for him. "We cannot blame Junior Marshal Brother Ma. Even if I had been the one to check, things might have ended up the same." When the fox had arrived in front of the cliff, it had turned into a ball of white light and blurred into the ground without hesitation. As a result, Han Li summoned the Earth Attribute Artifact Spirit from the Jade Scepter and had the wolf silently open a path. Else, if he were to use a flying sword to cut into a mountain, the fox would be scared away. The mountain was obviously large. Han Li followed the white fox for at least a kilometer before it stopped, appearing inside what seemed to be a stone room. Han Li rejoiced and hastily ordered the yellow wolf to hurry and clear a path. At the same time, Han Li increased the power of his spiritual sense and began to examine the inside of the room. However, as soon as his spiritual sense neared the room, it was repelled by a strange force and he was unable to move it any further. Hanli shouted out in surprise. His rush came to a stop and he suddenly grew careful. At that moment, he felt his body grow still and heavy as if it were bearing the weight of Mount Tai itself. He then heard an insipid voice, "Since a guest has come, there is no need to be overly cautious. Don't tell me that you're waiting for this elder to invite you in?" Just as this was said, countless yellow lights began to appear around him as a huge force pushed him forward. Hanli merely saw a flash of light before he found himself inside the stone room. He was greatly alarmed and instantly waved the jade scepter, covering himself in a red-yellow barrier of light. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a dozen streaks of azure light that hurriedly revolved around him outside the barrier. It was only after this that Hanli could finally feel secure enough to look around. Chapter 6:10, Black-clothed young woman. Without much effort, Hanli spotted the owner of the voice. About 40 meters in front of him, there was a young black-clothed woman sitting cross-legged on a stone platform. The woman had a graceful appearance, but her complexion was deathly pale and her luminous eyes seemed to glow with sparkling light. Hanli was shocked to see that one of her sleeves was empty. She was missing an arm. Before Hanli said anything, the young woman revealed shock upon seeing Hanli release his magic treasures. The young woman chuckled and her bright eyes stirred. "So it turned out that your esteemed self wasn't a chi condensation junior, but a core formation cultivator. Your chi restraint technique is truly impressive. It even tricked me for a moment." As she sat, the snow-cloud fox was comfortably sitting in her lap and was curiously examining Hanli with an intelligent gaze. After sweeping his spiritual sense past her, Hanli's heart trembled. So it turned out that this was Senior's hidden cultivation area. "I'm truly lacking in manners." She appeared to be rather open and allowed his spiritual sense to easily sweep past her. He wasn't able to discover the slightest spiritual chi fluctuations. From what he had gathered based on her abilities and tone, this indicated that her cultivation was truly too great, not that she had some sort of cultivation concealing treasure. Hanli grew greatly vigilant. As Hanli pondered over how to deal with the situation, the young woman raised her flawless pale hand and caressed the snow-cloud fox. She leisurely said, "It appears that your age is quite young yet you've already reached late core formation stage. That is quite exceptional." Hanli took a deep breath and calmly said, "Senior flatters me. Junior was only able to reach this stage through sheer luck. Might I know Senior's esteemed name?" The young woman sighed and said, "My name isn't anything special. If I said it, you wouldn't know of it. Let alone you, even this generation's nascent soul cultivators wouldn't know of it." When Hanli heard this, he felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Could it be that this young woman was an old eccentric that had remained isolated in her cultivation? Although Hanli's heart grew cold, he didn't reveal the slightest trace of panic. After all, he now possessed a great number of secret techniques, especially the recently learned blood shadow evasion technique. With this, Hanli no longer held much fear towards nascent soul cultivators. Of course, Hanli knew he'd be no match for one in a fight, but he was confident he could escape. However, the aftermath of igniting a large quantity of blood essence would force him to remain in secluded cultivation for many years. That being said, Hanli had no idea why this mysterious character had hidden herself beneath the 3 sections. Was it because she had some sort of plot in mind, or was she like himself, only wishing to cultivate in a place with dense spiritual chi? Hanli swept his gaze around the stone room and astonishedly discovered that this room inside the mountain was sealed, and lacked any doors or passageways. Additionally, apart from the stone platform that the young woman was sitting on, there wasn't any other furniture. The room's emptiness gave an extremely icy impression. Hanli also discovered that the room's walls were extremely crude, unlike the common clean cuts of a blade. Rather, these uneven surfaces seemed to come from the wanton swings of a huge axe. As soon as he saw this, a strange expression flickered in his eyes. As if having seen through Hanli's confusion, the young woman suddenly smiled and said, "Since fellow Taoist is puzzled, why not touch the stone walls and dispel your doubts?" When Hanli heard this, his heart stirred. He was truly curious. His recent scan with his spiritual sense discovered nothing strange. The room's walls appeared no different than ordinary stone. "Since Senior has raised the topic, I won't be restraining myself." He slowly reached his left hand towards the stone wall. But to be careful, Hanli continued to observe the young woman with his spiritual sense, fearing she would launch an attack out of greed. Although she hadn't shown any malice, Hanli had lived through many years of hardship and had grown to become extremely careful. When Han Li felt the stone wall, he noticed nothing strange. Then after some thought, he extended his finger and had a streak of azure sword light emerge from the tip of his finger. Han Li stabbed his finger into the wall and shockingly discovered that the stone wall had completely blocked the attack. All that had resulted was a crackle when the light touched the wall. Han Li was dumbstruck, but at the same time, a trace of disbelief arose in his mind. His spiritual power surged as he suddenly struck the stone wall with a foot-long sword streak. As a result, the wall remained completely unharmed without even the slightest scratch. Han Li remained silent as an odd expression flickered across his face. He then pointed to one of his flying swords and had it strike the wall as an azure streak. Afterwards, it flew back with a clear ring. The strike had left an inch-deep cut, but the wall started to slowly smooth itself. After a short moment, the cut had disappeared without a trace. Han Li gasped in shock and couldn't help but turn his head towards her, asking, "What is this? How can it restore itself? Could it be that Senior placed it under the influence of a restriction or spell?" The young woman indifferently said, "Spells? Restrictions? You think too highly of me. This is merely lapis stone. Also known as spirit-absorbing stone, it is an incredibly rare tool refinement material. It is impervious to the spiritual power of magic techniques and treasures, and only great strength can harm it." Han Li faintly frowned and turned back towards the stone wall. He slowly said, "Lapis stone? This junior is quite inexperienced and ignorant. I haven't heard of such a material before." The young woman casually explained, It is natural for fellow Taoists to not hear of this material. This material was incredibly rare even during the era of antiquity, and there aren't many that presently know of it." When Han Li heard this, he was flabbergasted. Just as he thought to say something else, the young woman sweetly smiled and interrupted him. "Although fellow Taoist cultivation is nearing the false nascent stage, your aptitude seems inferior. No, it would be better to say that it is terrible. It seems you've come across fateful encounters to be able to reach this stage of cultivation. Otherwise, your greatest efforts would have only taken you to the foundation establishment stage. Meeting me could also be considered an act of fate. If you don't find the idea undesirable, this elder has a treasure that I can lend to you." As soon as Han Li heard her, he revealed an odd expression, "Lend this junior a treasure?" As if seeing through Han Li's suspicions, her expression sunk and she coldly said, "Of course there will be conditions. First, this item will only be lent. You will have to return it. Secondly, after taking the treasure, there is something you must carry out on my behalf as payment for it." She rummaged through her robes for a moment before taking out a jade box in her hand. The jade box was pitch black and only the size of a fist. Its exterior was incredibly rough and crude, but there was a trace of yellow within the black. It seemed to be incredibly old. Han Li glanced at the young woman's face before turning his gaze back to the black case. Still silent, his expression fluctuated for a moment as he pondered for a moment. He then gravely asked, "Could Senior first tell this junior what is inside the box before he decides?" Upon seeing Han Li's hesitation, the black-clothed woman revealed a trace of impatience. With her brow raised, she pointed at the black box and said, "Surely you must know what a spirit well is. This box happens to hold a spirit well stone of the highest rank, known as a jade spirit well. At the very least, its spiritual chi should allow you to further stabilize your cultivation at the false nascent stage. It will allow you to condense a nascent soul with greater ease. This treasure has been with me for many years. If not for my current cultivation and my current inability to further use it, I wouldn't be lending it to you." With that said, she stroked the black jade box with a reluctant expression. Jade spirit well. Han Li's expression changed several times. This would cut down the time it would take for him to reach false nascent stage by 2/3. He completely swallowed his original words to reject her. After some hesitation, Han Li sighed and said, "Might I ask what Senior would like Junior to do? If you can't do something with your current cultivation, how could I possibly help you?" The young woman revealed an expression of joy seeing that Han Li was willing to agree. "Be at ease. I'm not asking you to kill someone. I'm only asking you to run errands. Although my cultivation is great, I cannot depart from this room for a certain reason. I only want you to deliver a letter for me." "You only wish for me to deliver a letter?" This was completely beyond his expectations. "Of course. Did you really believe that I'd have you kill someone?" The black-clothed woman covered her smile, revealing an overwhelming allure. Chapter 611. A Golden Talisman. When Han Li heard this, he faintly blushed. If it's only to deliver a letter, Junior is willing to accept. It was only natural for him to accept such a trivial task, considering the reward. The young woman seemed rather happy and raised her hand without another word. The box was wrapped in a green light and smoothly flew over to Han Li. Han Li received the black box and swept his spiritual sense over it. The spiritual chi within the box was truly abundant, as if it really contained a jade spirit well. Of course, given Han Li's cautious nature, he wanted to personally examine what was inside the box. With a flash of azure light from his hand, the black box opened by itself to reveal a dense, white mist of extremely pure spiritual chi, flooding the stone room in an instant. Han Li's heart stirred and he examined the inside of the box with suspicion. He only saw a gentle white light that emitted from a sparkling white jade stone only several inches long. Han Li was left startled not by the stone itself, but by the thumb-sized cow inside the transparent stone that was continuously wagging its tail as if it were alive. When the young woman saw Han Li's shock, a peculiar expression flickered from her bright eyes. She casually smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" This jade spirit well had quickly nurtured a treasure incarnation. Common spirit well stones are incomparable to it. If you were to cultivate with this, you would achieve twice the results with half the effort. After taking another glance at the jade spirit well inside the box, he eventually closed it and calmly raised his head. Right. With this item, Junior would only spend about a dozen years to reach false nascent stage instead of several tens. At that moment, Han Li had finally realized that the jade cloud fox had been stained by the jade spirit well's spiritual chi. That was why it had possessed such a faint, pure spiritual chi. It was quite possible that its transformation into a demon had something to do with the spirit well. Han Li's regained calm somewhat surprised the young woman. She couldn't help but take another glance at him in her astonishment. After drawing away a loose hair from her forehead, she casually said with an insipid voice, "All right, since I've already given this item to you, I'll be giving you the jade slip to deliver as well. There is also another jade box below on the platform I am sitting on. Tear off the talisman that seals it and hand it to me. There is a token in the box that I want you to deliver with it." "You want Junior to take it for you?" Han Li revealed suspicion and grew vigilant. "Humph? Still afraid this old woman means you harm? If I could grab it myself, would I ask you to do it?" The young woman resentfully smiled and lifted up her long robes with her hand. Han Li's expression greatly changed upon seeing her legs. They were shriveled like firewood as they were crossed together. There wasn't the slightest flesh apart from some dried-up skin. It made for a rather fearsome appearance. But what surprised Han Li even more was the several silver sparkling chains that penetrated her legs that deeply bore into the stone platform. Han Li pursed his lips and raised his head to look at the young woman. Although his face appeared completely bewildered, he didn't ask anything further. He knew that the woman was certain to offer the explanation. As a result, the woman's face grew icy and she placed her robes back down. She dryly said, "I am in this stone mountain for the lapis stone. I had a room of it and then I used the 2 chains to restrict my legs and trap myself here." "You trapped yourself?" Han Li was entirely confused by this. "That's right. My cultivation art is the underworldly slaughter arts. Although the cultivation art is incredibly fast and its might is extraordinary, it has a fatal flaw. Once it is completed, the cultivator will easily lose their human nature and become bloodthirsty." As a result, he stepped forward without speaking any useless words and circled around the stone platform to find a hole. Han Li carefully probed it with his spiritual sense and he raised his brows. He reached in to find a jade box. The jade box had an antique style and was a faint yellow with odd flames engraved on it. The silhouette of a person could be seen standing within those flames as if they were roaring towards the heavens. There was also a flickering golden talisman on the jade box that faintly emitted an aura that caused Han Li to feel uneasy. He unconsciously frowned. The black-clothed woman couldn't help but grow excited and said, "That's the box. Fellow Taoist, tear off the talisman and let me look at it." Han Li had already placed his hand on the jade case and was about to tear the talisman off. However, when the young woman's voice trembled in uncontainable excitement, Han Li felt an indescribable feeling of dread. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li withdrew his hand from the box and raised his head instead. Han Li's heart thumped upon seeing her. Her eyes had changed into a dark green and her appearance had become warped. A fearsome, menacing gaze had completely replaced her previously dignified air. When the young woman saw Han Li raise his head, she was startled and regained her awareness. Her warped appearance and green eyes disappeared in an instant. She said in a relaxed tone, "Fellow Taoist, why are you looking at me? Why haven't you torn off that talisman?" Don't forget, the Jade Spirit Well is a treasure rarely seen in this world and I've already given it to you. Why are you still hesitating? Han Li glanced at the black-clothed young woman and looked down at the golden talisman tightly sealing the jade box. Without saying anything further, he narrowed his eyes and slowly walked towards her with the jade box in hand. Fellow Taoist, what are you going? Stop. Don't come closer. When the woman saw Han Li walking over with the golden talisman still on the jade box, her expression immediately changed and she began to shout with a panicked expression. Chapter 6:12. Cadaver Demon. When Han Li saw the young woman's reaction, his expression immediately became gloomy and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. He wordlessly raised the box as he approached her. Although he didn't know why she was so scared of this talisman, he knew she wasn't harboring any good intentions toward him, and he decided to drop any formalities. The black-clothed young woman had completely lost her mind to fear as he approached and instantly slapped the stone platform beneath her to launch herself away. However, this action activated some sort of restriction. Just as she reached 3 meters away, red light enveloped her and brought her back to her original position. At that moment, the jade box flew out of Han Li's grasp and released a series of clear rings as it flew towards the woman's head. The golden talisman on the box flourished with radiance and released countless golden talisman characters that slowly floated down towards the young woman. No! The black-clothed woman shouted in despair. Her beautiful appearance warped in an instant. She quickly used her sole arm to cover her face and dropped her head down to her chest, desperately trying to keep her face away from the talisman. As the golden talisman characters finally dropped down to the young woman's shoulder, golden light sparked and released a wisp of green smoke. The young woman's body greatly trembled as she released a monstrous wail of anguish. The wail was deafeningly sharp and inhuman, much to Han Li's shock. He unconsciously took several steps back and he felt cold sweat line his palm. In one hand he tightly grabbed onto his spirit beast pouch with the gold-devouring beetles and tightly clutched onto the jade scepter with the other as he solemnly stared at the stone platform. As further talisman characters fell onto the black-clothed young woman, even more green smoke began to surge from her body. After a short moment, the green smoke had enveloped her. Her body could no longer be seen, but the flashes of light and wails never ceased. In a moment, the wails became screeching. In another, they became frantically hoarse. The sudden and unceasing transformations of the monstrous wails were awful to behold. As Han Li watched in apprehension, he held his breath and pursed his lips. A fishy scent had filled the room as soon as the green smoke appeared. Each breath of it immediately caused him to feel a wave of dizziness and nausea, much to his surprise. The smoke seemed to be extremely poisonous. Soon after, cracks began to sound out from within the green smoke. Han Li was startled. Before he realized what those sounds were, he heard a swish of wind. A dark green claw that was tangled in silver chains suddenly extended from the mist at the speed of lightning and fiercely swiped towards Han Li at the corner of the room. The claw was as flexible as a snake, suddenly bending and reaching out 10 meters towards Han Li, trying to grab him. Han Li trembled and his grip tightened on the jade scepter. Just as he thought to execute a technique, the silver chains suddenly restrained the ghostly claws in a storm of sparks, filling the room with a scorched stench. A painful moan roared from within the smoke and the sharp claw quickly withdrew. Han Li stared into the mist with tightly shut lips, his expression continuously fluctuating. After some consideration, Han Li's expression grew sullen and he drew back with 2 additional steps. With the lapis stone wall close against his back, he poured a great amount of spiritual energy into the jade scepter, thickening the red-yellow light barrier around his body and causing him to feel somewhat more at ease. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, yet another monstrous scream left the mist, and the radiance of the jade box's golden talisman gradually dimmed. The amount of talisman characters it produced had also started to grow sparse. Han Li grabbed the white fox by its nape and turned around to leave the stone room. As he walked, he unconsciously muttered, "You are quite persistent. Not only did you manage to preserve your life through that, you even managed to survive until now in the company of the cadaver demon. Truly inconceivable." That's inconceivable. Just as Han Li said that, his steps came to a sudden stop as a thought appeared in his mind. With a greatly changed expression, he suddenly waved his arm and ruthlessly flung the white fox towards the stone wall. In that instant, a trace of resentment appeared within the demon fox's eyes. Those short and small limbs sharply increased in length, and it swiped its snow-white claws at his chest. A huge clang shook the room. In the midst of Han Li's furious alarm, the white silhouette blurred as it was flung towards the wall. Preventing itself from being smashed, the small fox deftly rolled several times in the air and distorted its body to fall down at a corner of the room. An ice-cold gaze appeared in its eyes, and it stood unscathed as it gazed at Han Li. Its green eyes faintly revealed a trace of disappointment. Shaken with fear, Han Li glanced at the large hole left behind on his clothes, revealing a sparkle of green light. It was the inner armor that he had looted off of Wen Tianren. After the royal scale plate had been destroyed, Han Li had decided to replace it with this inner armor instead. Despite not knowing its name, Han Li could tell it wasn't inferior to the royal scale plate in the slightest. Although the sly and fierce attack had caught Han Li off guard, it was naturally incapable of piercing through an armor that even common magic treasures couldn't harm. With his calm regained, Han Li stared at the white fox and gloomily asked, "Who are you?" That morphed attack was something a low-grade demon beast isn't capable of. At the same moment he waved the jade scepter and tried to emit a light barrier around him. However, he was shocked to discover the jade scepter was completely unresponsive. Han Li bewilderedly glanced at the yellow wolf to discover that it was standing in place without any changes. Facing a powerful enemy, Han Li couldn't further investigate this and ordered the flying swords above him to form a curtain in front of him. With the droning flying swords protecting him, Han Li finally felt somewhat more at ease. In the following moment, Han Li was shocked to hear human words come from the snowcloud fox's mouth. "Who am I? I'm the one who you just attacked. Don't tell me you've forgotten about me already?" The familiar woman's voice revealed a trace of mockery as the fox suddenly stood up on its hind legs. In that moment, the demon beast began to transform before Han Li's eyes. Within a few breaths' time, the white fox grew several times its size and shed the entirety of its fur in an instant. It transformed into a gorgeous young woman with a fox's tail. Han Li pursed his lips and could no longer keep calm. His entire face was filled with astonishment. This woman appeared exactly the same as the black-clothed woman except for the fact that she was nude. With her ample chest bared, she glanced at Han Li and flirtatiously said, "Ha! My demon fox incarnation is not bad at all." However, the depths of her bright eyes didn't contain the slightest warmth. After Han Li took a deep breath, he recovered his calm and coldly said, "That was you?" He unconsciously glanced at the stone platform and saw that the corpse demon was completely still. With his heart relieved, he turned his sights to the newly formed woman. It would be reasonable to say that any demon beast that could assume human form was grade 8 at the very least. However, when he examined the cadaver demon's white fox incarnation, he saw that it only had the cultivation of a 7th grade demon beast. Han Li felt surprise but not fear. However, he didn't dare to completely trust the judgment of his spiritual sense. With a solemn expression on his face, he recalled what he had read about high-grade demon foxes. Nearly all demon foxes of this level were able to fully utilize illusion techniques. Many were even capable of toying around with similar grade cultivators without their knowledge. Their gift for concealment was among the best of all demon beasts. Previously, Han Li had felt somewhat doubtful of those words. He had managed to examine the woman with his immense spiritual sense with ease. However, since the cadaver demon had the ability to transform and retain this cultivation, why wasn't it able to take off the golden talisman of the jade box? Could it be that the demon still feared the golden talisman? Even in that case, with her cultivation she would be able to kidnap a low-grade cultivator and force them to tear it off. As Han Li began to expressionlessly ponder, he faintly felt that the demon fox wasn't so simple as just the cadaver demon's incarnation. There was certain to be something hidden deeper. With that thought, he regained his calm and glanced at the naked young woman before him with a trace of harsh killing intent. "Regardless of whether or not you're the cadaver demon's incarnation, only one of us will be leaving alive." With this staunch declaration, Han Li pointed to his flying swords without hesitation and had the azure sword curtain surge with light. It then transformed into a mist as it engulfed the demon fox's corner of the room in an enormous display of strength. When the young woman saw Han Li's attack, she smirked and licked her luscious pink lips. With a bewitching, bone-shaking laugher, she faded away in a flash of white light. The azure mist ended up striking nothing but the lapis stone wall in a series of small rings. Han Li frowned and quickly swept his spiritual sense across the room but found no trace of the demon fox. Her concealment technique was far beyond his own. However, Han Li still remained calm. He coldly sorted and slapped the storage pouch, taking a small silver bell into his hand. "Go!" Han Li shouted. The small bell began to glow and instantly flew to a meter above his head. Without the slightest delay, Han Li formed an incantation gesture with his hand and opened his mouth, releasing a breathful of azure chi towards the small bell. The ancient treasure flowed with light before releasing a loud clang. Since this room was sealed, the silver bell sound attacks should be slightly more effective. As of that moment, the entire lapis stone room began to reverberate and the air within 20 meters of Han Li began to distort. Soon after, the naked woman revealed herself in a flash of white as she staggered from the attack. Han Li rejoiced and was inwardly puzzled. The demon fox appeared weaker than common grade 7 demon beasts. Was this because the cadaver demon had sustained damage before the incarnation took form? With that in mind, Han Li flicked his hand without any further hesitation, shooting 5 streaks of azure sword chi towards her. The meter-long streaks of light penetrated through her body in an instant. Then with a miserable scream, the woman fell to the ground as a puddle of blood began to form around her. Han Li felt rather stunned at how easy it had been. While he was at a loss, the jade scepter in his hand suddenly grew hot and pulsed with red light as it surrounded his body in a dark red light barrier. Immediately after, several silver strands attacked him from a seemingly empty area. The light barrier's sudden appearance had managed to just block them just in time. What? No. A man and a woman's voice shouted at the same time. After recovering from his fright, Han Li opened his mouth and spat out an azure streak in the direction from where the silver strings were launched. A series of alluring, soul-shaking laughs suddenly sounded out as a flash of white light appeared at another place in the room. The naked woman appeared with her chest loosely held in her arms. Han Li's expression became extremely unsightly, and his gaze turned towards where the young woman had previously fallen. However, there was no longer anything there. Han Li pursed his dry lips and sullenly said, "Illusion technique." The young woman widely smiled and didn't respond. Instead, her gaze dropped down towards the yellow wolf at his side, and her face revealed a trace of astonishment. When Han Li saw the young woman reveal this expression, his heart stirred and he glanced at the wolf as well. Afterwards, his attention turned to the jade scepter in his hand and his expression began to waver. The light barrier blocking the fox's cunning strike wasn't something that he had ordered. Could it be that the artifact spirit had taken the initiative to rescue him? At that moment, the mystery behind the huge silver wolf, the combined form of the red and yellow wolves, was suddenly brought to Han Li's mind as his heart grew heavy. The young woman twisted her slender waist and thought to say something when the jade scepter in Han Li's hand pulsed before a red wolf emerged before Han Li in a flash of red light. As soon as it appeared, both the red and yellow wolves merged together in a dazzling display. Han Li was deeply shocked by the scene and tightened his grip on the jade scepter, not daring to make any rash movements. As he expected, a ring of silver light erupted from the converging yellow and red light, revealing a 3-meter-tall silver wolf from within it. The wolf floated in the air as it stared at the demon fox with interest. Although the naked woman didn't know what the silver wolf was, for some reason she had felt her heart drop as soon as it had appeared, arousing a faint sense of foreboding. Under the stare of the huge wolf, her charming expression unconsciously froze. It was then that she realized things were far from good for her. With raised brows and a serious expression, she spat out a pink, fragrant mist, concealing her entire body in an instant. The pink mist quickly spread throughout the air and enveloped most of the room in the blink of an eye. Although Han Li didn't know what purpose this pink mist had, he didn't dare to breath it in. His expression immediately grew stern as he grabbed the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Regardless of how formidable the demon fox's technique may be, he didn't believe that it would be able to endure the attack of the tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles. But just as Han Li was about to open the spirit beast pouch, the silver wolf had taken action, much to his astonishment. The silver wolf suddenly opened his mouth and released countless fist-sized spheres of silver light into the mist in a violent torrent. Then with a howl, the wolf charged forward in a streak of silver light. Han Li was at such a loss that he stopped summoning his gold-devouring beetles. In the next moment, all of the silver spheres that had entered the mist began to burst. Silver light intertwined with the pink mist, causing the demon fox to shout in furious alarm. With that, the silver wolf then entered the mist. "What are you doing?" "Impossible." "You." "No." As if having seen something unbelievable, the demon fox began to scream out in fright. An instant later, the miserable wails faded away as quickly as they had appeared. When Han Li heard this, his expression changed as he stared into the mist with narrowed eyes. Fortunately, the mist began to dissipate from a lack of spiritual power and revealed the previous hidden scene. Han Li's face distorted at the sight of the demon fox's naked form trembling on the ground. Pink and silver light enveloped different halves of the body with the lights intertwined at the body's center, continuously releasing sparks as if they were in opposition. Possession? Hanli shouted in his bewilderment. The silver light suddenly gained the advantage and slowly encroached on the pink light's territory. No! The young woman suddenly wrapped her head in her arms and screamed in pain. Soon after, her body began to tremble as its body began to change in a series of white flashes. Chapter 6:15. Silvermoon Wolf. The female voice coldly said, "Humph! Who's a woman? Do you mean me?" When Hanli heard this, he wryly smiled in response and withdrew his magic swords that were revolving at his side. He then calmly said, "I don't care if you're a man or a woman. I just want to hear of your origins." The white fox crouched and calmly glanced at Hanli. "My origins? Am I not the artifact spirit of the ancient treasure in your hand?" Hanli frowned and gloomily replied, "Of course I know you're an artifact spirit. However, I've never heard of an artifact spirit being capable of possession." The white fox curled its mouth and casually said, "This merely illustrates your ignorance. Have I not already demonstrated that it is possible?" When Hanli heard this, he grew silent for a moment. After a short moment, he lifted the jade scepter in his hand and began to carefully look it over. A vigilant expression appeared in the white fox's eyes and she coldly asked, "What do you plan on doing?" Hanli sighed and calmly asked, "Nothing in particular. I am merely curious as to how useless this jade scepter is now that you've successfully possessed the demon fox. If I were to shatter this, would anything happen to you?" The white fox's expression massively changed and it fiercely glared at Hanli. But after only a short moment, it thought of something and its imposing attitude soon disappeared. The white fox insipidly said, "You don't need to test me. It is true that if you shatter the jade scepter, I will disappear as well. After all, artifact spirits are one with the treasures that contain them." Afterwards, white light flashed from the fox's body and a huge pressure began to emit from it. Hanli's heart trembled, and his expression immediately became tense. The white fox glanced at Hanli and said, "There is no need to be worried. I merely find it inconvenient to speak to you in beast form, so I am transforming into a human." When Hanli heard this, he felt somewhat surprised but a bit more at ease as well. At that moment, the white fox glowed with a blinding silver light, causing Hanli to unconsciously take a few steps back. The white glow faded away to reveal a young woman with an alluring beauty. Apart from her shining green eyes being replaced with a clear black, the woman's appearance was exactly the same as before it had been possessed. It seemed a demon beast human form was permanent and it was incapable of being changed. As Hanli pondered to himself, the young woman unconsciously covered her body. She then hesitantly asked, "Does fellow Taoist have any clothes? I feel unaccustomed to this." After that was said, the woman revealed an expression of slight shyness. Hanli was stunned for a moment, but he soon took out a few reserve clothes from his storage pouch and handed them over. "Many thanks, fellow Taoist." The young woman took the clothes and began to drape them on her body, covering herself. Hanli's expression stirred. The woman's every action exuded an undescribable gracefulness. Even women from noble households would find it difficult to match her. It was incredulous that she was originally a silver wolf. Having finished putting on her clothes, the woman turned to Hanli and slowly said, "You may call me Silvermoon. As for my origins, it's not that I don't wish to tell you, but I cannot remember them myself. You should know that when a demon's soul is refined into an artifact spirit, their consciousness will fade away and they become an obedient entity for their master to command. But for some unknown reason, I one day regained awareness and recalled a few memories of when I was alive. Although it is a rather small amount, I regained some ability for independent action. I faintly recalled that I was once a member of the Silver Wolves clan. As such, I've named myself Silvermoon Wolf since I do not have any memory of my original name." As she said this, the young woman elegantly took a few steps as if to slowly get accustomed to her new body. A pensive expression appeared on Hanli's face as he stroked his chin. "The Silvermoon Wolves clan? I have no records of such demon beast." Silvermoon frowned and said, "This merely came from a portion of my shattered memories. Perhaps I remembered incorrectly." Hanli pondered for a moment before solemnly asking, "All right, you've lost the memories of your past, but what about the matter of an artifact spirit taking possession of another body? Don't tell me that all artifact spirits can do this. If this were true, the cultivation world would have long ago been thrown into disarray." The young woman coldly smiled and countered, Do you really believe that I can casually possess any flesh body as I wish? Han Li narrowed his eyes and stared at the woman. What do you mean? Silvermoon pursed her lips and explained, the technique that I just used can't strictly be considered possession. It is merely an innate ability of us Silvermoon wolves called soul devouring. By using our manifested souls, we may directly attack the soul of another. Of course, once we devour their souls, we may temporarily take control of the new body. However, this cannot last for a long period of time, otherwise our souls will merge with the possessed body and we will no longer be able to return to our own. Additionally, this ability is a double-edged sword. Our spiritual sense isn't particularly stronger than those of other demon clans. If we were to come across an opponent with a stronger spiritual sense, our lives would be thrown away. As a result, none dared to rashly use it. However, to someone without a body like me, it doesn't particularly matter. Having seen Han Li's astonishment, she guessed what Han Li was about to ask and hurriedly continued, Please don't ask me about the specifics of soul devouring. It is only something I have an instinctual grasp of. But there is no need to worry, soul devouring possesses many restrictions and isn't something that I can casually use. It would have been impossible for me to use it as an artifact spirit if I weren't originally a Silvermoon wolf. Had I not been fortunate enough to come across this four-pupiled fox, I wouldn't have used it. I would have merely chosen to remain inside the Jade Scepter instead. According to my memories, the four-pupiled foxes were innately vulnerable against Silvermoon wolves. With its spirit already possessed by the cadaver demon and without having to deal with the original body's master, I was luckily able to succeed in possessing it. Han Li closely looked into her eyes and found nothing strange. He couldn't help but doubtfully ask, For pupiled fox? Was it not a snowcloud fox? Its namesake, the innate devil pupils, only appear after its cultivation has reached the greater success stage. Our Silvermoon wolves' soul devouring is a joke in comparison to their devil eyes with their fearsome deadliness. Chapter 616. Master of an artifact spirit. Han Li didn't directly respond to her question and responded with raised eyebrows. From the techniques and abilities that you displayed today as well as during that time in Heaven Void Hall, it seemed that you deliberately allowed me to acquire the Jade Scepter. Is that right? Silver Wolf felt somewhat stunned by his question, and she smiled with luminous eyes. As the Jade Scepter's tool spirit, I didn't have much of a chance to leave Heaven Void Hall by myself. I needed a cultivator to bring me out. On that day, I didn't use my full abilities to resist capture. And with my cultivation greatly reduced after breaking free from the Heaven Void Cauldron, my full resistance wouldn't have been able to stop a nascent soul cultivator. In the end, it would have been better for me to fall into the hands of a core formation cultivator instead. After muttering to himself for a moment, Han Li asked with a deep voice, That day, I wasn't the only core formation cultivator there. Why didn't you fall into the hands of the other two? Did you choose me? Silvermoon's expression stirred and asked, You mean the youth surnamed Wu and the Ghost Dao cultivator that planned on killing you for the Heaven Void Cauldron? That's right. Silvermoon pursed her lips and sweetly smiled. I simply found them undesirable. One was eerie and filled with ghost chi and the other shriveled and hideous. Although you aren't a majestic figure, you could be considered somewhat pleasing to the eye. Do you find these reasons acceptable? She seemed both earnest and joking as she said this. Han Li found himself overwhelmed with a feeling of not knowing whether he should laugh or cry. Since fellow Taoist is unwilling to speak of it, I won't press you since I have a more important question to ask. Have you been able to observe my actions over the years from within my storage pouch? Han Li's question was spoken with an icy tone, causing the temperature in the room to instantly drop. Her smile vanished and she seriously responded, That's right. Regardless of whether it is Brother Han's techniques or magic treasures, I have been able to observe everything. I even know of the small heaven-defying bottle of yours. Although he had faintly guessed as much, Han Li's expression instantly grew gloomy upon hearing her. He icily glanced at the young woman in silence as if he were thinking of a countermeasure. Silvermoon ignored Han Li's icy expression and asked with a weak smile, Could it be that fellow Taoist Han plans on killing me? After all, if any of the cultivator clans were to know that such a heaven-defying treasure were to exist, Brother Han would surely meet a miserable end. When Han Li heard her, his eyes narrowed and his gaze became sharp as a blade's edge. With a hostile expression, Han Li chillingly said, Since fellow Taoist Silvermoon is fully aware of this and dares to brazenly mention it, are you not afraid that I will destroy your linked treasure? If you were to perish, there wouldn't be any leaked secrets. Or do you believe that I wouldn't be able to kill you? Silvermoon shook her head and serenely said, "With your current abilities and magic treasures along with my unfamiliarity with this body, it is unlikely that I could prove to be your opponent. And after seizing this body through soul devouring, my cultivation greatly decreased. If we were to fight, I'd only have a 30% chance of victory if I'm being generous. Besides, my house treasure is in your hands. I could disappear as soon as you willed it." Han Li coldly snorted, but the young woman continued her explanation without a care. "I am very much satisfied that fellow Daoist Han has been able to tolerate me this far without killing me. While you can't be considered a chivalrous hero, you are still clearly someone who understands debts of gratitude. If I hadn't taken action to block the demon fox's attack, Brother Han probably wouldn't have given me the opportunity to speak so much rubbish." Han Li didn't deny her, instead calmly admitting, "Even if I give you the opportunity, if you aren't able to convince me, I will still take action. I cannot allow any knowledge of the bottle to escape." Silvermoon explained with an appreciative expression, "That's fine. Brother Han's words are still in line with my predictions. If fellow Daoist Han were not ruthless and decisive, he wouldn't have made it this far on the path of cultivation, and I definitely wouldn't have saved you. After all, I don't wish to be immediately discarded after recognizing a master." Han Li was stunned for a moment before he sneered and said, "Recognizing a master? What is that supposed to mean? Do you really believe that I'd release you over a few words?" The woman's eyes brightly stirred as she further explained, "Of course it isn't such a simple matter. According to my knowledge, your set of bamboo cloud's warm swords has no artifact spirit. I am capable of shifting my main soul from the jade scepter over to your bamboo cloud's warm swords for the time being. With this, your flying swords would become far stronger, and you could end my life with a single thought. This should be enough for you to release me. After all, as your artifact spirit, you'll be able to sense if I have even the slightest malice towards you. Also, since my flesh body cannot be separated too far away from my main soul, there will be no fear of me abandoning you." Han Li frowned and deliberated for a long while before nonchalantly asking, "Can artifact spirits change their main bodies? If that is possible, then why are you willing to become my artifact spirit? Don't tell me that this is just because you're grateful that I've taken you out of Heaven Void Hall." The young woman sighed and slowly said, "Other artifact spirits possess no awareness and are naturally incapable of changing their house treasure. However, I am different. So long as we are both willing, I am completely capable of doing this. Naturally, if I am to change my house treasure, I will certainly feel immense pain, but that cannot be helped. As for my intentions, I naturally don't wish to be an artifact spirit for eternity. Don't think my views to be contradictory. I am only willing to become your artifact spirit now so that I may acquire true freedom in the future." Han Li's heart stirred and his expression grew lax. "Could you speak of that in more detail? I am not too sure of the specifics, but my scattered memories tell me that if I cultivate a secret technique, and my house treasure's master reaches the legendary deity transformation stage, then I will acquire my freedom in the instant they ascend to the next realm. But before that happens, I will still be under your control. But if you were to die for any reason before then, I will have to find another cultivator." Chapter 617. Return. "All right, I'll do as you said. But how will Brother Han handle this cadaver demon?" The white fox spoke to Han Li through a voice transmission. Han Li took a look at the green-haired cadaver demon and casually said, "First I'll see whether or not the gold-devouring beetles can destroy it. If that isn't possible, then there is nothing that can be done. We'll just leave it alone. Besides, regardless of the outcome, I'll be taking the jade box that has its main soul. It won't be able to cause any major problems later on." He then slapped his waist and launched the spirit beast pouch into the air, releasing countless black-tainted gold-devouring beetles to surround the cadaver demon. Sounds of the beetles gnawing spread throughout the room, but soon Han Li saw a portion of the gold-devouring beetles suddenly fall onto their backs and die. Their tricolored shell turned dark green in an instant. "What fearsome poison!" Han Li muttered with a faint scowl. After a moment of hesitation, he had the flying beetles return to his spirit beast pouch. The white fox pondered for a long moment and said, "The cadaver demon's rotting poison might not be among the 10 deadliest poisons in the land, but it isn't something that your incomplete gold-devouring beetles are capable of enduring." Han Li snorted and frowned as he coldly glanced at the cadaver demon. The monster's body was extremely durable, far beyond that of the venomous flood dragon. He reckoned that if he were to destroy the cadaver demon, it would cause a majority of his black-tainted gold-devouring beetles to perish. There was no way Han Li would suffer such a loss over a fruitless matter. Let's go. Han Li spoke without the slightest hesitation. The white fox nodded her head and said, that does seem to be the only choice. Perhaps there will be a later use for the cadaver demon. With that said, a strange light glowed from the white fox and a yellow wolf head emerged from its body. As soon as the yellow wolf appeared, it opened its mouth wide and enveloped them both in yellow light. Afterwards, Han Li and the white fox disappeared from the room. Senior Marshal Brother Wang and the other 3 qi condensation cultivators were anxiously standing outside of the cliff. With none of them capable of using earth movement techniques, they could only wait for Han Li to return. Kuei Huan grew impatient and asked, Senior Marshal Brother, do you think Junior Marshal Brother Han succeeded? When the other 2 heard him, they attentively looked at Senior Marshal Brother Wang. He wryly smiled and said, it's hard to say. With Junior Marshal Brother Han's 10th layer cultivation, it shouldn't have been easy for him to chase after the demon fox. However, Junior Marshal Brother Han does possess an impressive magic tool. Perhaps he'll be able to give us a pleasant surprise, but either result shouldn't come as a shock. When the other 3 heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. The short, stout youth sighed and shook his injured hand. When he thought to say something further, a yellow light suddenly flashed from the cliff to reveal Han Li with a small fox in his grasp. Junior Marshal Brother Han. You truly managed to capture the fox. All 4 of the cultivators began to speak with expressions of excitement. Han Li chuckled and said, it wasn't much. The fox was quite cunning and circled several times within the mountain. Had it not exhausted its spiritual power, I fear I wouldn't have been able to capture it so quickly. He then tossed the white fox towards Kuei Huan. Kuei Huan was stunned for a moment before excitedly catching it. The short, stout youth hurriedly warned, Junior Marshal Brother Kuei, be careful. Don't let it run away. Kuei Huan lifted the white fox and replied, don't worry. I'll be very careful. Afterwards, he slapped his storage pouch and took out a dark green bag before quickly slipping the small fox inside. Kuei Huan quickly tied the pouch closed and proudly said, hee hee. How will you escape from this pouch, little fox? Han Li took a look at the small pouch, but after seeing that it was only a low-grade spirit tool, he paid it no further heed. Senior Marshal Brother Wang didn't pay any further attention to the small fox in the pouch. He instead faced Han Li and cordially said, we were only able to capture the demon fox in great thanks to Junior Marshal Brother Han. Since we aren't an unscrupulous sort, we'll give Junior Brother Han a third of whatever the fox will fetch us. As for the rest, we'll split it evenly among us 4. How does that sound? Han Li smiled in response. From Senior Marshal Brother Wang's skilled display, it seemed he truly wished to form a relationship with Han Li. As a result, Han Li nodded his head and agreed without any reservations. Since Brother Wang has made up his mind, I have no complaints. Although the other 3 felt somewhat reluctant to receive fewer spirit stones, they all knew that if it weren't for Han Li's assistance they would have ended up wasting their efforts. As such, no one raised any objections. In the following moments, Han Li shared a few pleasantries with the others before excusing himself on the pretenses of having a pressing matter at hand. With Han Li heading back to the sect, the other 4 decided to strike while the iron was hot and head straight to the market city at the center of the Dreamcloud Mountains. Since that was where the disciples of the 3 sects mingled the most, they reckoned they would fetch the highest price for the Snowcloud Fox there. The 4 then departed from the marsh in high spirits. Han Li didn't travel far before casually finding a small mountain nearby. He dropped down and sat cross-legged on a flat rock before closing his eyes. He had the jade scepter on hand, allowing the white fox to find him when the time came. About an hour later, Han Li's expression stirred and he opened his eyes. At nearly the same time, a yellow light emerged from the earth revealing the white fox. Han Li looked at the white fox and indifferently said, well, aren't you fast? The white fox raised its head and chuckled, it isn't that I'm fast. It's just that they underestimated me by using a low-grade spirit tool to contain me. I fear they still haven't discovered that I've disappeared. Han Li expressionlessly said, but now those drifting cloud sect disciples will have made a wasted effort. When the time comes, I should give them a bit of compensation. The white fox shook its head and said, if that's the case, they will have profited from this disaster. All right, let's cut the rubbish. Shrink yourself and hide in my sleeve for the time being. We're going to return. Han Li then shook his sleeve. When the white fox heard him, she wordlessly shrunk herself in a glimmer of silver light and flew into Han Li's sleeve as a white blur. Because of the restrictions that Han Li had placed on the white fox's body, he had no fear of any sinister designs the white fox may hold, allowing him to confidently fly back. Instead of returning to his cave residence, he first dropped down into the market city at the main mountain of the Drifting Cloud sect. They should have the materials he needed to shift the housing of the artifact spirit. He needed to hurry up and make preparations for his return. Each passing day that Silvermoon remained as a loose artifact spirit was a day that he felt uneasy. Hanli was able to purchase the ingredients without problem. He easily found a store dealing with materials and purchased them all in one go. Although these materials were uncommon, they weren't particularly rare or precious. As a result, no one has asked him what he was using them for. With both the materials and White Fox on hand, Hanli flew back to the medicine garden with satisfaction. But just as he arrived at the medicine garden, there were two people standing outside the restrictions. One of them was Kuei Huan, who was sighing with an appearance of nervousness. The other person was a sullen-faced senior marshal brother Wang. When Hanli saw them, he inwardly sighed. He obviously knew why they were here. However, Hanli landed near them with an expression of ignorance. When they saw that Hanli had returned, they glanced at each other and wore embarrassed expressions. Hanli stepped forward and calmly asked, "Fellow Taoists, why have you returned so quickly? Have you already sold the Snowcloud Fox?" After a moment of hesitation, Senior Marshal Brother Wang wryly smiled and said, I'm afraid we've let Brother Han down." Hanli stroked his chin and asked, "Oh, what happened? Was there an incident with the Snowcloud Fox?" Kuei Huan opened his eyes wide and bewilderedly asked, "Junior Marshal Brother Han, how did you know?" Could Senior Marshal Brother explain a few of the finer details? Senior Marshal Brother Wang glanced at Hanli and slowly said, "Of course. The Sword Trial Assembly is actually for showing off newly joined disciples. Regardless of one's identity, so long as they are a newly accepted disciple that isn't over the age of 30, one can participate. As for you, Junior Marshal Brother Han, you still appear to be in your mid-20s and you've just entered the sect. You happen to meet the requirements." Hanli rubbed his chin and slowly said, "Is that so? It seems that there aren't many disciples that can partake in the contest." Junior Marshal Brothers' world holds somewhat true, but the Sword Trial Assembly actually has much to do with a sacred tree that the three sects are overseeing. A sacred tree? When Hanli heard this, he was stunned and realized that they were talking about Dreamcloud Mountain Spirit Well Tree. His initially careless expression was quickly replaced with a solemn one. Hanli seriously asked, "What does the Sword Trial Assembly have to do with the sacred tree?" The Sword Trial Assembly takes place several days before Sacred Tree starts to shed wine nectar. The three sects use this competition to decide who receives half of the shed wine nectar, leaving the remaining half to be split between the two other sections. As a result, while this assembly can only be participated by young new disciples, it is viewed with great importance among the three sections. If one achieves great merits in the assembly, one will attract the attention of the sect elders and acquire countless benefits. Senior Marshal Brother Wang sighed and paused for a moment before solemnly continuing, "Of course, beside those benefits, one is also heavily rewarded at the end for how many other disciples they are able to suppress. Not only were many disciples rewarded with top-grade magic tools in the past, there were also a few disciples that were rewarded with a spirit-tempering pill. Although this medicine pill isn't very useful for low-grade disciples, there are many core formation experts that are more than willing to exchange them for at least 4 top-grade magic tools. However, this assembly has almost always been dominated by the Ancient Sword sect, leaving our sect and the 100 Possibilities sect to take second and third place. However, this comes as no surprise. With their incisive magic tools and techniques, the disciples of the Ancient Sword sect make for incredibly difficult opponents for cultivators of the same grade." Senior Marshal Brother Wang's final words seem to be full of both admiration and complaints. After that, the four chattered a bit more about the Sword Trial Assembly with Hanli before taking their leave. Hanli watched them go on their flying magic tools until they became black specks in the sky. He then stood in place and began to ponder with a serious expression. The White Fox's soft voice suddenly spoke from his cuff. "What? Is Brother Han tempted? Do you have eyes on the spirit-tempering pill or the bright sight water?" Hanli raised his head and bluntly replied, "Don't tell me I can't go after both?" He shook his sleeve and had the fox jump out. The White Fox quickly regained its original size and raised its head. It softly chuckled, "Fellow Taoist Han is truly greedy. However, this is fine too. Regardless of whether it is the spirit-tempering pill or the bright sight water, they will prove to be rather practical. If you were to miss this opportunity, they would become quite difficult to acquire. I am well aware. For now, come back with me to my cave residence. I'll deal with your matter first and leave the deliberations for the sword trial assembly for later. Han Li said with a sullen voice. He then turned around and headed towards his cave residence. The white fox's eyes revealed anticipation, and she wordlessly followed after him. Once Han Li entered the cave residence, he immediately started having the artifact spirit transfer onto his bamboo cloud's warm swords. Han Li grew faintly excited at prospect of his magic treasures growing in power with the addition of an artifact spirit. Originally, there was an extremely small chance for a magic treasure to take in an artifact spirit, as the demon beast's soul would do its utmost to resist. But with Silvermoon taking the initiative to enter Han Li's magic treasure, there wouldn't be much of a problem. He had also assumed that moving Silvermoon's main soul from the Jade Scepter would prove to be a troublesome task. However, she seemed to be quite confident and certain, stating that she could handle the preparations all by herself. When Han Li heard this, he felt slightly less tense and drew a strange spell formation in a quiet room in accordance to the White Fox's instructions. He then placed the Jade Scepter and the White Fox into the formation before leaving. The silent room was under the effects of a soundproofing restriction. If there were any sounds produced from Silvermoon's separation from the Jade Scepter, Han Li would be completely ignorant, nor did he plan on prying. He knew he had no part to play in moving her soul. Han Li didn't remain idle after that. He walked into a neighboring quiet room and began his own preparations for accepting an artifact spirit into his magic treasure. Half a day later, Han Li had finished his preparations and headed towards Silvermoon's room, feeling that it was about time to start. But once he entered her room, Han Li's expression stirred. The Jade Scepter and the White Fox were properly sitting inside the room's spell formation as he had expected. But the Jade Scepter's radiance had greatly dimmed and the White Fox's fur had grown into a damp and disorderly mess. The fox's eyes were also filled with exhaustion. When Silvermoon saw that Han Li had entered, she neither moved nor spoke, as if she lacked the energy for either. Han Li's expression relaxed and he gently asked, "How did it go? Was it a success?" Silvermoon strenuously said, "Although it was painful enough to kill me, I was able to endure. It seems the preparations on your end are done. Since I have no host artifact, I cannot stay in the White Fox's body much longer. I need to join together with your magic treasure immediately, otherwise my soul will scatter." Han Li nodded his head and picked up the White Fox without any hesitation. He then brought it into the neighboring room. Once Han Li entered, he sealed the room and silence once again took the residence. 3 days later, a sound transmission talisman burst into flames outside the medicine garden's restrictions and entered the mist, quickly disappearing from sight. 2 hours later, the mist flashed with azure light to reveal Han Li. He raised his head to look at the sky and rubbed his chin before releasing a flying sword magic tool and heading straight towards Dayspring Mountain. Silvermoon's smooth voice suddenly appeared within Han Li's head. "Brother Han, from the message it seems that there is a gathering of disciples from Dayspring Mountain. Could it be related to the sword trial assembly?" Han Li calmly replied with his spiritual sense, "I'm not sure. But since even someone as out of the way as I received a summons from the Mountain Lord, even if it isn't related to the sword trial assembly, this matter must be important." Silvermoon softly reminded, "While it would be extremely easy for Brother Han to place first in the competition even if he doesn't reveal his true cultivation, that would certainly attract much attention, perhaps even from the 3 sects' nascent soul cultivators. If that occurs, it is likely the losses would outweigh the gains." Han Li expressionlessly replied, "I'm fully aware. When did I say that I'd participate in the assembly for certain? And even if I were to participate, there would be no way that I'd place first. I won't do anything to attract too much attention before I condense a nascent soul." Silvermoon chuckled, "It seems I've said too much. With Brother Han's rich experience with hardship, there is naturally no need for me to remind you of such a trivial matter as this." Although this was only her voice, it contained a strong charm. When Han Li felt this, he couldn't help but sigh. Although Silvermoon called herself a wolf, he couldn't help but feel that she more closely resembled a fox, given her graceful allure. Furthermore, it seemed that she knew that after becoming his artifact spirit, Han Li wouldn't do anything to her. While it was fortunate that Silvermoon wholeheartedly cultivated while possessing the fox form, once she possessed Han Li's flying swords as an artifact spirit, she incessantly spoke with him. It appeared that the Jade Scepter had been quite a lonely place and she was now venting her feelings. This caused quite the headache for Han Li. Luckily, he had always found her voice to be gentle and pleasant to the ear. There was even a chance that her temperament would gradually become more mellow as time went by. Chapter 620. An unexpected encounter. As Hanli remained silent, Silvermoon asked yet another question. I never clearly understood why Brother Han wishes to acquire the bright site water even though it has no effect on cultivators beyond foundation establishment stage. When Hanli heard this, he faintly smirked and said, the Hidden Sword Mountain cultivators were mistaken. It isn't that the bright site water has no effect on high-grade cultivators. It's that high-grade cultivators have already cleansed their body's essence upon forming their core. Their eyes can already see through simple illusion techniques and dense fog, so there isn't much to be gained from cleansing them such a small amount. Since the amount of spirit water wouldn't be enough to be effective for a high-grade cultivator, it's better for a low-grade cultivator to use it. Silvermoon yelped in surprise. How does Brother Han know about this? When I was originally in the Scattered Star Seas, I read it in an ancient book. It shouldn't be false. Could it be that Brother Han has a plan in mind? That's right. I plan on using this opportunity to draw close to the Spirit Well tree, and see whether or not I can take some of its roots. I'll be able to mature the roots with my small bottle if I get a hold of them, and could acquire countless spirit-tempering pills and limitless bright site water. Of course, I'll have to acquire the recipes some other way. Brother Han's methods are truly long-sighted. In that case, you'll only need to place in the top 10. Although it will be quite attention-grabbing, it will be far safer than placing first. Hanli smiled and thought to say something else when he swept his gaze across and unconsciously gasped as he slowed to a stop. In the distance, he spotted a red streak of light that enveloped a beautiful woman with an expression as cold as frost. It was the woman surnamed Mu who had assigned him to the medicine garden. When the woman drew closer and spotted Hanli, she also wore an expression of surprise. She soon slowed down and stopped at Hanli's side. Did you also receive a message to go to Dayspring Mountain? The woman indifferently said. Hanli replied with a calm expression. I did, Martial Ant Mu. Would Martial Ant happen to know what happened or why the Mountain Lord has summoned all of us disciples? I don't know, but it should be related to the Sword Trial Assembly. Mu Peeling curtly replied. Afterwards, she glanced at the flying sword beneath Hanli and frowned. Although your magic tool is high grade, it isn't specialized for flight. How about I use the Daystar Belt to bring you along? It will save time. With that said, the woman enveloped Hanli in the magic tool's red light without even waiting for his reply. Hanli was initially surprised, but he had no intention of refusing her offer. As such, he was drawn into her magic tool's red light and was brought along. As they flew, the woman swept her gaze over Hanli and expressionlessly said, Did you cultivate the profound ice arts that I gave you? Although cultivating this technique won't greatly increase your base cultivation, it will allow you to use powerful water attribute magic techniques. If you reach foundation establishment, you'll be able to smoothly switch the cultivation art to your main cultivation art without any harm. Having heard that, Hanli found it difficult to respond. If he said that he had already cultivated it somewhat and she wished to see, he shouldn't have any problems mimicking a few of its water attribute techniques. Fortunately, this woman merely raised the question in passing and didn't continue speaking. Silvermoon knew that this wasn't the time to talk to Hanli and stayed quiet in the presence of Mu Peeling. As the two were about to draw closer to Dayspring Mountain, Mu Peeling's expression stirred as she looked upward. A moment later, a streak of green light flew down from the sky, blocking the woman's path forward and causing them to stop. Junior Martial Sister Mu, I haven't seen you in quite a while. Have you been busy recently? I've sent you quite a few sound transmission talismans, but I haven't received a single response. Hanli revealed a flabbergasted expression. The green light had faded away to reveal a sharp-eared, thin-faced cultivator in his 30s. This was the cultivator surnamed Yen who had blocked Hanli's group when they were about to enter the sect. When the cold woman saw this person, she revealed surprise, but her expression soon grew sullen. Yen, I am under orders of the Mountain Lord to assemble at the mountain. You dare to block me? Junior Martial Sister Mu's words are quite heavy. How could I dare to block you? However, I merely wish to ask if you received the letters of my esteemed father? You see, the elders of our clans have already agreed to our wedding. We should discuss this in the coming days. The cultivator surnamed Yan's gaze wandered over the woman's ample body with desire as he spoke. However, when he spotted Hanli, his expression grew sullen. The woman surnamed Mu seemed to see through his wicked thoughts, and a trace of hostility appeared in her eyes. She scolded him with an expression like ice. What's going through your mind? This is martial nephew Han whom my master had given to me to instruct. There is nothing else between us. As for the matter of marriage, I naturally cannot oppose my clan's seniors. However, I will always be in control of when we pair cultivate, if ever. Whenever your cultivation reaches my level, I might consider it. Otherwise, don't even think about laying a finger on me. This woman loathed Yen to the extreme and couldn't even put up a polite face. When cultivator Yen heard her, his face went through a series of red and white flushes. But just as he thought to say something, the woman had ran out of patience. With a cold snort, she propelled her magic tool with the entirety of her spiritual power, causing them to flying over cultivator Yen in a large pulse of red light. Cultivator Yen was greatly flustered and thought to chase them. But after some further thought, he stayed in place with a trace of resentment. When Han Li turned around to glance at him, he saw an extremely bitter expression on cultivator Yan's face. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li asked with an odd expression, "Marshal Aunt Mu, you're engaged to this man?" Cultivator Yen was only an early foundation establishment cultivator, but Mu Peeling was already at mid-foundation establishment. Also, their appearances were as different as day and night as well. Han Li felt completely puzzled as to why this woman's clan had wed her to him. Although Han Li felt somewhat curious, he originally wished to leave this matter alone. From the woman's sulking expression, the subject seemed like something that should be ignored. But despite the possibility she would rebuke or ignore him, Han Li's curiosity won over and he asked anyways. "It is best if martial nephew asks little of my matters." As soon as Han Li asked, she icily glared at him and replied without emotion. Of course, Han Li responded by shutting his mouth and revealing an embarrassed expression. However, at that same moment, Han Li faintly heard Silvermoon giggling inside his head for a moment. It was only a moment before they arrived at a large stage at the center of the mountain. A large hall of antique design was erected on the stage. The words "Heart Cleansing Hall" were written on the building's silver signboard. At that moment, the huge black wooden doors were tightly shut, and the many disciples of Dayspring Mountain were chatting amongst themselves as they gathered outside. There were about 600 disciples already densely packed outside of Heart Cleansing Hall. They were all whispering to one another in small groups. However, these people were all chi condensation cultivators. None of them were at foundation establishment. The cold woman circled once in the air before landing in front of the hall's gates. When the nearby cultivators spotted her, they all respectfully saluted her. The woman waved her hand and walked towards the hall without the slightest hesitation. Through some unknown method, she gently slapped the door and it opened a sliver. Just after she entered, the door closed once more. Han Li watched the woman disappear and shook his head, but when he thought to enter the crowd, the nearby cultivators gazed at him with strange looks. A few of the cultivators in the distance even began to point at him. Chapter 621. Paying audience. Han Li rubbed his chin and swept his spiritual sense past the crowd of murmuring chi condensation cultivators. Who's that? What an unfamiliar face. Is he a new disciple? Why did he arrive with Martial Aunt Mu? Is he a relative of Martial Aunt Mu? Why else would he arrive together with her? Han Li clearly heard many suspicious and envious words from the crowd and he inwardly sighed. Soon after, he stepped away from the hall's entrance and entered the crowd. Even within the crowd, Han Li could still feel plenty of gazes examining him. At that moment, Han Li heard a voice transmission with a straightforward tone. "Junior Martial Brother Han. I didn't think I'd see you again so soon." Han Li turned his head in surprise and spotted a large man standing about 10 meters behind him. He was Du Dong, the suspicious chi condensation cultivator that had entered Dayspring Mountain at the same time as him. He was currently calling out to Han Li with a wide smile. An odd expression flickered from Han Li's eyes, but he wore a smile and politely saluted him. So it turned out to be Senior Martial Brother Du. Are you doing well with Martial Uncle Jiang? Martial Uncle Jiang was the white-haired old man that Dong Du was assigned to. Yes, I'm doing very well. The large man chuckled. He appeared to be a rather simple and honest character. Han Li inwardly sneered, but he maintained a polite exterior as they shared their experiences with each other from the past year. He heard that the white-haired old man believed that Du Dong was rather talented in refining talismans and wished to heavily nurture him. With that said, Du Dong wore a smile full of excitement. When Han Li heard him, he felt slight pity towards the white-haired old man. Du Dong wasn't someone who should be nurtured. The old man would likely be implicated in whatever plans this shady individual may have. Of course, Han Li had no intentions of warning Martial Uncle Jiang and continued to intermittently chat with the large man. At that moment, The large man suddenly wore a mysterious expression and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Han, did you know? Your mentor, Marshal Aunt Mu, is the top beauty in Dayspring Mountain, and she is also among the top 3 beauties in the Drifting Cloud sect. You may have caused quite the uproar by arriving with her." "May have. I already did." Han Li bitterly laughed and glanced around with a trace of helplessness. Du Dong then changed the subject and casually asked, "Since you two arrived together, did Marshal Ant say anything regarding what this meeting is about?" "Oh, no, but it seems Senior Marshal Brother Du heard something. Wouldn't it be better for you to tell me?" Han Li's calm expression was replaced with a mysterious smile as he deeply looked at Dong Du. Under Han Li's penetrating gaze, the large man's honest smile had frozen. Du Dong was left overwhelmed from a sensation of immense scrutiny as if his secrets were laid bare. But soon Han Li turned his head and this feeling disappeared as if it were merely a misperception. Regardless, the man was left bewildered and he quickly bid his farewells before heading to meet with a group of acquainted Dayspring Mountain disciples, not daring to stay in Han Li's company. A slight sneer momentarily appeared on Han Li's face when he saw him walking away. At that moment, Silvermoon spoke within his mind, "Brother Han, did you deliberately scare him? I fear that he will later hold suspicion towards you. Won't he be a detriment?" Han Li responded using his spiritual sense, "I might not clearly know his identity, but I am certain that nothing good will come of him, so I made sure that he'd take the initiative to distance himself from me. If something major did happen, then I will avoid being implicated. As for any suspicion he might hold, how would that affect me? He would merely become more careful of me, and it's not like he could succeed in attacking me." Han Li swept his spiritual sense past the old man with a fierce expression and found that he was only an early core formation cultivator. He was the deputy mountain lord that he had heard of but haven't seen, Marshal Uncle Yu. After Han Li inspected him, he recalled his spiritual sense from a lack of interest. In the next moment, Mountain Lord Xen began to slowly speak, "I'm sure you disciples already know why I've summoned you all here. Yesterday, our sect received an official letter from the Ancient Sword Sect. The next sword trial assembly will be held in a half-year's time. As we hosted the last competition, it is the Thousand Possibilities sect's turn to host it in the east of the Dream Cloud Mountains. In accordance to the usual practice, each of the 3 sects will send 30 disciples to participate in the sword trial assembly. The final 10 that remain in the competition will be heavily rewarded. As such, we must first select the best of our sect to participate." With that said, he paused for a moment before continuing, "Of course, each of the sect's 6 mountain lords will be able to nominate one person that will be able to participate in the sword trial assembly without measuring their skill. As for the other 24 slots, they will be vied for by the disciples that meet the requirements. These victorious disciples will then be advised by sect elders in the time remaining before the sword trial assembly. Yesterday, I had a meeting with the sect master and the other mountain lords where we decided that the sect's sword trial selection will take place in a month. But first, I must give an explanation of the 2 conditions required to participate for those that are unaware. Any participants must be less than 30 years old and possess a minimum cultivation at the 10th layer of Qi condensation, else they will be barred from joining. That is all. Now, if you meet the minimum conditions and wish to vie for a position, you have until the incense burns away to decide. Oh yes, the disciple that I and Deputy Mountain Lord Yun selected to participate without trial is your Marshal Aunt Mu. Junior, go ahead and light the incense." "As you bid, Master." The youth surnamed Yu immediately stepped forward and swiftly took out a bronze cauldron from his storage pouch. He then set it at the center of the hall and placed a stick of incense in it. With a flash of light from his hand, fragrant smoke began to spiral towards the sky. For the rest of these days, Han Li wholeheartedly spent his time refining various talismans. During that time, his gold-silver-gold devouring beetles had already begun to cannibalize one another, much to his joy. He was sure that while the gold-devouring beetles were still far away from complete evolution, they were growing quite close to the legendary all-devouring stage. However, the weeping soul beast in the neighboring room was proving quite troublesome for Han Li. It had remained soundly asleep this entire time without any sign of awakening. Fortunately, with the weeping soul pearl refined within his body, he knew that there was nothing wrong with the beast. However, he couldn't help but feel worried. After all, it was taking too long to complete its transformation. A month later, the Drifting Cloud sect's main mountain was bustling with exceptional liveliness. Cultivators began to unceasingly gather at the top of the mountain, with several thousands cultivators that came to observe the contest. It appeared everyone that was off duty had come. While they weren't participating in the battle, watching other cultivators battle in a contest of skill was a vastly enriching experience. The contest was being held on 3 large, flat stages near the top of the mountain. Each of the stages were surrounded by spell formations over 300 meters wide. They all raised a huge dome of light around the stage to prevent the spectators from receiving any injuries. There were 3 late Foundation establishment cultivators acting as judges to prevent any deaths from occurring. The sect selection was now undergoing its 3rd day. The past 2 days had resulted in many cultivators being sadly defeated. In total, the selection contest was being conducted between 500 cultivators. Although there were 3 stages to conduct battles, this process would take many days given the large number of participants. That being said, the 40 cultivators of Dayspring Mountain had been among the smaller factions. They paled in comparison to the number from Firecloud Mountain, which had over 100 disciples participating. There were only 4 Foundation establishment cultivators in the contest, but they weren't required to fight until the final round. Although they weren't among those that were chosen by the Mountain Lords, they had still managed to reach Foundation establishment before the age of 30. Since they were undoubtedly talented individuals, they would be given a position with just a single victory against a Chi condensation cultivator. At that moment, Han Li silently stood among several Dayspring Mountain cultivators. They were all watching a battle occur inside a light barrier between a cultivator of Dayspring Mountain and White Phoenix Mountain. White Phoenix was a peculiar existence amongst the 6 mountains. Not only did the mountain have 2 female core formation mountain lords, they primarily relied on female disciples. As a result, their mountain possessed few disciples and only a dozen female cultivators were participating in the battle. The Dayspring Mountain disciple that was fighting appeared somewhat aged, but he was actually in his late 20s. Although he was an external affair disciple, he was born in a reputable cultivation clan in the state of Shi. That was why he possessed a high-grade magic tool of considerable power, a white gold dagger axe. Although the young female cultivator from White Phoenix Mountain was being pushed back, her eyes were full of hope. The Dayspring Mountain cultivators beside Han Li were clearly good friends with the male cultivator and cheered him on with excitement. But just as the man's white dagger axe was about to chop down, the woman raised her brow and shot a ball of azure light from her hand, blocking the white streak. The woman's body then blurred and she disappeared without a trace. When the man saw this, he hurriedly formed an incantation seal with his hands as his expression vastly changed. Just as he thought to force back the woman with a magic technique, a red mist suddenly enveloped him from behind. Then with a flop, the Dayspring Mountain disciple fell to the ground. The lanky cultivator that was floating above the stage announced, "White Phoenix Mountain's Jean Rong is victorious." When the female cultivator heard this, she respectfully saluted the judge and took out a small bottle from her storage pouch. After she placed it next to the nose of the unconscious cultivator, he began to slowly regain consciousness. Once he realized what had happened, the Dayspring Mountain cultivator walked from the stage with a deep red expression. Afterwards, the female cultivator flew out from the spell formation with a proud appearance. The nearby female cultivators immediately surrounded her and showered her with praise, attracting the attention of a few nearby male cultivators. Above the dome of light, the lanky cultivator expressionlessly announced, "The next battle will be between Dayspring Mountain's Han Li and Firecloud Mountain's Sun Tong." Although his voice wasn't loud, the nearby cultivators heard him clearly. When Han Li heard this, he smiled and slowly walked into the spell formation. Not long after, a handsome, white-clothed cultivator entered from the other side. As soon as this person entered, an uproar was raised amongst the nearby spectators. 1. In Chapter 294, Han Li acquired an interesting book from an old Chi condensation cultivator that was surprisingly useful. Chapter 623, Overwhelming Supremacy, that's Junior Martial Brother Sun. He just entered the sect a few years ago. It's said that this Junior Martial Brother possesses heavenly yang fire veins. Is it true? Isn't the Sun clan a cultivation clan of great renown in our state of Su? Surely he must possess mighty magic tools. Who is this Junior Martial Brother Han? I don't think I've seen him before. Did he just enter this sect? I got to say that Han Li is sure out of luck. He came across a fearsome opponent. Before the battle even started, Han Li could clearly hear a lively discussion coming from outside the stage's light barrier. Heavenly yang fire veins? Han Li's expression slightly stirred upon hearing this and examined his opponent with interest. In addition to his handsome appearance and tall figure, his cultivation was quite decent at the 12th layer of chi condensation. Seeing that Han Li had an ordinary appearance and only possessed a cultivation at the 10th layer, a trace of disdain appeared on the white-clothed youth's face, but he still saluted him nevertheless. When Han Li saw this, he inwardly sneered and indifferently returned the salute with a faint smile. The white-clothed youth revealed a trace of anger at his casual response. At that moment, the lanky cultivator up above indifferently said, "Start the battle." As soon as this was said, the white-clothed youth wore a harsh expression and immediately formed an incantation seal with his hands. A flash of fiery light suddenly pulsed from his body, enveloping him in a barrier of scorching light. He then waved his hand and opened his fingers, revealing an egg-sized red ball that floated from his grasp. The white-clothed youth then started to mutter an incantation in preparation of attacking Han Li with the magic tool. When Han Li saw this, he felt a faint sense of familiarity with this method and couldn't help but feel surprised. At that moment, many yelps of astonishment came from the outside. "Quickly look!" Junior Marshal Brother Sun instantly enveloped himself in a fire attribute barrier without a talisman. He really does have heavenly yang fire veins. What's that? That bead in his hand seems to be his clan's famed firewave bead. That youngster facing him is certain to lose. Perhaps the match will be decided in an instant. Han Li inwardly sneered and calmly waved his hand, taking out a stack of about 40 talismans from his storage pouch. He raised his head to look at the white-clothed youth only to discover that the youth was completely focused on using his magic tool and was oblivious to Han Li's actions. It appeared he held absolute confidence in his barrier. Since this was the case, Han Li decided to cease any pleasantries and slapped his hands together. In a burst of red light, 40 fist-sized fireballs shot out from his hands in a dense barrage towards his opponent. The scene caused the spectators to shout in surprise. At that same moment, the firewave bead floating above the white-clothed cultivator's hand was set ablaze and was now ready to attack. But just as he was basking in his delight, he heard the spectators cry in surprise and couldn't help but raise his head in confusion. As a result, he caught sight of several tens of fireballs simultaneously striking his barrier. With a series of loud explosions and flashes of glaring red light, the youth's senses were overwhelmed. As for the light barrier surrounding him, it shattered in a pitiful display, lasting for only a moment. The roasting flames rushed towards him before his eyes and were one step away from completely enveloping him. Although this young talent was gifted with the heavenly yang fire veins and had been meticulously nurtured by his sect elders, he now found himself on the verge of death. He cried out with a pale face and lost himself to fear, wanting to turn around and flee. But during this moment of peril, the youth felt his collar tighten and his body became lighter. He was immediately lifted in the air and the wave of flames completely passed him by. Still in a panic, the white-clothed cultivator turned around to see the lanky judge grasping him by the collar. He indifferently muttered, "Dayspring Mountain's Han Li is victorious." At that moment, the white-clothed youth realized that he had already lost. His face then turned deathly pale after realizing that he had been easily defeated by talismans of the lowest grade. As for the many cultivators spectating after recovering from their shock, they all looked at each other in dismay. They all knew that while the Fireball Talisman was the simplest low-grade elementary talisman, they each cost a spirit stone to purchase. However, Han Li had used 40 of these talismans in a single breath, equating to 40 spirit stones that had been thrown away in the fight. That was the price of a good low-grade magic tool. This wasn't merely being loose with money, he was completely squandering it. Could it be that he planned on sparing none of his wealth in order to prevail in this election? Underneath the peculiar gazes of the Drifting Cloud sect, Han Li saluted the lanky Foundation establishment cultivator and walked out of the light barrier with an unchanged expression. As for the white-clothed youth, he resentfully glared at Han Li as he departed, but underneath the cold watch of the lanky cultivator, he could only helplessly depart. With his first battle concluded, Han Li had no thoughts of observing others' battles and returned to his cave residence. 2 days later, the first round of the competition came to a close. There were many marvelous battles during the contest that were being enthusiastically discussed by the spectators. While Han Li's use of tens of fireball talismans had left many speechless, it had aroused much admiration as well. Many of the spectators believed Han Li to be a disciple of a large clan for him to be able to spend so many spirit stones. This had led to Han Li developing somewhat of a reputation among some of the spectating disciples. In the second round of the competition, Han Li was selected to fight in the afternoon of the first day. He arrived at the center of the stage with a calm expression. A few of the disciples that had watched Han Li's last battle were currently muttering to each other. It's that guy from Dayspring Mountain. 2 days ago, he defeated his opponent in a single blow by using several tens of talismans. Is that the truth? He appears completely unremarkable. Could he be feeling a hole in his pocket? There doesn't seem to be a cultivation clan with the name of Han in our state of Su. Could he have come from a different country? Han Li listened to all of their words with a calm expression. He was currently examining his opponent with a calm expression. He was a male disciple in his mid-20s who possessed a refined appearance. He had well-fitted azure robes, and apart from the storage pouch at his waist, there was nothing about him that seemed out of place. He was watching Han Li with a solemn expression. It seemed their discussions had reached his ear as he soon frowned. Start. As soon as that was said, the young disciple reached for his storage pouch and rushed to raise his hands. In a flash of white light, 2 sparkling icicles shot in Han Li's direction. His body then flickered with azure light before directly pouncing towards Han Li in a gale. It seemed this person had heard of Han Li. He thought to forcefully interrupt Han Li by using the 2 ice spike talismans and charged towards Han Li with a body lightning technique. After some brief surprise, Han Li couldn't help but smile. His body then blurred, having the 2 icicles brush past his body. Then seeing that his opponent was excitedly charging towards him with an outreached hand glowing with yellow light, Han Li grew indistinct before disappearing by using his shifting smoke steps. The young disciple's pounce had completely missed, much to his shock. The yellow radiance in his hand dimmed as well. It was actually a net-type magic tool. But before the young disciple could search for Han Li, he suddenly felt a sharp pain from the back of his neck. The world around him became black and he fell to the ground, oblivious to what had happened. A trace of astonishment flickered across the lanky cultivator's face, but he calmly declared, Dayspring Mountain's Han Li is victorious. A moment ago, Han Li had appeared behind his opponent and chopped at the back of his opponent's neck, knocking him out. Several cultivators had rushed onto the stage and examined the unconscious disciple. After nodding to the lanky cultivator, signifying that there was nothing wrong, they dragged him off the stage. Of course, an uproar was raised from the spectators outside. Did you see that? What magic technique did he use to appear behind his opponent in the blink of an eye? That's inconceivable. Fool, that isn't a magic technique. That was clearly a movement technique from the mortal world's martial arts, but I've never seen one used with such high skill. A few of the more experienced disciples managed to recognize the source of Han Li's movements. Chapter 624. Discussion on the 13th day of the Drifting Cloud Sect selection. The final round was currently being concluded. At that moment, there were 8 core formation cultivators assembled together in a pavilion at the center of the mountain discussing something. 2 of them were the mountain lords of Dayspring Mountain, the middle-aged man surnamed Xin and the fierce-looking, gray-clothed old man surnamed Yu. A blue-robed old man with a white fluttering beard and a face full of wrinkles frowned and asked, Are there any junior martial brothers willing to escort the disciples to the sword trial assembly? A middle-aged man with a lazy expression and a long, thin mustache snorted and indifferently replied, Senior martial brother Feng, the sword trial assembly will always be dominated by the ancient sword sect, and that vitriolic fellow Jiang Yun is always the one to bring the ancient sword sect members. I don't wish to be embarrassed without reason. A yellow-faced old man shook his head and said, That's right. I've even heard that in the past few years, the ancient sword sect picked up a disciple that possessed a 9-sword constitution. They will be certain to have him participate. As such, there is no hope of winning this sword trial assembly. Although we do hold a few disciples that possess a peculiar constitution, they are inferior in comparison. And there is also news that the 100 Possibilities sect had acquired a direct descendant of the Guan clan. It is said that while he was still in Qi condensation, he defeated his clan's elders by using his personally refined magic tools. I fear this could be quite a difficult trip. When the white-haired old man heard this, he revealed an expression of dissatisfaction. He gravely said, Junior martial brothers, you aren't wrong. The sword trial assembly has already become a stage for the ancient sword sect to display their power, but that is something beyond our control. If our sect does not send over any disciples that participate in the assembly, I fear we won't even acquire a quarter of the wine nectar. Besides, this could easily cause the ancient sword sect to view us with hostility. It would be detrimental to our sect's development in the Dream Cloud Mountain for ages to come. We have more things to worry about, like the many clans that are covetously eyeing the 3 sects of Dream Cloud Mountain. We cannot reveal any weakness to them. A square-faced, red-robed old man with a formal appearance suddenly proposed. Since Senior Marshal Brother Feng said this, I'll be the one to bring the disciples. Rather, I haven't seen the 100 Possibilities sect's Elder Chang Zheng in quite a while. A chance to chat would be nice. Old man Feng glanced at him and hesitantly said, Junior Marshal Brother Duan, as the Mountain Lord of Firecloud Mountain, you have the most disciples under you. It would be improper for you to leave the sect. The red-robed old man nonchalantly said, It is of no matter. Junior Marshal Brother Li will still be there to handle Firecloud Mountain. Besides, it's not like I'm leaving the Dream Cloud Mountains. I'm just traveling to the Western Range. With that said, the white-haired old man didn't persist in his objections and nodded his head. He then swept his gaze over the other cultivators before staring at the fierce-looking, gray-clothed old man. He slowly said, Junior Marshal Brother Yu, I know that you don't have any pressing responsibilities at Dayspring Mountain. How about you assist Junior Marshal Brother Duan? Junior Marshal Brother XN, do you have any objections? The middle-aged man surnamed XN faintly smiled and said, Of course not. I'm sure Junior Marshal Brother Yu is completely willing to go. The gray-clothed old man cold expression stirred for a long while before he briefly said, Fine, I'll go. The white-haired old man smiled and nodded his head, saying, The group of disciples will be headed by Junior Marshal Brother Duan. Junior Marshal Brother Yu and Junior Marital Sister Song of White Phoenix Mountain will be accompanying him. Once the final round has been concluded, you will meet with 30 selected disciples and give them guidance. Perhaps there will be a chance for our sect yet. After all, we have quite a few powerful candidates this time around. We should be able to give the Ancient Sword sect and the 100 Possibilities sect quite the contest. A sly-faced cultivator that had been hiding in the corner yelped in surprise, Junior Marshal Sister Song will also be coming along? How did I not know of this? If that's the case, I can take the place of Junior Marshal Brother Yu. When the rest of the cultivators in the pavilion heard him, there was a brief moment of restlessness. 3 of the cultivators wore an annoyed expression. The white-haired old man's face grew sullen and he snorted, Junior Marshal Brother Meng, what do you mean? I've spoken for half a day and you didn't speak a single word. But now that you've heard Junior Marshal Sister Song wishes to go, you jump at the chance. I'll tell you the truth, Junior Marshal Sister Song raised the condition that she would only accompany the disciples if I didn't mention that she was going to begin with. Otherwise, given her temperament, why else would she depart from White Phoenix Mountain? As this old man had already reached late core formation, the sly-faced early core formation cultivator didn't dare to dispute this and lowered his head. There were other cultivators that were also tempted, but each of them glanced at one another in dismay, not daring to speak. At that moment, footsteps suddenly came from the outside. A man's voice said, reporting to Master and Marshal Uncles, the last round has just finished. 3 Foundation Establishment disciples have been selected along with 21 Qi condensation cultivators. I've come with the list of names. The white-robed cultivator's expression relaxed and he said, Oh, since that's the case, come in. Let's take a look. As you wish. The man respectfully replied. Afterwards, he opened the door and entered, revealing himself to be a late Foundation Establishment cultivator with a stately appearance and a tall body. Here are the names and details of the 24 finalists. The man took out a white jade slip from his robes and handed it over to the old man. I'll be taking a look first. The old man nodded his head and took the jade slip into his hand. After taking a look at it with his spiritual sense, he revealed a trace of astonishment. The red-clothed cultivator's expression stirred and he asked, What's the matter? Is there something amiss with the list of names? The others also oddly glanced at the old man. It's nothing. Junior Marshal Brothers, have a look. With that said, the old man calmly passed the jade slip to the yellow-skinned old man at his side. After taking a look at the jade slip, he also revealed astonishment and handed the jade slip to someone else. Not longer after, everyone had looked at the jade slip and each of them had turbulent expressions. When the Dayspring Mountain Lord XN read through the jade slip, his expression stirred with particular surprise. The middle-aged man with the thin mustache sighed and slowly said, I truly didn't expect that there would be 6 disciples from Dayspring Mountain to be selected. It seems Junior Marshal Brother XN has instructed his disciples well. The sly-faced cultivator sourly said, It seems Junior Marshal Brother XN is determined to win this sword trial assembly. You must have spent quite some effort to cultivate these disciples. Only 3 disciples from his hidden sword sect had made it on the list, which lost him a considerable amount of face. No, it definitely wasn't like that. I myself am surprised to see so many people from my Dayspring Mountain being selected. And 2 of them are even at the 10th layer of Qi condensation, named Hanli and Dudong. If I'm not mistaken, those 2 entered the sect just this past year. It is baffling how they managed to take a place on the list. The middle-aged man surnamed XN then muttered to himself for a moment and calmly said, Marshal Nephew Gao, how did they manage to acquire victory? The man who had just entered the room promptly replied, their methods weren't anything strange. Marshal Nephew Dudong possesses an extremely powerful ice attribute top-grade magic tool. It seems capable of both attacking and defending, and it perfectly complements his techniques as well. As a result, once he froze the ground with his magic tool, all of his opponents were left helpless against his strikes. The middle-aged man with the long mustache interrupted, asking, oh, what kind of magic tool is it? Can you give us a description? It is a wheel-type magic tool. It has a diameter of about a foot and is engraved with a curved moon. It sparkles with white light when it is activated, can activate an ice attribute barrier in an instant, and can attack with a mist of freezing qi. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered and he said with surprise, that seems quite similar to the clan-suppressing treasure of the Du clan, the Ice Moon Wheel. The Du clan was exterminated 200 years ago. Could this Dudong be a descendant? The white-haired old man curled his beard and unhurriedly said, that seems quite possible. After all, the Du clan wasn't a small clan. There were sure to be a few direct lineage disciples that escaped calamity and lived in concealment. They probably now believe that with so many years having passed, their enemies are no longer paying any attention to them. As such, they revealed themselves once more. Chapter 625, The Weeping Soul Beast's Reappearance. Senior Marshal Brother's words are reasonable. But while it is reasonable that Dudong managed to triumph given his Ice Moon Wheel, what about the one named Hanli? Does he also have a high-grade magic tool? The thin-mustached middle-aged man asked. Although I don't know if Marshal Nephew Han possesses any high-grade magic tools, his methods are quite costly. What do you mean by costly? The yellow-faced old man asked with obvious interest. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator explained, in the first round, Marshal Nephew Han Li defeated his opponent by using several tens of fireball talismans to break through his opponent's barrier before they could react. In the rounds afterwards, he complemented his talismans with the use of mortal martial arts and an ingenious flame manipulation technique to arduously triumph against his opponents. The white-haired old man sullenly said, the martial arts and flame technique aren't particularly notable. There are many who use them. However, he must possess many spirit stones to be able to use so many talismans. This amount may mean nothing to us, but to a Qi condensation cultivator it is rather extravagant. Have you investigated this disciple? The Foundation Establishment Cultivator respectfully replied, I have. A few of his aquatainted disciples noted that he is skilled in talisman refinement despite being a vagrant cultivator, and he possesses quite a bit of wealth. That is how he is able to so generously use low-grade talismans. The white-haired old man's expression relaxed and he muttered, oh, so it was like that. It seems there are no problems with the 2 then. However, since this person is capable of refining talismans, wouldn't it be better to have him join Firecloud Mountain? Cultivator XN faintly smiled and said, Senior Marshal Brother Feng, that reasoning is a bit amiss. Our Dayspring Mountain also possesses disciples that are skilled in talisman refinement. They will be able to mentor him properly. Senior Marshal Brother Duan, don't tell me you actually want him. The red-clothed cultivator waved his hand and grinned. Hee hee. Our Firecloud Mountain already possesses many talisman refining disciples. One more or one less won't make much difference. I won't fight Junior Marshal Brother XIN over a single disciple. Cultivator XIN responded with a silent smile. In the following moments, the core formation cultivators chatted about a few sect matters before bidding their farewells. Han Li had already returned to his cave residence and was standing outside his spirit beast room with a solemn expression. His gaze wandered as he stared into the room. Not long before, when the disciples of Dayspring Mountain were congratulating Han Li over his victory in the final round of placements, the weeping soul pearl began to burn within his body, much to Han Li's alarm. It was about to finally awaken and complete its evolution. Han Li was overjoyed and hurriedly took his leave in order to return to his cave residence. But when he arrived outside the spirit beast room, he was greatly shocked by what he saw. For some unknown reason, the spirit beast room was completely devoid of light and was filled with ghastly wisps of black ghost qi, spilling an extremely icy yin qi out from the room. The weeping soul beast could no longer be seen. Instead, a 3-meter-tall cocoon had taken its place at the corner of the room. It was emitting a jet-black light and faintly released black glimmers as if it were alive. Hanli instantly knew that the weeping soul beast was within the black cocoon, and he grew immensely excited. However, a trace of worry blossomed within his heart as well. Hanli wasn't about to boldly enter the room. After some pondering, he decided to meditate outside the spirit beast room. From what he had previously read in old records, during a spirit beast's evolution, it was best for its master to stay close and wait by its side. However, the spirit beast must be left alone during its evolution unless it failed in its transformation and suffered a grave injury. With apprehension lingering in his heart, Hanli felt time slowly pass by. Hanli originally assumed that the transformation would take several days at the very least before the cocoon was broken. But on the morning of the second day that he sat outside the spirit beast room, the black cocoon of light began to change. As Hanli remained cross-legged on the ground, he suddenly heard a clear explosion from the room. Although the sound was muffled, he opened his eyes with delight. He peered into the room and saw that a majority of the ghostly chi had been absorbed into the black cocoon of light in the corner of the room. The black light then suddenly grew dazzling, causing Hanli to unconsciously turn his eyes away. In the next moment, Hanli felt a strange but somewhat familiar aura coming from the room. With raised brows, Hanli stood up without any further thought and lightly pushed open the door to the spirit beast room. Hanli swept his gaze through the room from the outside and saw that the black cocoon had already broken in two, and was empty as could be. But aside from the broken cocoon in the corner of the room, nothing else could be seen. Hanli was startled and thought to release his spiritual sense when black light began to shine from an empty corner of the room. With a low-pitched cry, a black blur shot towards Hanli. In his alarm, Hanli thought to dodge out of the way, but after some thought, he remained in place. As a result, a small, icy object flew into Hanli's chest, and he grabbed onto it with both hands. This is... Hanli glanced at the small object in his grasp and couldn't help but appear shocked. There was currently a tiny, fist-sized monkey in his hands that should undoubtedly be the evolved weeping soul beast. At first glance, there was nothing that had changed about it apart from its silver fur turning pitch black. But after glancing at it several more times, Hanli eventually discovered two differences from before. The weeping soul beast now had a slim cavity between its two nostrils. After meticulously glancing into it, he discovered nothing out of the ordinary about it. The weeping soul beast had always relied on the soul swallowing light from its nose to suppress souls and ghosts. Did the appearance of an additional hole in its nose mean that this ability would become more powerful? Not knowing whether he should laugh or cry, Hanli decided to look forward to testing this in the future. As for the other difference in the weeping soul beast, for some unknown reason a crimson pattern depicting an evil spirit had appeared on the fur of its back. The evil spirit on its back had a single horn and 3 eyes. Although it appeared rather faint, it also appeared true to life and gave any onlookers a feeling of malicious pressure. Chapter 626. Harmonic Mind. 3 months passed by in the blink of an eye while Hanli remained in bitter cultivation in his cave residence. During this time, Kuei Huan's group had paid a visit to Hanli to apologetically tell him that they had informed the sect elders of Hanli's skills in talisman refinement, hoping that he wouldn't take offense. Because Hanli had already planned on using his talisman refinement techniques as a cover, he didn't mind in the slightest. After giving a few words of forgiveness, he sent the group of chi condensation cultivators on their way. As for Dayspring Mountain, because Hanli had unexpectedly made it into the 24 finalists, Mu Peeling had made a trip to the medicine garden and gave Hanli a long explanation on the intricacies of the profound ice arts. This surprising action had left Hanli at a loss for words. Apart from those 2 times, no one else disturbed Hanli during his cultivation. One day as Hanli was strenuously cultivating the Azure Essence Sword arts, he abruptly frowned and stood up. By the time he left his cave residence and entered the medicinal garden, a voice transmission talisman knocked against the medicine garden's restrictions. When Hanli saw this, he opened the garden's restrictions and waved his arm. A moment later, the sound transmission talisman flew into his hand in a streak of fire and soon disappeared. Hanli expressionlessly muttered, "White Phoenix Mountain's martial ancestor song. Isn't that the #1 beauty in the Drifting Cloud sect? Will that woman be instructing me? If that's the case, these coming days shouldn't be too boring." He then released a flying sword magic tool and directly flew in the direction of White Phoenix Mountain. White Phoenix Mountain was at the eastmost side of Drifting Cloud Sect and was particularly distant from the other 5 mountains as if it were standing proudly in solitude. Although this mountain was the shortest of the 6 marvelous mountains, it was by far the most verdant and beautiful. Not long after leaving the garden, Han Li appeared near White Phoenix Mountain. Because this mountain was made up of mostly female cultivators, White Phoenix Mountain had a few strange rules. Ordinarily, any male cultivators arriving at the mountain were required to land at the base of the mountain and receive permission to enter. Otherwise, they would only have themselves to blame for falling into White Phoenix Mountain's restrictions. Naturally, Han Li had no intention of forcing his way through and obediently landed at the base of the mountain. There were currently 3 Qi condensation female cultivators at the mountain gate happily chatting. When they saw Han Li drop down, they couldn't help but curiously examine the unfamiliar male cultivator. Han Li saluted the 3 female disciples and said, "I am Dayspring Mountain's Han Li. I've come to accept cultivation guidance from Martial Ancestor Song. I hope Senior Martial Sisters can make a report." A young, freckled female cultivator smiled and promptly said, "So you're Han Li. The Martial Ancestor has already notified us of you. Junior Martial Brother Han may directly head to the Phoenix Court Pavilion at the top of the mountain. Martial Ancestor is waiting for you there." Han Li uttered a word of thanks before immediately flying up the mountain. However, not long after he departed, the 3 female disciples began to gossip without restraint once they believed Han Li was out of earshot. Is Junior Martial Brother Han truly a disciple that will be participating in the Sword Trial Assembly? His cultivation doesn't seem very high. He doesn't appear to be anything special. So you two don't know. I've seen all of Junior Martial Brother Han's fights. Let me tell you. Having heard all of that, Han Li recalled his spiritual sense with a wry smile. After shaking his head, he flew towards the mountain peak. White Phoenix Mountain wasn't very tall. After only a moment, Han Li managed to reach the top of the mountain, a flat plateau that spanned 300 meters. It was surrounded with white clouds with abundant spiritual qi as if it were an otherworldly realm. Within this fantastic scene stood a soul pavilion that was only 60 meters tall and was divided into 3 stories. The building was constructed from an unknown white wood. Its natural untouched form produced an air of simple elegance. Han Li landed in front of the pavilion and loudly shouted, "Disciple Han Li pays his respects to Martial Ancestor Song." Once that was said, Han Li felt a trace of spiritual sense sweep over him. He stood in place with a calm expression, feigning ignorance of the matter. A long while later, a woman's gentle voice said, "Since you've arrived, come up to the 2nd story of the pavilion. I'll be waiting for you there." "As you bid." Han Li then walked forward and gently pushed open the wooden doors which swung freely. The 1st floor of the pavilion was completely empty apart from a spell formation to aid in cultivation. Han Li swept his gaze past the 1st floor and directly headed towards the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was also quite bare. Apart from a few racks of jade slips and magic tools, there were only a few chairs and a short stone table. Han Li also saw a blue-clothed woman sitting in one of the chairs. She was looking at a worn jade slip on the table as if she were attentively reading through it. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li thought to say something when the woman raised her head, revealing a heart-stirring beauty. She appeared to be in her mid-20s and was an early core formation cultivator. "You're Han Li?" the woman calmly asked. "Yes, Martial Ancestor." Han Li respectfully replied. She stared at Han Li with her bright, clear eyes and said, "Since you were able to come here, then it can be considered fate. I will instruct you as best I can. However, you will only remain at the Phoenix Court Pavilion for 3 days before you depart. What you will learn during this time will depend on yourself." For some reason, although her cultivation wasn't very high, Han Li felt as if both his body and mind were clearly revealed underneath her gaze, and he couldn't help but feel alarm. Given Han Li's immense spiritual sense, it was extremely strange for him to experience this sensation. Clearly, she had used some sort of mind-reading divine ability. Without any further thought, Han Li gave her a polite reply as he stealthily circulated the entirety of his great development technique throughout his body, shielding his true thoughts. As Han Li became inwardly alarmed and vigilant, a strange expression appeared in the blue-clothed woman's eyes before closing them with a tired expression. The woman gently said, "First, recite the chant for your cultivation art and then head down to the 2nd layer. Do not come back up without my command. After I've obtained some enlightenment of your cultivation art, I will give you a detailed explanation on any of its intricacies. Now start." "Yes." Disciple cultivates the technique that Martial Aunt Mu had given him, the profound ice arts. This cultivation art. Han Li began to slowly recite it with a calm expression. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Han Li had finished. The woman nodded her head and waved an arm, indicating for him to go down. Han Li saluted her and wordlessly climbed down the stairs. The blue-clothed woman looked at Han Li's departing figure and motionlessly sat down in her chair with a frown. She then took out a sound transmission talisman and calmly said a few words into it. It turned into a streak of fire and flew out the window without a trace. At the center of the main mountain of the Drifting Cloud sect where the core formation cultivators had last met, a white-haired old man was leisurely standing at the window when his eyes suddenly began to shine as a streak of fiery light flew towards him from across the sky. The old man wordlessly raised his hand and emitted a mist of white light, catching the fiery light. It fiercely burned, releasing the curt voice of the blue-clothed woman, "Han Li passes but Du Dong harbors malice." With an icy expression, old man coldly muttered, "Humph. Harbors malice? I knew something was amiss." The Du clan had a deep relationship with the 100 Possibilities Pavilion's Fu clan. If he truly was a descendant of the Du clan, he should have entered the 100 Possibilities Pavilion rather than our Drifting Cloud sect. The white-haired old man thought a moment more before muttering to himself with an expression of admiration. However, Junior Martial Sister Song's harmonic mind is becoming truly fearsome. I myself am uncertain as to whether or not I can block it. I know only my two martial uncles to be capable. 2 months later, at the western portion of the Dream Cloud Mountains in a deep valley surrounded by mountains, there were several thousands of 100 Possibilities Pavilion disciples converging at the heart of the valley. They were excitedly talking with each other as their clamor filled the air. There were many disciples that repeatedly gazed to the skies with impatient expressions as if they were feeling anxious. At the very front of the several thousands of disciples in the plaza, there stood several tens of rather noteworthy individuals. 8 of them were core formation cultivators who stood with calm poise, with several tens of foundation establishment cultivators standing behind them. They were the 100 Possibilities Sect's Institute masters and elders, but a majority of them were merely stewards. "They're coming." A sharp-eyed disciple saw something off the horizon and shouted in excitement. Suddenly, many low-grade cultivators began to look expectantly up at the sky, catching glimpses of light in the distance. Soon, a large group of variously colored dots of light began to fly towards them. "It's the Ancient Sword Sect. They're all using sword magic tools." As soon as that was said, the crowd began to roil. Many of them began to point to the incoming lights with varied expressions. "Silence. Do you wish to make a joke of us to the other 2 sects?" A tall old man coldly uttered with a sullen expression. His voice resonated to everyone present and caused a few of the overeager disciples to shut their mouths, bringing silence to the plaza in an instant. When the tall old man saw this, his expression relaxed and the other core formation cultivators glanced at one another with a smile. They didn't seem surprised at all by this. At that moment, the Ancient Sword Sect cultivators arrived at the plaza. A vast majority of them had flown on swords with hardly any exceptions. A short and small old man flew out from Ancient Sword Sect cultivators and descended with a chuckle. "I didn't expect that Brother Fu would personally come to greet us. I am truly overwhelmed by your grace." A blue-robed scholarly man and a white-clothed young woman both descended at his side with a faint smile. From their appearance, they appeared to be married. At that moment, the Ancient Sword Sect's young low-grade cultivators each began to descend onto the plaza. The tall old man calmly saluted the 3 and said, "So it is Brother Jiang Yun who is bringing the disciples this time. We extend a respectful greeting to you. And there is also the famous Bye-Bye Swordmates, we welcome you as well." Enough, let's not flatter each other or we'll make a laughingstock of ourselves in front of our juniors. However, it seems that the Drifting Cloud sect has yet to arrive. They've become increasingly disinterested in the sword trial assembly. Don't tell me they've grown cowardly because they've placed last a few times? The cultivator surnamed Jiang seemed to dislike the Drifting Cloud sect and spoke with a trace of schadenfreude. The old man surnamed Fu wore a wry smile, not daring to rashly reply. The 100 Possibilities Pavilion differed from the Ancient Sword sect. If such words left his mouth and they managed to reach the upper echelon of the Drifting Cloud sect, they would certainly cause trouble. But before old man Fu thought of how he should reply, a middle-aged man with long dark green robes grinned and interrupted him from behind. "There is no need for fellow Taoist Jiang to be so impatient. I've heard that White Phoenix Mountain's Fairy Song is escorting the Drifting Cloud sect disciples this time around. She is a fine beauty that is rarely seen in our 3 sections. It is a pity that Fairy Song has always kept herself hidden away. Now we finally have a chance to look upon her. Jiang Yun wore a face of excitement and nodded his head. Brother sure mentioned the Fairy of White Phoenix? I've long heard rumors that this woman's beauty is incomparable. If this woman is truly escorting their disciples, then there is no harm in waiting. When the ancient sword sect pair cultivators heard this, they wore a surprised expression. The azure-robed scholarly man astonishedly said, I've heard the Fairy of White Phoenix possesses heavenly spiritual roots, and that she was able to easily enter core formation in less than 100 years. She could be said to be a cultivation genius that is only spotted once in 1,000 years. It is quite surprising that we be able to see such a figure at the sword trial assembly. Although the white-robed woman's expression was calm, she spoke with an enchanting voice. That's true. Even as a woman, I hold quite some curiosity towards the greatly renowned Fairy Song. I have yet to catch sight of her. Surely she must be wondrously beautiful. Old Man Fu smiled and thought to say something when he suddenly shouted towards the sky, Huh? It seems the drifting cloud sect members have arrived. When the others heard this, they gazed upward and saw that a huge black dot was gradually growing closer to them from the east. That's... Jiang Yun's expression stirred. It seemed he knew what it was. Once it grew closer, the others were able to clearly see what it was, a huge, monstrous bird that was flying towards them with astonishing speed. There seemed to be many cultivators standing on the bird's back. Upon spotting the huge bird, Jiang Yun sourly said, Humph! The drifting cloud sect is merely showing off its mutated azure hawk. The only thing impressive about it that has mutated is its size. It is still only a grade 5 demon beast. Old Man Fu and the other 100 Possibilities Pavilion cultivators pretended to have not heard this. However, the youths nearby gasped at the sight of such a large spirit beast. They all stared at the huge bird's astonishing figure with awe. Each flap of its glowing azure wings brought it forward with astonishing momentum, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the plaza. Its huge wings cast a shadow upon the entire stage and blew fierce winds downward, causing a few of the low-grade disciples to lose their balance and turn pale from fright. Stop! A man's voice suddenly sounded out from atop the bird. The huge bird folded its wings and floated motionlessly in the air as many cultivators began to drop down from its back. Isn't that Firecloud Mountain's brother Duan? What a pleasant surprise! When Old Man Fu saw the red-robed old man in the front, his eyes brightened and he hastily went forward to meet him. The old man chuckled and smiled, Hardly. I've held quite the impression of you ever since I last saw you in the Yun province. At the same time he was speaking, he swept his gaze past the many people behind him. Old Man Fu casually said, Brother Duan wishes to look for Changzhen? That's too bad. Junior Marshal Brother Chang is currently handling affairs outside of the sect. However, he should return by the end of the assembly. The red-robed old man appeared slightly disappointed, but his expression soon recovered. So it's like that. It can't be helped. Being able to talk about old times is quite a problem of chance. Back to the matter at hand then. This is Junior Marshal Brother Yu. There should be no need for introductions as everyone should recognize him. As for Junior Marshal Sister Song, I believe this should be everyone's first time seeing her. Let me introduce you. He pointed to the stunning blue-clothed woman behind him. Old Man Fu looked at Cultivator Song with narrowed eyes and gasped. I've known of your grand reputation for many years as the Fairy of White Phoenix. Now that I've witnessed your elegance, I must say that your reputation is well deserved. The blue-clothed woman gently smiled and replied, Senior Marshal Brother Fu wrongfully flatters me. I hardly deserve the title of fairy. The woman had an aura of peaceful charm to her, causing the nearby low-grade male cultivators to look on with thumping hearts. Although a few of the high-grade cultivators were better off than their bewitched juniors, passion flared within their eyes as well. Next, the Drifting Cloud sect's core formation cultivators greeted the ancient sword sect. Although Jiang Yun appeared indifferent, he reluctantly uttered a few words. As for the white-robed young woman, she stuck close to Cultivator Song and began to enthusiastically speak with her as if they were sisters. Despite this, Cultivator Song maintained an elegant demeanor throughout, revealing not the slightest flaw in her actions. The following matters were simple enough. Once the 100 Possibilities Pavilion finished their formalities, they brought the two sects to their respective huge courtyards and had them rest for the day. The official competition would begin on the next morning. The night peacefully passed by. With the coming of the second day, the three sects fiercely began the competition. The competition was conducted in 3 groups of 30 with each sect sending 10 of their own disciples into each group. Each group would then battle among themselves in a single elimination format until only 4 were left. The final 12 disciples would then draw ballots and fight for the top 10 rankings. Because there weren't many disciples competing, there was no need to have multiple fights occurring at the same time. The fights were to be held sequentially on the same stage. As for how the order was decided, there were lots that were drawn by each of the group's leaders. As for the judges, they would come from the sect that didn't belong to either of the competitors, making it quite fair. With countless hundred possibilities pavilion disciples densely surrounding the stage, a bald man stood at the center of the stage and slowly announced, "The first fight is between the Drifting Cloud sect's Han Li versus the Ancient Sword sect's Yao Feng." Following the bald man's announcement, a disciple walked out from each group of disciples. A torrent of whispers began to pour from the surrounding hundred possibilities pavilion disciples once they clearly saw the contestants. Am I not mistaken? One is a chi condensation cultivator at the 11th layer and the other is a foundation establishment cultivator. The difference in their cultivation is far too great. The Ancient Sword sect cultivator looked at his opponent with a strange expression. Soon after, disdain momentarily appeared on his face. He felt it would be extremely easy to deal with an opponent with such shallow cultivation. As for his opponent, he was a youth with a common appearance that was tightly frowning as if he felt perplexed and anxious. Of course, the core formation cultivators of the 3 sects were separated from the rest of the disciples. They were floating in empty space above the light barrier and leisurely chatting. "Brother Duan, does the Drifting Cloud sect truly plan on abandoning this sword trial assembly? How was an 11th layer disciple able to prevail through the selections? Was he someone you brought to make up for a lack of numbers?" Jiang Yun couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the Drifting Cloud sect disciple. The red-robed cultivator calmly replied, "Ha, 11th layer? Not bad. I recall that he was only at the 10th layer when he acquired victory in the selections. It is quite impressive for him to have cultivated so quickly." Jiang Yun wore a doubtful expression. "What? He made it through the selection at 10th layer? Are you joking?" This time, the red-robed cultivator merely replied with a silent smile. When Jiang Yun saw this, he felt slightly apprehensive and said nothing else. He began to pay attention to the stage below. "Match start." The bald man from before suddenly shouted. As soon as the Ancient Sword sect youth heard this, he had a red and a blue sword fly out from the sheaths on his back. They floated above him as green light flickered from his hands, forming a green light barrier around him. Afterwards, the youth quickly formed a hand incantation, intending to have his flying swords attack. But before he could carry out this well-practiced series of actions, he suddenly spotted 60 fireballs heading towards him in an overbearing wave of blistering heat. "Ah!" The youth loudly shouted in alarm and his face became deathly pale. However, he was someone who had experienced many battles and quickly regained his composure. He gave up on using his flying swords to attack and immediately fell to the ground, dropping the light barrier around him. In that same moment, he felt his body covered in cold sweat, but he soon felt a furious rage overwhelm him as the wave of fireballs brushed past his head. Wishing to make a show of Han Li in revenge, he was about to jump up when a black leg blurred in front of him, relentlessly stomping down on his head. Suddenly, the world around him turned black. One of these figures was a man who wore gray robes and had fierce expression. The other was a scholarly man with azure robes and a jade belt. Although there was clearly no one besides the rock pile, a man's hoarse voice lazily said, "Well, if it isn't the Ancient Sword sect's brother Bai and the Drifting Cloud sect's fellow Taoist Yu? Could it be that the sword trial assembly has already ended? So Brother Yu is on duty today." "Yes, the assembly has already ended. We've come to see whether or not the bright side water has been prepared. If it is ready, then we'll directly transport the 10 disciples here to prevent anything unexpected from occurring." As for the gray-clothed old man at his side, he remained silent with an indifferent expression. The previous man's voice spoke with objection. "Something unexpected? This place is guarded by 3 core formation cultivators at all times. Why not bring the low-grade cultivators along with you? Are you afraid that they'll bring some trouble?" Cultivator Bai shook his head and said, "The spirit well tree is an immensely important matter. It is better to be careful. Besides, dropping the wine nectar into the bright side water is the most crucial step. Once this is done, the spirit water must immediately be used to cleanse their eyes, Otherwise its efficacy would greatly decrease. Why else would we be required to bring the 10 disciples over here? The man chuckled and confidently said, "All right, the bright sight water has already been prepared. When they've cleansed their eyes, have them immediately depart. Since this area is heavily covered with restrictions, if you teleport them here they won't know where this place is." Cultivator Bai nodded his head and said, "That would be for the best. Brother, you stay behind for the time being. I will notify our fellow Taoists and have them teleport the disciples over." The man's voice suddenly thought of something and asked, "Ah yes, I suppose the winner of the sword trial assembly from your ancient sword sect?" The azure-robed scholar smiled and said, "I'm afraid I must indeed disappoint you. The winner of this sword trial assembly is our ancient sword sect's martial nephew Meng Di." The man's lazy voice revealed a trace of satisfaction. "Humph. It isn't surprising that the foundation establishment cultivators of your ancient sword sect are stronger than ours. However, when one reaches core formation stage, it's hard to say who is weaker or stronger. If there is an opportunity, bring over that senior martial brother San of yours. I wish to compare notes with him sometime." The scholarly man grew silent for a moment and casually smiled. "It seems brother you still broods over his defeat by senior martial brother San long ago. However, I fear I must disappoint brother you. Senior martial brother San has already entered seclusion in an attempt to break through to late core formation stage. As for Du Dong, perhaps having held the same plan in mind as Han Li, he had also suffered a defeat at the 4th round and then deliberately suffered a loss against him, landing him in 10th place. Those actions had left Han Li dumbstruck. As for the top-ranked disciple amongst the Drifting Cloud sect disciples, that would be the youth named Sun Hua. His cultivation was quite strong and he managed to land in 3rd place. But from how Han Li saw it, apart from the black-clothed youth whose techniques greatly matched his magic tool, he would be able to defeat all the others using his previous methods. Once the assembly concluded, the top 10 disciples each received a top-grade magic tool. As for Meng Di, he also received a jade box that contained a spirit-tempering pill. When Han Li saw the jade box, he instantly grew determined. If this goes smoothly and I'm able to acquire the root of the spirit well tree as well as the pill formula, it'll be over. If that isn't possible, I'll take the pill from the hands of that ancient sword sect disciple. After all, that pill will greatly aid in condensing a nascent soul. As Han Li thought this, Old Man Fu began to teleport the gathered disciples. The 3 sects youths already knew where they were going and wore cheerful smiles. As white light flashed, Cultivator Bai and a middle-aged cultivator from the 100 Possibilities Pavilion teleported alongside them. Han Li and company were left dazed from the teleportation and found themselves amidst a dense fog and a pile of rocks. Han Li narrowed his eyes and unconsciously swept his spiritual sense past the area. However, once it extended out 100 meters, he immediately felt a restriction block his path. His heart trembled at the discovery. Knowing that there were powerful spell formations in place, he decided that stealthily completing his objective would be best. Seeing that they had all arrived, the gray-clothed old man calmly stood up and raised his hand, shooting out a yellow spell seal into the dense mist. The surrounding mist began to roil and suddenly dispersed. Not far ahead of them was a wall overgrown with dense moss as if no one had ever passed it by. Cultivator Bai warned the 10 finalists with an icy tone, "Listen well. You must cleanse your eyes as soon as the spirit water is refined. You are allowed to enter the restricted area for that reason alone. Normally, even we are not allowed near this place. After you enter, you are only allowed to stay here for the day, and must immediately depart on the next. This place is also heavily clad in restrictions. Absolutely do not roam this place as you please, else you will be subjected to the entirety of the consequences." The disciples naturally acknowledged his words. At that moment, a man's voice was heard from the direction of the stone wall. "All right, if you have anything else to say, leave it until after you enter. I am going to open a way through the great formation." When the man surnamed Yu said this, the stone wall rippled throughout the air and disappeared in flash of green light. A moment later, the disciples were left astonished as the stone wall disappeared before them and was replaced with huge, tightly shut stone gates. The stone gate was densely covered in talisman characters and pulsing with rainbow light. It was unknown just how powerful this restriction was. There were also several barriers of yellow light surrounding the gate. At that moment, a yellow-clothed cultivator with his arms behind his back was standing outside the 30-meter-tall gate. He appeared to be in his 40s and he had thick, slanted eyebrows that gave him a fierce appearance. If an ordinary person were to see him, they would grow fearful and wouldn't dare to meet his gaze. When the middle-aged cultivator from the 100 Possibilities Pavilion saw his fearsome appearance, he revealed trace of admiration. Senior martial brother, you seems to have made much progress in his ghost fiend arts. It seems cultivating near the sacred tree has made cultivation far easier. Although his words weren't loud, they had clearly reached Cultivator Yu's ears. The yellow-clothed cultivator immediately rolled his eyes and snorted, "If you're willing to be confined to this place for 60 years, you can diligently cultivate as well. Though I wonder if Junior Martial Brother Pai would be able to endure it, given his temperament." The middle-aged 100 Possibilities Pavilion cultivator wore an embarrassed expression and said, "I was merely speaking without consideration. It must be extremely difficult for Senior Martial Brothers Yu, Wu and Tian to stand guard here. My words. Enough. No need to speak any further. These restrictions are something that our nascent soul martial uncles placed down. I will only be able to open the restrictions for a short amount of time. Hurry up." The yellow-clothed cultivator then slapped his hands together and summoned a yellow command medallion. He then began to chant with a solemn expression. The command medallion suddenly glowed with a grand yellow light and began to radiate nearby, melting away the light barriers in an instant, revealing a 10-meter-wide passage. "Everyone go. Be quick." The scholarly man urged them as soon as he saw this and took the lead, flying forward in a streak of white light. The other two core formation cultivators gave similar commands and shot forward as well. When Han Li and company saw this, they hastily followed after them on their magic tools. Chapter 630. A boy. As soon as the party arrived before the stone gate, the yellow-clothed cultivator's command medallion dimmed and the passageway completely disappeared. Facing the group, he indifferently commanded, "Follow." He turned around and began to form various hand incantations with his fingers. He then raised his arms and shot out a scarlet and a yellow radiance from his hands towards the huge stone gate. Suddenly, talisman characters on the tightly shut stone gate began to stir and the stone gate began to release a series of low hums. The gate slowly opened to reveal a long passageway. The yellow-clothed cultivator wordlessly stepped through and the others glanced at each other before closely following after him. Han Li stood at the center of the disciples and was staring forward with great intensity. But in actuality he was sweeping his spiritual sense across everything nearby. This rectangular passageway was a man-made tunnel into the heart of the mountain. Not only were the walls smooth, but there would always be a few profound talisman characters every couple of steps. Although Han Li couldn't study them for the time being, he was certain they weren't there only for decoration. The passageway couldn't have been considered long. After walking for only about 300 meters, their surroundings brightened and they soon arrived at a tidy stone hall that was about 200 meters wide and 80 meters tall. The center of the stone hall had a meter-tall limestone platform. There were 10 lines perpendicularly crossing from each side. From the sets of black and white pieces arranged on the platform, it appeared to be a chess game during a most crucial moment. There was an old man and a young boy that were sitting cross-legged from each other on the platform. The old man appeared in his late 50s while the young boy appeared to be less than 10 years old. From his flawless appearance, it appeared as if this were a perfect child that had reincarnated. "Martial Uncle Lon? What is Senior doing here?" When Cultivator Bai saw the child, he suddenly shouted out in surprise. He then hastily saluted him. "Martial Uncle Lon?" The gray-robed old man and the 100 Possibilities Pavilion cultivator were initially surprised to see the child there. But after hearing Cultivator Bai address him by name, their expressions greatly changed. Once they saw the boy's ponytail, bare feet and golden band on his arm, they suddenly recalled the name of a legendary senior. Juniors Du Bei and Yu Shannon pays their respects to Senior Lon. In their alarm the two rushed to salute him. "Stand. Didn't you notice that I am at a crucial point in the game with Martial Nephew Hu? Let's talk after I've finished my game." The boy's voice was as young as his appearance, but each of his words carried an aged tone filled with poise. "As you bid." Cultivator Bai and the other two core formation cultivators instantly acknowledged him and silently loitered nearby, not daring to appear sullen in the slightest. As for the old man playing chess with the boy, he wryly smiled at the three but remained silent. As for the yellow-robed cultivator, he respectfully stood behind the boy as if he were deferentially waiting upon him. When the young cultivators heard their three martial ancestors suddenly call out to the boy as martial uncle, they became restless. They instantly realized what this had meant and they all stared at the boy with anxious hearts. In the instant Han Li saw the boy, he felt his heart drop. This was a genuine early nascent soul cultivator. Why did he appear here? However, he soon recovered his calm. While he wasn't currently an opponent for an early nascent soul cultivator, it wouldn't be any problem for him to escape from him. Additionally, he was confident that the nascent soul cultivator wasn't here for him. With that in mind, Hanli began to plan for any contingencies that may occur. In the end, the boy and the old man played for a quarter-hour more before the old man stepped back from the chessboard and respectfully said, "Senior Lan's chess skills are excellent. This disciple concedes defeat." A trace of happiness appeared on the boy's face, but his gaze soon turned and he doubtfully said, "Marshal nephew who you didn't deliberately lose to me, right? We agreed that you wouldn't hold back against me." When the old man heard this, his face appeared to have grown longer and he hurriedly said, "Junior wouldn't dare to deceive Senior. It is just that Senior's chess skills have made massive improvements." The boy smiled and said, "Hee hee, I also feel that my chess skills have made quite the improvement from before. It seems that it was quite worth it to practice against those mortal chess masters." The boy's smile then faded away as he changed the topic. "All right, let's put the chess pieces away. There is business to attend to." He turned around to face the cultivators that were waiting on him. After sweeping his gaze past the core formation cultivators, his gaze dropped onto the scholarly man's face. The boy leisurely asked, "Marshal nephew Bai, how many years has it been since you've entered the ancient sword sect?" Cultivator Bai's face revealed slight puzzlement, but he sincerely answered, "This junior entered the sect over 100 years ago." A strange expression flickered from the boy's eyes and he sighed, "100 years? It must have been quite tough for you." The scholarly man's expression changed and he forced a smile. "Marshal uncle, what do you mean?" The boy stared at the scholarly man and he said with an icy tone, "What do I mean? As the succeeding disciple of the righteous Tao's overwhelming pavilion sect master, your esteemed self has maintained you cover in the ancient sword sect for quite the while. Haven't you had any thoughts of visiting your master?" When Cultivator Bai heard the boy, his complexion instantly paled. The other two core formation cultivators revealed shock from their eyes and unconsciously took several steps back from Cultivator Bai. "Fellow Taoist Bai, is Senior Lan speaking the truth?" The middle-aged cultivator asked with disbelief. Cultivator Bai's face fluctuated between red and white, unable to give an excuse. After wearing an unsightly expression, the scholarly man said, "Since Marshal Uncle has already fully investigated me, there is no use in denying this. However, I will not wait by and idly allow myself to be captured." As soon as he said that last word, his body flashed with white light and he shot towards the disciples behind him. His glowing white hand was reaching out towards the black-clothed youth Meng Di who possessed the nine-sword spirit constitution. "What are you doing?" The two core formation cultivators furiously shouted. Their bodies flickered with radiance and they moved to rescue Meng Di, but they were clearly too late. However, Meng Di managed to react in his alarm, and he raised his hand to fiercely release a dense strike of sword chi. Unfortunately, there was too great a difference in their cultivations. The sword chi wasn't able to injure Cultivator Bai in the slightest and dissipated in an instant. But before Meng Di was captured by the him, Cultivator Bai's body suddenly trembled and he fell flat on the ground. The light shining from his hand had disappeared without a trace. Meng Di couldn't help but blankly stand in place. He was at a completely loss. The boy expressionlessly rubbed his small hands and snorted, "Your sect's Grand Chi hand has been well refined. But still you forget that I didn't come here only to play chess." Apart from Han Li, no one else in the room had noticed how the boy had restrained the scholarly man. Han Li narrowed his eyes as he watched the scholarly man fall to the floor and then looked at the boy with an odd gaze in his eyes. In the same moment Cultivator Bai took action, Han Li made an astonishing discovery that a red string had suddenly shot out from the boy. As a result, the string shot into the scholarly man's body and he promptly collapsed. He had initially believed this to be a flying needle magic treasure, but under his spiritual sense, he astonishingly noticed that the red string was made of a dense, icy chi. Much to Han Li's amazement, this string was actually refined from sword chi. He had previously heard that once talented sword cultivators reached a certain stage of cultivation, they were able to transform sword chi into string as they desired, turning it into a battle-deciding attack. This was the first time he had witnessed this. It was unfathomable just how sword chi was able to reach this stage. The boy turned to the old man he was playing chess with and said, "Marshal nephew who lock him up in the dragon cave. Keep him alive. Your seniors still have a use for him." The long-faced old man felt his heart tremble and he acknowledged his words. He stepped over to the fallen cultivator by and carried him over to the side of the room, disappearing without a trace. Han Li's gaze then turned to look at Du Dong. He did notice that his expression was calm, but under closer scrutiny, Han Li discovered that he was holding his hands in a fist. When Han Li saw this, he faintly smiled and paid him no more attention. Chapter 631, Spirit Well Tree. Alright, the matter has already been settled. Do as you will. Don't mind this old man, I still need to properly analyze my moves from the last game. The boy waved his hand to the other cultivators and lowered his head as he closely examined the chessboard. When the core formation cultivators heard this, they hurriedly brought the party over to a side of the hall. Shortly after leaving the stone hall, the 100 Possibilities Pavilion cultivator couldn't help but sigh. I truly didn't think that fellow Taoist Bai was actually Junior Marshal Brother Yu. Did you know about this beforehand? I didn't. Senior Lan merely said that he was coming here for a bit of business. How could I further ask? The yellow-clothed cultivator's expression grew somewhat unsightly. With that said, the 100 Possibilities Pavilion cultivator shut his mouth and didn't mention the matter any further to the group of disciples behind him. Under this gloomy atmosphere, Han Li and the rest of the party continued walking through a long corridor. After making a turn, they arrived before a set of faintly yellow stone doors. There was a man with disheveled hair sitting in front of it. Although this person's face was covered by his messy hair, one could tell his age from his white hair. The yellow-clothed cultivator wore a respectful expression when he spotted him. Brother Wei, I've brought the disciples of the Sword Trial Assembly. Is it all right for them to come in? The disheveled-haired man responded with a profoundly deep voice. Since they've already arrived, they may come in. But since the wine nectar is shedding slower than we anticipated, they must wait a while. Han Li quickly swept his gaze towards the man and a cold glint flickered from his eyes. This man was a core formation cultivator at the peak of false nascent stage. Han Li couldn't help but take notice of him. When the gray-clothed old man heard him, his expression revealed a trace of excitement. He stepped forward and said with a trembling voice, Senior Marshal Brother Wei, are you doing well? This person was a drifting cloud cultivator. The disheveled-haired cultivator sighed and slowly said, It seems in the many years I haven't seen Junior Marshal Brother Yu, you've grown quite elderly. Senior Marshal Brother, why? This Senior Marshal Brother Wei calmly said, Enough. Since we've reunited, our destiny together hasn't run out. Don't speak any more of what happened that year. When I entered this place, I made a death oath to condense a nascent soul or never leave. Besides, I've also found out from our two martial uncles that the sect is being cleanly handled by Junior Marshal Brother Feng. I'm not worried in the slightest. When the gray-clothed old man heard this, his expression grew dim and he stifled the questions that he wished to ask. Junior Marshal Brothers, wait for a moment. I will open the restrictions and allow you into the sacred area. Old Man Wei stood up and shot a magic seal towards the yellow stone door. It then silently opened immediately after. Having yet to see what was clearly behind it, he felt a wave of pure spiritual chi envelop him. As expected, this was where the Spirit Well Tree was located. He felt that this pure spiritual chi wasn't inferior to the Jade Spirit Well in the slightest. In fact, it felt as if it were slightly superior. It was worthy of its reputation as the best spirit well. Under Old Man Wei's guidance, Han Li and company were brought through the door through a huge cave. This cave was about 1 kilometer wide and was 100 meters tall. It appeared as if they were underground. What was particularly shocking about the scene was the many various-sized stalactites and stalagmites that formed a natural stone forest. A majority of the cave was densely filled with them, forming a small maze. Under closer examination, Han Li discovered faint white lights twinkling from between the stone pillars. It seemed as if someone had placed some sort of restriction there. As Han Li continued to ponder, Old Man Wei led the party to the edge of the stone forest and took out an ancient, palm-sized white mirror with the flip of his hand. Then with a quick mutter, he raised his hand and shot a white beam of light from the mirror into the stone forest. With a whoosh, the beam of light disappeared into the stone forest. He soon put the mirror away and wordlessly stood in place with his hands behind his back. While the young cultivators were left confused, the ground suddenly trembled and a shocking scene occurred. The forest of stone began to glow with milky white sparkling light. Soon after, the light turned yellow and the various stone pillars began to move away. By the time the young disciples recovered from their shock, a straight path had emerged from the stone forest. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, but his expression remained calm. The many cultivators walked down the small path and walked towards the center of the stone forest at a leisurely pace, eventually reaching the legendary spirit well tree at the center. Hanli glanced at the 10-meter-tall object in front of him and thought, is that truly the spirit well tree? The object in front of him was as thick as an arm and was a faint green. It appeared entirely unlike a tree and more like a pillar of stone. However, the entirety of the cave's astonishing spiritual chi was truly coming from this bumpy stone pillar, and there was a faint golden barrier of light surrounding it, covering even the roots that emerged above the ground. From how carefully it was protected, it appeared to truly be the spirit well tree. As Hanli silently cursed, the other cultivators each wore a fiery expression as they each gazed at the tree. If they were to directly cultivate underneath the three, they would be able to make rapid progress given that they didn't encounter any bottlenecks. Hanli didn't pay attention to the spirit well tree for long. His attention soon dropped onto the jade bottle at the foot of the spirit well tree. The bottle was about halfway full and slowly emitted a strong medicinal aroma. Hanli mused, could that be the half-refined brightside water? When the others arrived 10 meters away from the spirit well tree, they stopped. Only Old Man Wei continued to walk forward. It seemed the barrier had no effect on him since he managed to pass through without obstruction. When the old man arrived in front of the spirit well tree, he circled around it and raised his hand, pressing it against the center of the tree. His fingers then began to sparkle with green light as he released spiritual power. When the others outside saw this, they couldn't help but hold their breath, fearing that they would disturb the old man. A short moment later, Old Man Wei shook his head and withdrew his hand. The green light promptly faded away. The old man turned around and calmly said, the spirit well tree hasn't reached the optimal point to extract the wine nectar. There are still 8 hours to go. Before this you may rest nearby the tree. I have already prepared the brightside water. It only needs the wine nectar to finish. Then we'll do as Brother Wei says. 2 core formation cultivators nodded their heads. The old man surnamed Yu was particularly obedient. As for Hanli and company, they each sat around the stone tree under the instructions of the core formation cultivators, and began to cultivate. Old Man Wei then lowered his body and grabbed onto the jade bottle by the spirit well tree, casually tossing it into his sleeve. The faint light barrier then suddenly released a blinding light and prevented anyone from clearly seeing what was happening within. Hanli frowned, seeing that the others were indifferent to the scene, and began to speak with Silvermoon. Silvermoon slowly said, Brother Han, why have you called for me? Hanli insipidly responded, your earth movement techniques are superb. Would you be able to secretly enter the light barrier? I only need to acquire the root of the spirit well tree and take it back to me. Brother Han, please wait a moment. I will make an attempt in my tool spirit form. Once that was said, Silvermoon materialized as a fist-sized wolf and secretly bore into the earth underneath Hanli. Hanli closed his eyes with an unchanged expression and sunk into a meditative state. Hanli then suddenly raised his brows and narrowly opened his eyes for his gaze to drop onto Dudong. Sitting at the corner to the group, he motionlessly drooped his head down with his hands forming an incantation gesture, appearing as if he was cultivation. When Hanli saw this, he smirked and inwardly scoffed at him. A short moment later, the 10 disciples followed the yellow-robed cultivator west and entered a large stone room. After giving them several orders, he departed, clearly heading towards the battle above. At that moment, a large eruption occurred in the distance, causing the ground to violently tremble. It seemed to be a result of the bitter fighting outside. Seeing that the yellow-clothed cultivators departed, the disciples began to gather together into their own sects and whisper. Hanli, Dudong, Mu Peeling and Sun Hua stood together. Sun Hua sighed and vented, I truly didn't expect that the ancient sword sect's martial Uncle Pai was a righteous Tao spy. I previously felt quite a bit of respect from him, thinking that he was a vagrant cultivator that managed to reach core formation. Mu Peeling coldly glanced at the youth and emotionlessly said, Junior Martial Brother Sun, did you truly believe that a vagrant cultivator would be able to form a core so easily? Without the support from a large supporter, how could someone possibly acquire the ability to enter core formation? However, Junior Martial Brother Sun is a genuine vagrant cultivator that has already been scouted by many clans. Would it not be better for Junior Martial Brother Sun to join one of them for greater assistance in the future? The determined youth wryly laughed and boldly said, I am still unconvinced that I must join a cultivation clan to form a core. I still feel it beneath my dignity to join one. His gaze then unconsciously wandered onto the woman's beautiful face and revealed a trace of passion. However, Mu Peeling seemed unaware of this and didn't continue speaking. Du Dong then suddenly said, "However, Martial Uncle Bai does seem to be a pitiful individual." Mu Peeling bright eyes glanced at the large man in surprise. Sun Ho was also surprised by his words and wore an expression of doubt, asking, "Pitiful? Martial nephew Du, what do you mean?" Du Dong smiled in his ordinary simple manner and paid them no heed. His gaze then turned to Han Li and he mysteriously said, "Junior Martial Brother Han, do you think my words make sense?" Han Li didn't reveal the slightest surprise that Du Dong turned the conversation towards him and indifferently replied, "No, I don't know much of Martial Uncle Bai. I'm afraid I can't say." "Is that so? However, I feel that." Just as Du Dong thought to say something further, Sun Hua angrily rebuked him for ignoring him. "Martial nephew Du, you are far too imprudent. Did you not hear my words?" A cold glint flickered from Du Dong's eyes as he glanced at the youth. With a sinister expression he said, "Why are you speaking so loudly? I heard you, but I have no interest in replying to such rubbish." "What? You?" Mu Peeling discovered something was amiss and her face grew sullen. With her hand on her storage pouch she icily asked, "Just who are you?" The other disciples noticed that something was odd and couldn't help but look at them with astonishment. Chapter 633, The Greater Sifting Mirage Technique versus the Fox Enrapturing Arts. In the instant the disciple was slain, the other cultivators' faces grew deathly pale. They began to release each of their defensive magic tools as they stared at Cultivator Bai. For a moment no one dared to move. Mu Peeling's expression greatly changed and she stepped away from Du Dong, releasing her own ribbon magic tool around her. As for Sun Hua, he had recoiled at the sight of this incisive strike and grimaced as his gaze flickered between Cultivator Bai and Du Dong. Han Li silently slipped to a corner of the room and his gaze continuously swept around. It was unknown what is going through his mind. At that moment, an imposing aura suddenly swelled from Du Dong. With lines of black talisman characters appearing on his neck, black light suddenly surged from his body as he underwent a sudden transformation. He grew to 2 meters in height, his appearance became malevolent, and his cultivation surged to mid-core formation stage. When Cultivator Bai saw Du Dong's astonishing transformation, he couldn't help but laugh. "Very nice." If the Thousand Illusions sect were to say they were ranked second in concealment techniques in the Heavenly South, none would dare to proclaim themselves as first. The Greater Sifting Mirage Technique is truly worthy of being your sect's signature technique. Humph. The transformed Du Dong merely snorted. He then gloomily swept past the crowd and his eyes stopped on Han Li. A malicious expression flickered from his face. Whoosh. The cultivators in the room only caught sight of the Du Dong disappearing a blur before reappearing beside Han Li. With a wave of his hand, Han Li's light barrier was shattered in an instant and his hand pierced into Han Li's chest like a bolt of lightning. He then withdrew his hand with a bloody heart in his grasp. Han Li's corpse fell onto the floor. Ah! When the other disciples saw this bloody scene, they shouted out in alarm, believing that they would be next to fall. Their hearts were all struck with terror. Ha! The transformed Du Dong revealed a strange expression as if in disbelief that Han Li had died so easily. He frowned for a moment and glanced at his hand. From the warm and bloody heart on his hand, it appeared he had truly killed him. The scholarly man grew alarmed at Du Dong's sudden attack, and he furiously shouted, "What are you doing? You can't kill these disciples. A few of them have influence. One of them is even a close descendant of eccentric Heavenvenge. Don't attack them as you please." Du Dong indifferently snorted, "If you can kill one then so can I. Besides, given how odd that youngster was, it was better to take the initiative to deal with him. Also, this person definitely wasn't eccentric Heavenvenge's descendant. He entered the sect the same time I did." Soon after, he tossed the heart onto the ground. The scholar's expression relaxed and he gravely said, "So long as you realize this, that's fine. Although I don't know whether or not eccentric Heavenvenge's descendant is male or female, nor do I what sect they entered, the sects should have given consideration to eccentric Heavenvenge's might and should have allowed them to enter the top 10 disciples so that they may use the bright side water. It would be a great inconvenience if they actually died. As for the person I killed, I was well aware of his background, and he definitely wasn't the eccentric's descendant. Fine, I'll refrain from killing the others as I wish. However, you can't have them casually stir up trouble. I'll have to properly knock them out for the time being." With that said, Du Dong began to twirl in place and black radiance suddenly enveloped the entire room. The other cultivators felt somewhat relieved by their words, but a black radiance instantly rendered them unconscious as soon as it reached them. The scholarly man nodded his head with satisfaction. Let's go. We can't delay here for too long. All right. With those curt words, they immediately walked out the room in large stride. But when Du Dong walked out, he felt somewhat uneasy and unconsciously glanced down at the heartless corpse. Han Li was lying in a pool of his own blood, dead as could be. Du Dong couldn't help but scoff, feeling that he was overly suspicious, and he followed after the scholarly man with peace of mind. Once the two departed, the room grew deathly quiet. A short moment later, a young woman's voice filled the room. Brother Han, my fox enrapturing arts must surely be above that of the greater sifting mirage technique. That man's cultivation wasn't weak, but he couldn't tell whether or not he truly killed someone. Truly laughable. Soon after that was said, Han Li's bloody corpse began to shine with faint white light. Eventually, that light turned silver and concentrated into a foot-long snow-white fox. Han Li's voice began to slowly speak from a meter behind the white fox. It truly is impressive. I find it odd how a wolf like you can be so proficient in fox techniques. However, this might also have to do with their weaker cultivation. Were they late core formation cultivators, it might have been difficult to fool them. As for the greater sifting mirage technique, I must admit it is outstanding. I was incapable of telling his true cultivation while he concealed himself. With a flash of yellow light, he walked out from the stone wall with a wolf-headed jade scepter in his hand. At an unknown time, Han Li stealthily entered the wall and had Silvermoon stand in for Han Li through an illusion technique. Although she couldn't maintain the transformed body for long, it was more than enough to fool the two core formation cultivators for the time being. Silvermoon was unconvinced and she curled her lips. Is this technique truly that amazing? Was Brother Han simply not mistaken? Han Li casually replied, with the great development technique, my spiritual sense is on par with that of a nascent soul cultivator. Yet, I was still unable to discover anything amiss from him. It could very well be the top concealment technique in the entire world, let alone the heavenly south. Silvermoon tilted her small head, but she didn't rebut him. Han Li walked towards the center of the room and gazed at those lying on the ground, noticing that they were all unconscious. His eyes then fell onto the black-robed youth Meng Di. Silvermoon seemed to guess what Han Li thought and she jumped onto the youth and snatched the storage pouch from his waist. She then obediently jumped back to Han Li's side and delivered it to him. Han Li accepted it with a faint smile and swept his spiritual sense into it. After taking the jade box containing the spirit-tempering pill, he carelessly tossed the pouch onto the youth's body. Since this item held little use towards youth at this cultivation, Han Li happily accepted it. Chapter 634. A plot revealed. The scholarly man sneered and said, What? Has Brother Wei grown fond of this place in the 100 years he had stayed here? The disheveled-haired old man emotionlessly said, Of course not, but I have developed a bit of attachment towards this place, having spent so many years here. After all, to be human, is to feel. In these long years, Elder Yun of the Drifting Cloud sect treated me as if I were kin. Not only did he impart divine techniques onto me, but he even saved my life during critical moments and faced immense opposition to grant me authority over the Drifting Cloud sect. I am incapable of ignoring such kindness. I cannot allow you two to take the spirit well tree away. Du Dong smiled instead of growing angry. He sinisterly threatened, Good. Brother Wei must mean to act as a genuine Drifting Cloud sect elder. However, you forget what will happen if we were to speak the truth and reveal your true identity as a spy for the Heavenly Fiend sect. Do you think you'll be able to freely remain? The disheveled-haired old man calmly replied, I don't need your reminder. I am perfectly aware. Why do you think I am restrained here? I've long gathered suspicion from the two martial uncles. There is merely a lack of concrete evidence. That is why I was forcefully removed from power in the sect and was trapped in this confined place. Of course, I've also received much kindness from the Heavenly Fiend sect. Since fellow Taoist Du has shown me the sect Master Xie's token, I can give you a bit of the wind nectar even though I can't allow you to take away the tree. This should be enough to repay the past kindness of the Heavenly Fiend sect. What? You will only give us the wine nectar? Du Dong's expression relaxed and he interrupted the scholarly man, Fine, just give us the wine nectar. With that in hand we won't need the spirit well tree. After all, our righteous and devil Tao sects possess countless treasures. Although we may not have something like the spirit well tree, we have plenty other types of spirit wells. When Cultivator Bai heard this, he glanced at Du Dong in surprise, but after a moment more of thought, he remained silent. After all, his orders were all given to him by the Thousand Illusion sect's young master. Although he didn't know when the Righteous Tao Alliance and the Six Devil Tao sects grew so close, he may as well defer to his judgment of the matter. Cultivator Wei coldly said, "Since you fellow Taoists both approve, I will take out the wine nectar from the restrictions. But first I will get the ugly matters out of the way. If you plan to take advantage of when I release the restrictions, don't blame me for being ruthless." Du Dong chuckled and pledged with a calm expression, "Be at ease, we won't do something so foolish. After all, this spirit well tree is a trivial affair compared to the profound goddess palm." The old man then nodded and took out a small white bottle from his storage pouch. Prepare what? To give our three sects' most precious asset to our enemies?" Before the disheveled-haired old man could finish, 10 sword threads shot out from below the ground in a flash of red light, tightly tying him down. At that same moment, yellow light flashed from the direction of the cave's entrance, revealing the previously hidden cultivators. They unwaveringly approached Du Dong and Cultivator Bai. When Cultivator Bai and Du Dong saw this, their expressions greatly changed. At that moment, the boy surnamed Lan appeared behind the restrained Cultivator Wei. The boy stared at the two with an icy expression and said, "Good, very good. Us old men long knew that the righteous and devilish Tao had embedded many spies within our ranks. And since we didn't have any concrete evidence towards you, we couldn't cleanly dispose of you. After all, it would be extremely costly if we were to wrongfully kill a core formation cultivator." Like scalding iron against flesh, Cultivator Wei's hand slowed down as it struck through the red light. The boy took advantage of this opportunity to instantly fly out from the sacred tree's light barrier in a mist of red light. "True Lord Heaven Fiend." The boy gloomily shouted out the title of the Heavenly Fiend sect master and wordlessly stared at Cultivator Wei. He then pointed to some direction and had his magic treasure revolve around him. It soon transformed into a scarlet python, baring its fangs as if it were alive. The head of the disheveled-haired cultivator drooped down as if he were unconscious, but a lazy, unfamiliar voice was still uttered from his mouth. "Hee. I didn't expect for fellow Taoist Lan to so quickly recognize me. This sect master has long heard of the child fire dragon. However, it is quite unfortunate that I currently cannot truly fight with you." When Han Li saw this, he immediately recalled the greater possession technique that Zenithine had used on Wucho. Although there were a few differing aspects, it was certain to be a similar devilish Tao technique. According to what Han Li knew, this technique had to be applied to the target beforehand in a complicated procedure before it could be used. It seemed the Heavenly Fiend sect master had done this as a precaution before he placed Cultivator Wei inside the Drifting Cloud sect. From these sudden turn of events, Han Li's mind suddenly stirred and he recalled something. He spoke to the small fox in his sleeve with a serious tone. "Silver Moon, immediately return to the safe room and transform my form with grave injuries. We cannot allow others to discover my absence. As for why I am still alive, play it by ear. I will quickly return, just don't reveal my true cultivation or identity." Upon hearing Han Li's solemn tone, she wordlessly flew into the ground and dug straight back to the safe room. At that moment, the true Lord Heaven Fiend raised his hand and glanced at the small bottle of wine nectar before tossing it to Du Dong. Afterwards he regretfully glanced at the spirit well tree before indifferently saying, "Bring that item back. I will hold the child fire dragon down while you escape. But you had best be quick, I can't give you much time." Once that was said, he suddenly shot out and prepared by old man Zhang's side. He sinisterly smiled and fiercely struck with his hand glowing in purple light. The light from his hands surged and he fiercely pulled his hands apart, creating a slender gap in the barrier for an instant. Whoosh! Han Li's body blurred, reappearing inside before the light barrier mended itself. Seeing that the spirit well tree's roots were before him, Han Li wore a rarely seen grin. Although the trunk of the spirit well tree greatly differed from ordinary trees, its roots were ordinary apart from its exceptionally jade-green color. A huge explosion erupted from above the ground, followed by the sound of shards of falling earth along with a series of trembles. It seems a fearsome attack had just been used. In the following moment, Old Man Fu flusteredly said, "Quickly, chase after them. We cannot allow them to escape." The sound of rustling wind was followed by True Lord Heavenfiend's hearty laughter. "Fellow Taoist Lan, how is the power of my purple deep screen arts? Although I had to use up this body's blood essence, I was able to easily tie you down for the time being. Old Devil Heavenfield, do you not care for your disciple? Even if your disciple survives, his cultivation will be mostly destroyed." Although the boy's voice was detached and emotionless, Hanli could hear a trace of anger in his words. "My disciple? This traitor? From what I've heard, he already considers himself a drifting cloud sect disciple, so I have far less misgivings in using him. Old Ghost Lan? Where do you think you're going?" True Lord Heavenfiend's voice was extremely calm as he said this, but his voice suddenly shouted out in alarm. "Humph! I have no interest in tangling down with your incarnation. Those devil children cannot be allowed to take a wine nectar out from our Dream Cloud Mountains." The boy's voice grew more distant, as if he had already left the cave. "As if I'd so easily allow you to leave?" True Lord Heavenfiend shouted, as if chasing after him. In an instant, there was no one else left behind in the cave apart from Hanli. He grew completely at ease, no longer hesitating to take action. He extended one of his fingers, shot out a sparkling beam of light. With a spark, a small portion of the root was easily cut through, causing a white liquid to overflow from the opening, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Hanli paid no notice to the white liquid spilling out. With his body shining with yellow light, he directly grasped onto the root segment and climbed to the surface. He swept his gaze past the barrier and spotted a 10-meter large hole in the cave with sparkling rocks that were scattered all around. It seems this True Lord Heavenfiend had completely broken through the restrictions of the resilient cave walls through a single strike. This impressive display of skill should have given Du Dong and the others the opportunity to escape. Hanli hurried after seeing this. He took out a finely carved jade box from his storage pouch and carefully placed the root segment into the box. After putting it away with a heavy expression, Hanli revealed satisfaction, but something soon came to mind. He may have acquired the Spirit Well Tree's root, but he had still yet to acquire the refinement formula for the Bright Sight Water and the Spirit Tempering Pill. Although that True Lord Heavenfiend managed to possess the body of the disheveled-haired old man, the body couldn't endure his techniques for long. He would certainly be defeated by the boy before long. With flashes of light flickering from Hanli's hands as he stood next to the barrier of light, his expression suddenly soured. With a trace of astonishment on his face, he frowned and walked around to the back of the Spirit Well Tree. There was a yellow prayer mat and a foot-wide stone platform. The stone platform had a jade slip on top of it that was glistening with a faint green light. Hanli swept his spiritual sense past the several items and discovered that there were no hidden restrictions on the items. He raised his hand and shot an azure mist from his palm, sweeping the jade slip into his grasp. Hanli gazed at the jade slip and remained still as he began to read through the contents of the jade slip with his spiritual sense. A short moment later, Hanli withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip with a bewildered expression. It contained the records of the disheveled-haired cultivator's techniques and a few pill refinement insights. The refinement formula for the Spirit Tempering Pill and the Bright Sight Water were astonishingly among them. With the jade slip in hand, Hanli's mind grew vacant. Could it be that disheveled-haired cultivator had felt his lifespan coming to an end and had prepared this jade slip? From how the jade slip had been hidden behind the Spirit Well Tree, it seemed he had left it behind for a drifting cloud sect cultivator. Could this action hold some sort of meaning? Hanli pondered a moment more while glancing at the jade slip. He then fetched a white jade slip from his storage pouch and quickly copied over the contents. At Hanli's current cultivation, replicating a jade slip took only a moment's worth of effort. Hanli placed the green jade slip back in its original place and put the white replica inside his storage pouch before walking back towards the golden light barrier. Since the three sects cultivators could come back at any moment, he'd best leave as soon as possible. In any case, he already fulfilled his objective. Without worry of anybody spotting him, Hanli's body flowed with spiritual power, cleaving a large hole in the barrier with a spark of azure light. In the instant the hole was formed, he directly transformed into an azure streak of light and rushed out. Chapter 636. Return. When Hanli quietly returned to the safe room, he discovered that the young disciples were still unconscious, lying disorderly around the floor. Although their aptitudes were exceptional, they were still only low-grade disciples. It was no surprise as to why they were overlooked during the moment of the climax of the battle. Silvermoon had already transformed into Hanli, lying on the floor in an unconscious state. When she saw that he arrived, she immediately turned back into a fox and leaped into Han Li's sleeve. Silvermoon chuckled and asked, "How was it? Did you acquire it? By the way, nobody came. It seems fellow Taoist was being overly careful." Han Li insipidly said, "It went smoothly. However, it was still better to be careful than to allow myself to be revealed." Silvermoon easily changed the topic and worriedly asked, "However, how will Brother Han explain his survival? This seems to be quite troublesome." "How I will explain it? Just say the truth." Han Li appeared to not take this matter very seriously and spoke carelessly. "The truth?" Silvermoon spoke with bewilderment. As if having already thought of this, Han Li calmly explained, "I'll just say that I previously bought a high-grade illusion talisman and used it to save my life. Those who aren't skilled in the Tao of illusions should be none the wiser and will take the excuse at face value." Silvermoon soon chuckled, "Not bad. That is a rather good excuse." The following moments were rather simple. After half a day, a yellow-clothed cultivator walked into the safe room with a solemn expression. Seeing that all the disciples were unconscious, he sighed and formed an incantation gesture with his hands. With a flick of his finger, a streak of white light flew into each of the cultivators' bodies. It was clear that the technique used to knock them out wasn't profound in the slightest. After a short moment, each of them regained consciousness and saw that the yellow-clothed cultivators had taken the place of Du Dong and Cultivator Bai. They grew relaxed in an instant. Of course, when they saw that Han Li was intact and unharmed, they were greatly frightened. But Han Li soon took out an illusion talisman and gave an explanation that he had prepared in advance. As expected, considering that few delved deeply into the Tao of illusions, mostly no one raised any suspicions. As for the yellow-clothed cultivator, he merely glanced at Han Li in surprise and didn't further ask about it. But for Sun Hua and Mu Peeling, they both wore a trace of doubt. After all, Du Dong had spoken to Han Li from the very start and even attacked Han Li immediately after revealing himself. It had left quite the impression on them. Han Li wasn't particularly worried about their doubts. Since the two didn't have any proof, what could they possibly say? Besides, Du Dong's sudden attack was by no means a sign of friendliness. With the absence of the wine nectar and the unknown fate of the disheveled-haired cultivator to refine the brightside water, the matter of the brightside water had dissolved. As a result, the upper echelon of the three sects hurriedly announced the conclusion of the sword trial assembly, only giving a magic tool to each of the final 10 as compensation. The three sects then returned back to their own sects without any intention of traveling together with each other's groups. Seeing that their core formation seniors wore such solemn and anxious faces, even an idiot would know that something drastic had happened while the 10 finalists were left unconscious. Although the low-grade disciples were unsatisfied and gloomy, they could only obediently return to their sections. Once Han Li and the others returned to the Drifting Cloud sect, they were hastily summoned by the sect's higher echelon and were closely questioned on what had happened in the restricted area. After that, they were sent away with unsightly expressions and were ordered to keep silent. Afterwards, Han Li came to realize that the three sects' plan to oust their spies had ended up in utter failure. Not only did Dong Du and company manage to bring back the wine nectar to the righteous and devilish Tao with the assistance of the Heavenly Fiend sect master's incarnation, but they mostly managed to leave the state of Shi without any harm. However, Cultivator Bai had made a mistake and was promptly killed by Old Man Fu and the others. As for when the Heavenly Fiend sect master's possession expired, the disheveled-haired cultivator was captured by the boy, and no one had heard of him since. It was unknown whether he was executed or spared. The two nascent soul elders of the Drifting Cloud sect and the three sects' various core formation cultivators had been ruthlessly attacked by the Devil Dao's Thousand Illusions sect and the Heavenly Fiend sect in an ambush. Not only were several core formation cultivators killed, but the nascent soul cultivator Surum Cheng was heavily injured. Although there is no worry for his life, his origin chi was greatly damaged. This matter had greatly shaken the three sections. They began to ferociously pressure the righteous and Devil Dao sects through the Heavenly Dao Union, but they continued to deny this matter had ever occurred. As a result, nothing came to be, leaving the three sects' upper echelon with their hands tied. But fortunately for them, through the Heavenly Dao Union's own spies in the righteous and Devil Dao, they were able to discover that the wine nectar was ineffective. After using it to water the profound goddess palm, the tree remained in its withered state without change. This information had brought a breath of relief to the Heavenly Dao Union. Following these events, the three factions each became more vigilant and their peaceful attitude from the last 100 years began to grow tense. conflict became a more likely possibility as time passed by. As soon as Han Li finished reporting to the sect elders, he immediately returned to his cave residence. He headed straight to the room with the 9-curl spirit ginseng and planted the root of the spirit well tree right next it. Since the two items were both spiritual objects born of heaven and earth, they might mutually nourish one another if they were placed close together. In the following days after Han Li finished answering his fellow sect members about the sword trial assembly, Han Li began to wholeheartedly cultivate. Perhaps due to the influence of the sword trial assembly, he was finally able to break through his bottleneck for the Great Development Technique. Han Li's cultivation then proceeded to advance as he simultaneously cultivated the Great Development Technique and the Azure Essence Sword Arts, much to his delight. He clearly understood that the reason he was able to cultivate the Great Development Technique in such a smooth manner was most likely due to the soul-nurturing wood beads that he wore around his neck. Ever since he wore the beads around his neck, his spiritual sense had been gradually growing larger regardless of any effort he made to temper it. This had allowed him to rapidly progress in the Great Development Technique in an unobstructed manner, as if he were refilling a pond that had already formed. Additionally, every time he cultivated the Great Development Technique, the soul-nurturing wood beads would cause his spirit to feel refreshed, allowing him to achieve greater results with less strain and effort. During this time, Han Li began to use the green liquid to mature the root of the spirit well tree every few days. As a result of a few short months, a sapling began to shoot out from the root. It appeared it was only a matter of time before it grew as large as the spirit well tree in the restricted area. Han Li reckoned that it would take 20 years of meticulous care. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He would need many years before he could reach false nascent stage. Furthermore, he already had a spirit tempering pill on hand. It didn't matter if it would take any longer. With that thought, Han Li imagined the moment when the black-robed youth looked through his storage pouch only to astonishingly discover that the spirit tempering pill had disappeared. Han Li couldn't help but find it funny. The most important reason why he had tried so hard to acquire the spirit well tree was for the bright side water. With his eyes cleansed from the bright side water, he would gain an immense benefit in battle. Combined with his superior spiritual sense, he would be able to repeatedly decisively strike against his foes' weaknesses. At the same time, it wasn't as if Han Li had given up on practicing pill refinement. He was still making his own preparations to eventually refine the 9-curl spirit ginseng. With this, time slowly passed by between bitter cultivation and pill refinement. During this time, apart from some required social interaction, Han Li didn't take a single step from his cave residence. Amidst crucial moments for his cultivation that required focused seclusion, Han Li sent Silver Moon in his place to deal with the fellow sect members that occasionally paid him a visit. Fortunately, Silver Moon's fox body had made rapid improvements in the wake of large consumptions of medicine pills. Her illusion techniques had become increasingly intricate, revealing not the slightest flaw. As for Mu Peeling, she still held her doubts, but after Han Li returned to the Drifting Cloud sect, only to maintain a low profile, her suspicions eventually faded away. She came to merely view Han Li as a completely ordinary chi condensation cultivator. Consequently, Han Li became more at ease for staying at the Drifting Cloud sect. In the blink of an eye, Han Li had spent 20 years at the Drifting Cloud sect as a chi condensation disciple. The day that he was about to condense his nascent soul was just around the corner. You're tuning in to this Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.